As the kingdom celebrated its victory, the streets filled with confetti and shouts for their hero. Citizens crowded the parade route, cheering for the knight who led Isgard's forces. But far from the spotlight, Minjin Kim walked alone through a quieter alley, hooded and unnoticed. Children running to catch the parade briefly crossed his path, but they quickly pulled aside when they realized who he was. Whispers followed him, rumors of a dark mage, someone cursed and feared. Ignoring the reactions, Minjin continued toward the grand tower inside. The priestess who had summoned him years ago watched his approach with a mix of worry and relief. When he entered the hall, she greeted him formally. He placed the severed remains of a monstrous helmet at her feet, confirming the threat to Isgard had been eliminated. The priestess tried to express gratitude for his sacrifices, but Minjin cut her short. He reminded her of the promise made long ago, the agreement that once his mission was complete, he would be allowed to return to his own world. Her expression tightened, knowing the moment had finally come. Wordlessly, she led him to the summoning chamber. As Minjin stepped into the glowing magic circle, he awaited the fulfillment of her final duty. Minjin Kim stood before the high priestess, listening as she reminded him of the promise made long ago. She spoke of his achievements, how he worked tirelessly to change the Empire's perception of dark mages. But Minjin remained expressionless, silently waiting for the one thing he had earned the right to return home. When she asked if he truly wished to leave this world, Minjin answered without hesitation. He had completed every mission, fought every threat, and endured years of treatment that pushed him beyond his limits. Now he wanted nothing more than to end this chapter. His calm reply surprised her, and she attempted to persuade him by offering rewards and compensation. Minjin rejected the sentiment, revealing the frustration he had long suppressed. He questioned what she could possibly give him in return for everything he had endured. Pressed for an answer, she finally agreed to grant whatever he desired. Minjin asked for simple things, foods from his original world, comforts he had been denied. His requests left her flustered, unable to fulfill them, forcing her to abandon the negotiation. Accepting defeat, she prepared the summoning ritual. Minjin walked toward the ceremonial hall, stepping onto the glowing summoning seal, the exact place where his journey in this world had first begun. As the ritual began, the priestess announced she would remove the protection of the saint, a seal binding Minjin's powers. Minjin lifted his hand calmly, watching the glowing mark fade. To him, the protection was nothing more than a chain that held him back. Now, for the first time, he felt the weight of that restraint disappearing. The priestess questioned his decision, unable to understand why he would abandon the strength, riches, and privileges he held in Isgard. Minjin ignored her concerns, stating he would accept the consequences since everything had begun with her summoning. With the seal undone, he signaled her to continue. She stepped forward to strip away the powers he gained in this world, but the moment she attempted it, Minjin unleashed a surge of dark energy. Purple tendrils erupted, binding her in place and lifting her from the ground. Shock spread across her face as Minjin revealed the truth. He had never intended to give up his powers. Using force, Minjin opened a dimensional gate with pure dark magic, something she believed impossible. She realized too late that he had already reached heights beyond the limits of both dark and light magic. Standing before the swirling portal, Minjin prepared to leave and hinted he had one last message before stepping through. As the dimensional gate pulsed violently, Minjin delivered his final words and stepped forward. The priestess desperately tried to stop him, reaching through the unstable magic, but the light swallowed him completely. The portal burst, scattering fragments of power across the hall. When it finally disappeared, she collapsed, staring at the empty space where Minjin had stood moments before. Minjin crashed into his own world with a painful jolt, surrounded by crackling purple energy. Gasping, he forced himself upright. Despite nearly losing consciousness during the dimensional crossing, relief washed over him. He was finally home. The familiar view of his small apartment filled him with comfort. He checked his belongings, then grabbed his old smartphone. Just feeling the device in his hand made him smile. Scrolling through the screen, he saw his favorite game and laughed uncontrollably, celebrating his escape from the other world. But the joy didn't last. A sudden notification appeared, his military enlistment notice. Realization struck him hard before he could react. Soldiers began searching the area, tracking the strange surge of energy caused by his return. Outside, a squad of armed soldiers moved in formation. Following the signal to his exact location, they closed in quickly, unaware of the overpowered dark mage waiting inside. As soldiers rushed through the streets with their weapons raised, one of them spotted Minjin in civilian clothes. The young mage, now dressed casually, walked calmly while checking his phone. He muttered to himself, realizing that 3 years had passed since the day he was summoned to another world. The longer he observed the streets, the more he confirmed how much had changed. Yet everything still felt comfortably familiar. While scrolling through game updates, Minjin sighed with satisfaction. It amused him how the world continued moving without him, but also annoyed him that online rankings had shifted in his absence. Walking casually, he noticed soldiers gathering nearby and wondered why they were patrolling a peaceful civilian area. He shrugged, assuming it was training, and continued on his way. One soldier pointed at him, confused by the sight of a civilian carrying a glowing magical signature. Before Minjin could question it, a monstrous creature suddenly emerged behind him, a shadowed beast lunging with open jaws. The soldier shouted desperately for Minjin to run. Instead of panicking, Minjin simply turned his head, more surprised by the commotion than the creature. As the beast closed in, Minjin paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow as if the threat were nothing more than an unexpected inconvenience. The soldiers yelled for Minjin to dodge, but he only turned casually, watching the monster leap toward him. Its claws swung down, yet Minjin barely reacted. With a slight twist of his wrist, he caught the creature's head mid-air. Confusion flickered across his face as he realized something unusual. His demonic energy, which he relied on in the other world, was nearly gone. Even without magic, his physical strength remained far beyond human. He slammed the beast to the ground, shattering the pavement. The soldiers watched in disbelief as Minjin subdued the monster with a single motion. Standing over the defeated creature, he muttered that even weakened, he was still stronger than something like this. Memories of harsh strength training in Isgard flashed through his mind as he examined the fallen monster. But then a troubling thought formed. Why had a creature like this appeared in Korea at all? Soldiers approached cautiously, raising their rifles at Minjin. He raised his hands slowly, explaining he wasn't attacking them. They took him into custody, escorting him to base. Inside the vehicle, the officer questioned his identity and whereabouts. Minjin calmly replied that he had been living abroad, specifically in another world. Inside the moving military vehicle, Minjin stared irritably at his phone, frustrated by the weak network. After risking everything to return to Korea, lag and loading screens were the last thing he wanted to deal with. The soldiers beside him exchanged uneasy glances, whispering about how suspicious he seemed, but none dared question him openly. One soldier finally broke the silence, asking about the chaos outside the sudden appearance of monsters and collapsing buildings. Instead of explaining his own involvement, Minjin casually asked about the gaming industry, showing where his priorities truly lay. The soldier hesitated, then decided to explain the truth. He described how the world changed in the years Minjin was gone. 2 years ago, strange dungeons began appearing across the country. At first rare, they soon multiplied, growing larger and more unstable. Monsters poured out faster than the military could respond, forcing troops into civilian zones to maintain control. The chaos escalated so quickly that safety protocols, infrastructure, and even basic internet systems were affected. Minjin listened silently, thinking only of one thing: how this was ruining his peaceful return. When they mentioned enlistment rules, he froze. 5 years of mandatory service for his age group. The soldier told him his enlistment date was tomorrow. Shock hit Minjin hard. He checked his phone again, realizing the notice was real. All his plans to relax and play games vanished instantly. After being dropped off, he recalled his past, his parents disappearing, his solitary life, and getting summoned to another world during high school with nowhere to belong. He spent his days gaming. Now, faced with dungeons and enlistment, he decided he would handle the crisis himself. The next day, he arrived at the training center. Crowds filled the entrance, and instructors immediately barked orders, beginning the harsh military routine he would now be part of. As the recruits were herded forward, Minjin observed the instructors barking orders. Compared to the harsh training he endured in Isgard, their yelling felt almost gentle. While others flinched, he remained relaxed, quietly evaluating the situation. When the battalion commander entered, the hall stiffened. He began outlining the options for enlistment, including a special chance to join the Hunter Corps, an elite unit meant to counter dungeon outbreaks. No one stepped forward. The room stayed silent until Minjin unexpectedly raised his hand. The officers paused, surprised to see a volunteer. He was ordered to come forward immediately. As he stepped out, the creaking floor suddenly gave way under his foot. Instinctively, he propelled himself upward, leaping with strength far beyond normal human limits. He shot into the air, startling the instructors before landing hard enough to shake the hall. Dust rose around him while the recruits stared, terrified. Minjin Kim traveled deep into the northern region known as the Forgotten Canyon. The rocky cliffs and thick fog showed how isolated the area was, yet he continued forward without hesitation. Eventually, he reached a cave hidden between jagged peaks. The dark tunnels stretched endlessly, but Minjin stepped inside, already familiar with the dangers waiting ahead. As he advanced, he recalled how being a dark mage demanded constant combat and mana control. Even now, the cavern was filled with the bodies of spiders he had already defeated while trying to maintain his energy. Minjin sat briefly near a fire, surrounded by fallen monsters, using the quiet moment to stabilize his power. However, the silence reminded him that nothing in this place stayed inactive for long. Soon, he sensed movement. The dungeon's boss, a massive arch spider, emerged from the shadows. Its many eyes glowed, and its claws scraped against the stone floor. Minjin stood and faced it calmly. When the creature lunged, he analyzed its speed and reacted instantly. More spiders gathered, but none could approach him without being struck down. He unleashed his full strength, destroying the boss and clearing the dungeon. Moments later, he returned to the present world, where he resumed the simple routine of military life, hiding the overwhelming power he had gained. After returning to the base, Minjin Kim spent time in the break room with a senior soldier. The atmosphere was casual, but the conversation quickly shifted to the military's management of dungeons. The senior explained that all Korean dungeons were overseen by the army, and the Hunter Corps held exclusive responsibility for the most dangerous ones. Images of elite soldiers appeared in Minjin's mind, highly trained individuals capable of facing monsters without fear. Minjin quietly analyzed the information. If he joined the Hunter Corps, he could enter dungeons freely and rebuild the strength he once possessed in another world. He imagined clearing missions alone and regaining his lost dark mana. The thought of recovering his abilities motivated him, and he planned for rapid advancement once he officially enlisted into the program. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. A Hunter Corps sergeant entered the room and delivered surprising news. Minjin had been scouted for evaluation. The soldier questioned his abilities, expecting proof. Minjin activated a status window, something he hadn't used since his time in Isgard. However, the window displayed only an error message, leaving the evaluator stunned. Later, Minjin was brought to the Hunter Corps Training Center, where a distinguished officer named Sun Yunseo awaited him. It marked the beginning of Minjin's new path inside the military's strongest unit. After arriving at the Hunter Corps Training Center, Minjin encountered Sun Yunseo, a respected figure within the unit. She introduced herself honestly, clarifying that she was not yet a full hunter, but a recruit undergoing similar trials. Despite her rank, she carried high expectations from others and felt pressured to perform well. Her senior encouraged her, reminding her that evaluation and patience were part of the process. As they talked, she received a report hinting that an unusual recruit had arrived, someone who might become a remarkable addition to the team. Curious, she decided to visit the newcomer, unaware it was Minjin. At the front of the modern facility, Minjin observed the building's size, impressed by the resources dedicated to the Corps. He was guided by another officer who warned him that acceptance was not guaranteed. Because Minjin's abilities were unclear, the officer prepared to test him personally. The evaluation involved a massive red crystal known as red stone, a dungeon byproduct valued for its density and hardness. Recruits typically failed to make it move at all. Minjin was told he had 10 minutes to shift it even slightly. Calmly assessing the challenge, Minjin stepped forward, ready to demonstrate strength far beyond ordinary standards. Minjin stepped toward the massive red crystal, examining its surface and weight distribution. The officers watching from a distance doubted him, certain that an ordinary recruit could not move something created from dungeon minerals. The test was designed to expose exaggerators, not to be passed. Still, Minjin calmly placed his hand on the crystal and measured its density. Compared to the materials he had handled in Isgard, its weight was manageable. The officers observed with skepticism as he positioned himself. Minjin remembered lifting far heavier structures during battles in another world, so this size presented no difficulty. After adjusting his footing, he pushed lightly to confirm its resistance. Once he understood its stability, he transitioned into full force. His movement was fast, a controlled strike backed by strength developed through years of fighting demonic creatures. The impact sent vibrations through the floor. The crystal reacted immediately, shattering from the concentrated power instead of merely shifting. Red fragments scattered across the training area, drawing shocked attention from every direction. Minjin charged at the red crystal with full force, delivering a decisive strike that shattered the mineral into countless fragments. The explosion of debris echoed across the training hall, leaving officers stunned. What was meant to be an immovable object had been broken apart as if it were nothing. Shock spread among the evaluators, and even Minjin treated the result casually, showing that the test had offered no real difficulty. News of the event reached the recruits in training. Meanwhile, Minjin officially began the Hunter Corps training program. The physical routines were extreme from the start. Soldiers struggled to keep pace while weighted equipment pulled at their legs and forced their bodies to the limit. The early sessions required non-stop running, climbing, and strength exercises meant to prepare them for real combat immediately after training ended. Despite the intensity, Minjin moved effortlessly. He climbed the steep stone steps with steady breathing while others collapsed from exhaustion. The instructors monitored progress closely, expecting incremental improvement, but Minjin's performance broke all expectations. His body felt lighter than everyone else's, even under heavy restraints, and he advanced through the course with ease. While the recruits struggled to survive each session, Minjin treated the training as comfortable compared to the harsh battles he had already endured in another world. Life inside the Hunter Corps training camp continued to surprise Minjin. The meals were plentiful and far more luxurious than anything he had seen in regular military service. The daily schedule was strict, filled with classes, drills, and physical conditioning, but it still allowed generous free time, something unheard of in ordinary units. To Minjin, the structure felt efficient and comfortable, especially compared to the harsh environments he had survived in another world. Physical training intensified each day. Recruits struggled to meet standards, but Minjin completed tasks easily, often finishing long before anyone else. The instructors monitored him closely, impressed by his speed and stamina. The steep steps that exhausted others became a simple warm-up for him, and even weighted exercises barely slowed him down. His consistent performance earned him an early outing past the first time such a reward had ever been given to a trainee. Despite this, instructors reminded themselves that raw strength wasn't everything. The true test of a hunter was adapting to monsters, and they resolved to watch Minjin carefully in future evaluations. During rest periods, other recruits gathered around him, shocked by his abilities while they chatted. Energetically, Minjin remained modest. The treatment puzzled him. After years of isolation in Isgard, open camaraderie felt unfamiliar. Minjin adjusted quickly to the Hunter Corps' strict routine. Compared to his years surviving in Isgard, the environment was comfortable. Even the meals were exceptional, and the daily schedule offered structured training followed by free time. While other recruits rushed excitedly to the recreation room, Minjin focused on rest, knowing even a short amount of sleep was valuable. Early the next morning, the unit resumed outdoor training. The drills were intense, but Minjin maintained steady breathing while others struggled to keep pace. His performance drew constant attention, especially when he effortlessly completed tasks that usually exhausted regular recruits. By the time the group reached the briefing area, he had already finished his assignments from the previous day. The instructors soon announced the next phase: dungeon adjustment training. The exercise simulated real dungeon conditions with unpredictable terrain and hostile environments. Recruits reacted with dread, but the officers emphasized its importance, explaining that success required composure and adaptability. The trainee with the highest score would receive a rare 3-day vacation pass. As the details unfolded, enthusiasm spread through the group, surprising Minjin. Their eagerness contrasted sharply with the grim attitude of soldiers he once commanded in another world. For Minjin, the challenge seemed straightforward, but he realized the others viewed it as a decisive moment in their training. The day of dungeon adjustment training finally arrived. While most recruits reacted with fear and confusion, Minjin stood among them calmly. Only one trainee appeared genuinely excited, but the rest stared at the massive structure ahead of them. The entrance was far larger than expected, its swirling blue energy revealing the scale of the simulated dungeon environment they would soon enter. The officers assembled the group, guiding them to the staging area. Recruits whispered anxiously about the dangers inside, unsure what challenges awaited them. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the formation as a vehicle overturned, causing panic among the trainees. The unexpected commotion only heightened the tension, making the dungeon appear even more intimidating. As the dust settled, Minjin turned his attention upward. Strange purple projectiles were embedded in the surrounding structures, crackling with energy. Their presence indicated that the simulation would involve more than simple terrain navigation. It was clear that the upcoming training would test reflexes, endurance, and the ability to cope with combat-like conditions. Inside the training facility, loud growls echoed from behind the reinforced bars. Several hounds, larger and more vicious than normal beasts, slammed against the metal, revealing their sharp fangs and hostile eyes. The recruits immediately stepped back in panic, startled by the sudden appearance of real monsters. Even though they had seen them in manuals, facing them directly made the danger feel far more real. Minjin Kim observed quietly while the others stumbled around him. The hounds reminded him of creatures he had fought in another world, though these were far weaker in comparison. The instructors used the moment to explain that this was the type of enemy every recruit would soon encounter, and that each team would enter a transforming dungeon to defeat one within an hour. After gearing up, the recruits received their protective armor. While many admired the advanced equipment, Minjin sensed an unpleasant aura within the material, making him uncomfortable. Still, he prepared without complaint as the teams gathered to form strategies. His teammates struggled to form a plan, so Minjin proposed a simple method based on the hound's predictable movements. Once the signal was given, the monsters broke free, charging across the forest path as panic spread among the recruits. Minjin stepped forward, ready to face them calmly. As the portal glowed with a cold blue light, the escaped monsters rushed back into the dungeon instead of attacking the recruits. Minjin explained that creatures returning to their territory was normal behavior, calming the others who were confused by what they saw. While most of the recruits praised his insight, Minjin remained quiet, remembering how he once behaved like the monsters during his years in the other world. The instructors soon selected the first group to enter, and Minjin's team was pushed forward. Despite their panic, they had no choice but to march inside. The interior of the dungeon resembled an icy cavern, with jagged crystals scattered like traps along the floor. Minjin stayed alert while the instructors monitored their movements from the outside, aware that the dungeon's environment could shift unpredictably. Inside, Minjin's presence drew the instructors' attention. He had performed exceptionally for weeks, and they were eager to see if he would handle real combat just as easily. As the team advanced deeper, glowing eyes appeared between the frozen pillars. The hounds watched them restlessly, preparing to attack. Minjin sensed their timing immediately. He could end the fight in an instant, but held back so the others could experience real combat. When the monsters finally charged, he calmly prepared to intervene the moment his teammates reached their limit. The moment the hounds charged, the recruits panicked and scattered through the icy terrain. Minjin stepped forward calmly, letting the monsters focus on him while the others tried to regroup. His movements were controlled and precise, guiding the hounds away from the most vulnerable teammates. When the beasts lunged, he intercepted them with minimal effort, striking their weak points without causing unnecessary harm. Despite the chaos, Minjin observed how easily the recruits were overwhelmed. Several were killed instantly by simulated attacks, proving how unprepared they would be in a real battle. Minjin used the opportunity to instruct them, urging them to counterattack and apply pressure when outnumbering the monsters. With his guidance, the remaining recruits slowly regained their composure and began coordinating their movements. From outside, the instructors watched in disbelief. Normally, inexperienced recruits would have broken down, but Minjin's steady leadership kept them functioning. His calm decisions and fast analysis made the team more effective than expected. As the group continued deeper into the cavern, the ground began trembling violently. Everyone assumed it was an earthquake, but Minjin recognized the pattern immediately. The dungeon was undergoing a transformation, reshaping itself while they were still inside. Before he could explain further, the environment shifted sharply, catching the recruits off guard and pushing them into a new, unfamiliar danger. As the tremors intensified, a deep vibration rolled through the cavern, causing ice fragments to fall from the ceiling. The recruits instinctively turned toward the entrance, expecting the instructors to intervene. Instead, they saw the glowing portal, the only exit, begin to distort. Its bright blue surface rippled violently, shrinking inward as if being pulled from all sides. As the exit continued collapsing, the recruits panicked, unable to process what was happening. Lightning, like energy, swirled around the shrinking portal, signaling that the dungeon was entering a dangerous phase. Instructors outside quickly realized the severity of the situation and attempted to evacuate nearby personnel, but the transformation had already begun. The dungeon's instability intensified, cutting off the path back to the outside world. Inside, Minjin observed the phenomenon calmly while the others trembled. The instructors soon managed to establish contact, informing the team that an unexpected dungeon calculation had occurred. Although they tried to reassure the recruits, their tense expressions revealed the truth. This situation was nearly unprecedented. Minjin understood the implications faster than anyone. The transformation wasn't normal. The dungeon was shifting into an enclosed form, a rare state in which the exit disappears completely once sealed. There would be only one method of escape, clearing every monster inside. The recruits, who lacked real combat experience, were in far more danger than they realized. While the instructors analyzed the situation, Minjin quietly assessed the dungeon's energy. Something felt different, stronger than earlier. Despite this, he showed no fear. For him, it was simply a complicated scenario, one he could handle. With him present, the chance of survival rose drastically, even if the recruits didn't yet know it. As the dungeon shifted deeper into its enclosed state, Minjin moved ahead of the group, drawn toward the unnatural surge of purple energy. The air thickened with demonic pressure, strong enough to knock the instructors unconscious the moment they entered the corrupted area. Even at a distance, the recruits struggled to breathe, realizing how lethal the miasma was for ordinary humans. Minjin, however, advanced without hesitation. The demonic aura that overwhelmed others instead flowed into him, revitalizing his strength. To him, the energy was familiar, something he had endured countless times in the other world. While most beings required special protection to even stand near such corrupted power, Minjin absorbed it naturally. He soon located the source, a concentrated vortex of dark energy pulsing inside a crystal. Filled chamber, no monsters were present, but the corruption was dense enough to indicate the presence of something stronger. His intuition proved correct as a massive dark hound emerged from the shadows, its body fully infused with demonic power. Rather than retreat, Minjin welcomed the confrontation. With swift movements, he struck the creature, draining its corrupted energy and turning it into fuel for himself. The dark hound resisted violently, but Minjin dismantled its attacks with ease, unaffected by the miasma that crippled others. For him, none of the usual weaknesses applied because he was a dark mage. Minjin Kim examined the dark energy spreading across his hand, confirming that the strange interference around the training ground was caused by a creature hiding nearby. While the other recruits panicked, he calmly traced the distortion to its source. The ground trembled, revealing the faint outline of a beast buried beneath corrupted crystal. Minjin recognized its presence immediately and moved toward it before anyone else could react. The creature erupted from the ground, its body marked by purple corruption. The shockwave knocked several soldiers unconscious, including the instructor. Minjin quickly assessed their condition and ensured they were stable before continuing his search. The scattered trees and claw marks confirmed that the monster had rampaged through the area moments earlier. When the instructor regained consciousness, the soldiers regrouped and found the defeated creature lying motionless. None of them understood what had happened, but Minjin kept the truth to himself, knowing his involvement needed to remain hidden. As they carried the injured away, a sudden surge of blue energy illuminated the forest. A gate began to open, releasing a burst of unstable mana. Minjin stepped forward, sensing the danger. The instructor questioned him, but Minjin gave only a brief answer before turning toward the gate, fully aware that something far more dangerous was about to emerge. After the gate stabilized, the instructor ordered the recruits to evacuate, assigning Minjin Kim to report everything once they reached safety. As the others withdrew, Minjin stayed behind briefly. Observing the aftermath, the instructors blamed themselves for losing consciousness earlier, believing they had failed their duty. Minjin remained calm, knowing their collapse was caused by the creature's influence, not negligence. Once the area cleared, the instructor thanked Minjin for protecting the recruits. Minjin accepted the acknowledgement quietly and prepared to move out. However, as he stepped away, a sudden blue light flickered around him. A system window appeared, identifying him and scanning his status. The unexpected system activation caused him to freeze as lines of text rapidly updated his information. The system listed his past achievements and prior power, but the results were shocking. Most of his former skills were gone. Only a single ability remained, an extremely low-rank corruption skill that offered almost no practical use. Minjin analyzed the notification, realizing the system had heavily restricted his former magical capabilities. Despite the setback, he reminded himself that he had once achieved overwhelming power even from nothing. With that conviction, he turned back toward the forest, determined to rebuild his strength and face whatever threats the newly opened gate would unleash. After completing his first major training incident, Minjin Kim returned to base with a single objective: to find a way to recover his lost magic. The sudden system reset had stripped almost all of his former abilities, leaving him with only a weak corruption skill. Despite the setback, he remained determined, believing he could rebuild from the beginning just as he once did in another world. As days passed, the recruits resumed their normal schedule. Their unit gained temporary freedom while waiting for dispatch orders, and many of them discussed the strange event Minjin had handled alone. Rumors spread quickly throughout the barracks, with several soldiers convinced that Minjin could rise rapidly through the ranks based on his performance. Eventually, Minjin was summoned by a lieutenant. After reporting formally, he was escorted into an office where the officer evaluated his record. The lieutenant acknowledged Minjin's exceptional results during training, noting that he had earned the highest overall score. Because of this, the lieutenant presented him with an unexpected offer. While the exact details were withheld until Minjin accepted, the proposal hinted at a special assignment, one reserved only for recruits who demonstrated unusual capability. Minjin listened carefully, realizing this opportunity might be the first step toward regaining his lost power and understanding the system that had bound him. As Minjin's exceptional performance spread through the base, he was increasingly compared to a rare talent among ordinary soldiers. Even the training commander acknowledged that Minjin's abilities far surpassed those of typical recruits, recognizing him as someone who stood out in every category. Observing his progress, the commander considered it wasteful to assign him to regular duties. Inside his office, the commander reviewed Minjin's records and evaluated ways to utilize his potential. He explained that recruits normally required another year before being eligible for promotion, but Minjin's results made him a candidate for an exception. Instead of the standard path, the commander offered him an alternative, an opportunity to join the Hunter Corps stationed in Shirwan, a unit known for extreme danger and harsh survival rates. It was a battalion other soldiers avoided due to its difficulty and constant frontline assignments. Minjin assessed the offer carefully. The unit's reputation, the high casualty rate, and the warnings from fellow soldiers were all clear. However, he also understood that this posting would give him access to more battles, more anomalies, and more chances to regain the power he had lost. After deciding, he accepted without hesitation. Shortly after, he boarded the transport vehicle heading toward his new assignment, ready to face whatever awaited him in Chorwan. Minjin was preparing to depart for Chorwan when several soldiers questioned his decision. They were surprised that he volunteered for a place most avoided. Minjin remained calm, knowing their reaction came from the region's dangerous reputation. Soon after, the transport vehicle departed without him, leaving him temporarily alone on the parade ground. As he waited, a military truck suddenly arrived, kicking up dust. A stern officer stepped out and confirmed Minjin's identity before escorting him to the vehicle. The officer claimed he had been delayed due to snow, which immediately caught Minjin's attention. Snowfall at this time of year was unusual, but he accepted the explanation and boarded. During the drive, Minjin considered what awaited him. He mentally prepared for the possibility of hazing. Recalling unpleasant memories from his childhood training hall, he had no intention of tolerating such treatment now, especially with his patience already worn thin from recent events. Despite this, he remained composed, focusing on adapting to life as a regular soldier. As the truck continued through mountainous terrain, patches of snow began appearing along the roadside. Minjin realized the officer's claim had been accurate. Finally, they arrived at the Hunter Corps base in Chorwan, specifically the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, marking the beginning of Minjin's new assignment in one of the harshest units in the country. After arriving at the Hunter Corps base, Minjin was escorted through the hallway toward the living quarters. The door opened to reveal a room full of off-duty soldiers who immediately reacted to the sight of a newcomer. The squad leader instructed the platoon members to take care of Minjin and show him the basics. Their expressions turned excited when they learned he was a new recruit, and they quickly surrounded him with questions. As they unpacked his gear, two energetic soldiers observed him with exaggerated enthusiasm, treating him as if he were some rare discovery. Minjin noticed their overly eager expressions, but remained composed when they asked him to demonstrate a talent. He decided to comply briefly to get them to stop pressing him. He performed a one-finger push up, expecting it to be enough to satisfy them. Instead, the soldiers demanded something more impressive, insisting they could do the same. Minjin then executed a full vertical handstand push-up against the wall, catching everyone off guard. Their loud reactions drew more attention from outside. A senior non-commissioned officer, Sergeant Lee Sungo, suddenly entered the room. His presence immediately silenced the others. Upon seeing the unexpected display, he recognized Minjin and reacted with surprise, signaling that this arrival would not be as simple as Minjin expected. After the squad dispersed, Sergeant Lee Sungo confronted the group for disturbing his rest, quickly establishing authority and forcing the rowdy soldiers to leave. With the room quiet again, he lay down to relax before noticing Minjin observing him. The sergeant then shifted into a more formal tone, beginning Minjin's orientation by reviewing dungeon information through a video on his phone. During the briefing, Lee called for Private First Class Lee Dongjin, assigning him as Minjin's direct senior and responsible for teaching him daily routines. The young private introduced himself politely, though Minjin seemed unsure about his senior's timid appearance. Dongjin suggested they continue their discussion over food at the PS and revealed he had obtained special permission for the visit. During the short outing, Dongjin explained the strict base rules, including limited access to facilities and the rank restrictions that applied to lower-level soldiers. Minjin listened carefully, noting the heavy limitations that affected everyday life. As they ate, Dongjin expressed frustration over failing the promotion exam multiple times despite long preparation. Minjin encouraged him, believing improvement was possible with the right approach. Their conversation came to an end when other soldiers entered the PX, surprised to see the new recruit accompanied by a private first class. After Minjin and Dongjin sat down to eat, several higher-ranked soldiers approached the table. They questioned Dongjin's presence with a new recruit and teased him for acting overly friendly. Their attention soon shifted to Minjin, but he stayed calm and focused on his meal, observing their behavior more than their words. One soldier began eating rapidly and loudly, attempting to show dominance, but Minjin remained unfazed. The soldier seemed irritated by Minjin's lack of reaction. Moments later, he experienced a strange sensation and suddenly stiffened, causing the surrounding soldiers to react with confusion. He insisted it was nothing, and left the table abruptly, his expression disturbed. Minjin suspected the reaction might be connected to the corruption energy he carried. Dongjin redirected the conversation and began explaining the upcoming training. He described the ammunition they used significantly more powerful than the standard rounds at basic training, Through a comparison of recoil and force, he explained that the Hunter Core bullets were designed for extreme combat situations. Minjin listened carefully, mentally noting the difference while knowing he could handle far more intense power if necessary. The next day, the unit marched to the firing range. Soldiers practiced with the enhanced ammunition. Even skilled marksmen struggled. The session made it clear how intense training in this battalion would be. During the shooting exercise, the soldiers watched as one private successfully landed 19 direct hits with only a single miss. The result immediately drew attention, especially from those who recognized how difficult it was to control the powerful Hunter Core rifles. Many assumed it was luck, but others compared it to their own scores and realized the performance was far above average. Minjin observed quietly while the instructors took note of the result. The supervising officers, Lieutenant Shin Minjin and Sergeant First Class Min Tae-sang, discussed the difficulty of maintaining accuracy with the heavy recoil. They explained to the recruits that the training was designed to simulate real combat conditions, where both precision and stability were essential. The soldiers were then informed about the next stage of training. Using a diagram, the instructor explained an upcoming course involving two paths, each containing monsters that reacted differently to sound and movement. The goal was to navigate the course while avoiding detection, demonstrating control and awareness under pressure. Direct engagement was forbidden, and the recruits would be disqualified if they attempted to attack the monsters. During the meal, the soldiers continued discussing the earlier shooting results. Dongjin compared Minjin's score with the average and explained that Sergeant Lee Sungo was usually regarded as the most skilled shooter in their squad. Minjin listened while eating, noting the numbers without reacting much. When Dongjin mentioned the upcoming special firearms training, Minjin asked about team assignments. Dongjin revealed that the executives would decide through a ladder lottery, a process known for producing unpredictable pairings. Soon after, the unit gathered outside for the next training session. The commander ordered everyone to put on bulletproof vests and prepare. As the teams were announced, soldiers reacted to their assigned partners. One sergeant openly expressed confidence, believing that a large skill gap existed between himself and any private he might be paired with. Minjin discovered his partner was Sergeant Kim Gwangsik, the same soldier who had been hostile to him earlier. Gwangsik immediately pressured him, insisting they finish within the squad's 3-minute standard. He mocked Minjin's silence and questioned the legitimacy of his previous shooting score. Minjin responded calmly, stating he would do his best. Before starting, Gwangsik instructed Minjin to observe the team ahead to understand the exercise. The shooters in the first lane stepped forward, reporting their readiness as the training officially began. The special firearms training began with each 2-person team descending into the underground facility through separate elevators. The exercise was originally designed as tactical monster slaying practice, while protecting civilian target plates in a confined space. Over time, however, it had become a competition among the troops, with the goal shifting toward clearing the course quickly and pressing the finish button before the opposing lane. The soldiers gathered at the monitors where icons showed which monsters would appear. Larger icons indicated more dangerous creatures. Each lane held 2 monsters, and the soldiers would not know the exact combination until they encountered them. In the first run, the soldier in lane 1 advanced rapidly, but faced a rake toad that moved aggressively. Despite the monsters slowing him down, he managed to press forward. His opponent reached a larger beast next and dispatched it before moving on. The final obstacle revealed 2 rake toads in a row, forcing the second soldier to fight through multiple interruptions. When the finish times appeared, the second lane cleared the course slightly slower. His timing was acceptable, but he had accidentally shot one of the civilian targets, earning immediate disqualification. Those watching discussed his performance and pointed out the mistake as he exited the course. Before entering the next round of training, the soldiers discussed the earlier results. Nearby teams had made a bet, which prompted Gwangsik to suggest making one as well. He proposed that the loser grant the winner a wish. When Minjin agreed, Gwangsik revealed his request 3 months of Minjin's salary. Minjin accepted without hesitation. Surprising the others who were watching, the next group was then called forward. Minjin and Gwangsik stepped into position for descent. The supervising officer asked if they had anything to report before beginning the trial. They both declined and were ordered into the elevator. As they descended, Minjin reflected briefly on the situation. Although he usually tried not to draw attention, he couldn't ignore a direct provocation. When the elevator reached the bottom, purple mist filled the air, signaling the start of the challenge. The soldiers above monitored the display, noting that the match between Minjin and the sergeant had begun. Many doubted Minjin's chances. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the facility. The troops watching assumed it might be an earthquake, but Minjin sensed the disturbance coming from somewhere nearby. A moment later, the ground shook again, and a massive creature appeared in front of him, far larger and more dangerous than the monsters shown earlier. A massive cyclops. like demon emerges inside the training ground, its single eye glowing as it locks onto Minjin. Minjin steps back, analyzing the creature's size and strange aura, realizing this isn't a simple hallucination or training target. He quickly heads outside, preparing his stance as the monster begins advancing violently across the snow. Minjin dashes forward, trying to draw the monster away from the facility before it harms anyone. He studies the surroundings, noting the automated shooting targets and planning how to maneuver around them. The beast erupts through the wall, forcing Minjin to reposition while dark energy spills from his hand. Minjin releases a burst of magic, clashing directly with the creature's overwhelming force. The monster retaliates, firing destructive energy while its body regenerates at a rapid pace. Minjin stabilizes his power, preparing a concentrated strike to halt its recovery. The creature absorbs more energy, swelling in strength as Minjin circles cautiously. He fires a precise blast that momentarily stops the monster's advance. Regaining balance, Minjin readies his firearm to finish the weakened creature. The demon gathers energy in its arm and swings, causing a powerful shockwave. Minjin stands firm, unshaken, watching the creature's unstable movements. He charges forward through spiraling energy trails, committing to end the threat before it fully evolves. Minjin Ki blocks the monster's strike, feeling the creature's strength rising as its body surges with green energy. He adjusts his grip on the rifle, realizing close combat is slowing him down and choosing to switch to rapid-ranged attacks. Minjin fires repeatedly, forcing the creature back as blue impact bursts explode across its chest. The monster charges again, and Minjin narrowly escapes, using the momentum to reposition. He notes the creature's regeneration weakening, identifying the opportunity to finish the fight. The monster leaps, but Minjin observes its accuracy, realizing it can detect him through sound or energy rather than vision. Minjin dodges another sweeping strike, noticing the creature reacting unnaturally fast to his movements. He concludes the monster must be sensing his demonic energy and begins suppressing it. The supervising officer panics, believing Minjin is in danger and blaming himself for the situation escalating. Minjin sprints across the corridor, racing to reach the control station before the monster regains full strength. He monitors his time, confident he will complete the task faster than expected. The officer runs behind him, convinced Minjin has already failed and thinking about the consequences. The officer approaches the checkpoint, assuming he has arrived first to secure it. Minjin suddenly appears ahead of him, calm and already finished with the activation. The officer stares in disbelief, realizing Minjin reached the station far earlier than anyone predicted. Minjin Kim approached the emergency button, preparing to start the special training scenario. As he pressed it, the chamber activated, releasing a cyclops that immediately charged. The supervising soldier froze in shock as Minjin calmly confronted the monster and defeated it with a single decisive strike. The alarm echoed through the base, drawing soldiers outside to see the aftermath. They gathered around Minjin, amazed that he had defeated a cyclops alone during training. Minjin reported that he was uninjured, surprising the instructors who asked how he finished the task so easily. A team of soldiers argued about a bet, claiming the situation was unfair because Minjin only faced one monster. They insisted that the standard course required defeating two monsters, causing frustration among them. Tension rose as they accused the training setup of being unequal, pointing at Minjin as the cause. One soldier demanded support from Li Dongjin, who hesitated and struggled to respond. The angry soldier pressured him, accusing him of avoiding responsibility. Minjin watched quietly, realizing the argument was becoming personal and unreasonable. Instructors stepped in, explaining that Minjin actually faced a more dangerous variant of the monster. They stated he had taken on the greater risk, reminding everyone how cyclopses became far stronger when enraged. The soldiers went silent as they understood Minjin's task had been far more difficult than theirs. The soldiers reacted in surprise when Sergeant Lee Sungo suddenly stepped forward, his presence immediately silencing the argument. He questioned Corporal Kim Guangshik, pressing him about showing disrespect to superiors in front of the trainees. Trying to laugh it off, Guangshik insisted it was only a joke, but Sungo reminded him that proper discipline must be maintained during evaluations. Sungo then leaned closer, calmly stating that higher-ranked soldiers earned obedience, something Guangshik had once struggled to give when he was lower in rank. Minjin observed the exchange, realizing the sergeant's words were aimed at restoring order, rather than humiliating anyone. Guangshik's expression twisted with suppressed frustration, clearly angered by the reminder of his past behavior, yet unable to protest under his superior's authority. Minjin Ki faces Kim Guanasil, noticing the man's irritated expression as tension rises in the training hall. Guanasil steps closer, testing Minjin's reaction while the other soldiers quietly observe the confrontation. Minjin remains calm, and the squad quickly disperses under Guanasil's order, leaving him walking ahead of the group later. Minjin joins his patrol shift during sunset, moving alongside his fellow soldier Jinho through the residential zone. As they walk, the two discuss recent promotions and the workload increasing around the base. Minjin listens quietly, noting how the others seem unaware of the unusual mana fluctuations he senses nearby. Jinho talks about evaluations while Minjin examines the sky, feeling a surge of unfamiliar energy. His thoughts drift to the other world he once survived, remembering monsters far worse than anything here. Before he can respond, a loud distortion echoes and Jinho is caught off guard by the sudden vibration. A swarm of magical bats erupts over the rooftops, heading straight toward the patrol route. Minjin senses the mana signature and realizes these creatures match ones he fought in the past. He prepares himself mentally, knowing this outbreak is only the beginning of something larger. Nearby guards panic, debating how to handle the sudden aerial threat. They worry about the creatures attacking civilians or breaching the facility perimeter. As an explosion flares in the distance, Minjin steps forward, recognizing he must intervene before the chaos spreads. Minjin Kai steps forward, deciding to divert the incoming monster swarm, so the other soldiers can retreat safely. He moves calmly across the field, drawing all the bats' attention with the dark energy forming around his hand. As the creatures descend, Minjin channels more power, preparing to intercept them before they reach the defensive line. Dark mana surges through Minjin's arms, surprising nearby soldiers who have never seen such power before. The bats screech as they sense the overwhelming energy, swarming directly toward him instead of the unit. Minjin smirks slightly, confirming that their reaction matches his expectation and fully commits to the confrontation. Meanwhile, the other soldiers scramble to move equipment, only to freeze as they glimpse Minjin's magic from afar. Their squad leader urges them to keep working, unaware of how drastically the situation has shifted. The soldiers finally react when a bat corpse crashes nearby, revealing Minjin's rapid assault on the swarm. Minjin tears through another creature, keeping the monsters away from his overwhelmed comrades. He quickly evaluates the battlefield, wondering why no countermeasures have been deployed yet. Realizing he can't wait any longer, he accelerates his strikes to thin the swarm faster. A superior shouts at him to fall back, misunderstanding the nature of Minjin's abilities. Minjin ignores the order, focusing entirely on completing the fight before the swarm spreads. Another soldier steps forward, intrigued rather than afraid, sparking with his own power as he prepares to join the battle. A surge of blue lightning forms around Lee Sungo as he struggles to stabilize his power, realizing the swarm is rapidly closing in. He steps forward with urgency, insisting Minjin Ki fall back while he prepares to handle the approaching monsters. Ignoring the caution, Sungo unleashes a massive burst of electricity and charges across the field with overwhelming speed. His lightning arcs scatter across the ground, instantly vaporizing several bats as he pushes deeper into the swarm. From behind, Minjin observes Sungo's movements with interest, noting the efficiency of his attacks. As Sungo battles ahead, a larger bat swoops dangerously close to nearby soldiers, forcing them to react too late. The enormous bat descends with fiery breath, causing soldiers to panic and scramble under the sudden threat. Their gunfire misfires under the pressure, giving the creature a clear path toward the ground unit. Before it reaches them, Minjin intercepts the beast, channeling blue energy into a direct counterattack. The massive burst of power collides with the creature, sending it crashing backward in a violent explosion. Other soldiers watch in disbelief as the battlefield brightens with electric shockwaves. Minjin swiftly reloads his weapon, preparing for any remaining threats as the swarm begins to scatter. The defensive shield activates across the base, enclosing the area with a protective barrier. Officers gather to assess the situation, calling out Lee Sungo to regroup for status reporting. A final count of surviving bats is given. 30 remain outside the perimeter as the soldiers brace for the next wave. Captain Son Jongshim listens to the field report, learning that the bats were eliminated with unusually high precision. The officers discuss Sungo's involvement, unsure whether his combat specialization explains the results. As the briefing continues, Sungo admits he was not responsible for the defeat of all the creatures. His words confuse the captain, who expects clarity from his most capable subordinate. Sungo explains that every bat those burned, torn apart, or struck by electricity was defeated by one individual. His remark shocks the group, and the captain prepares to report this unexpected outcome to the battalion commander. A nearby soldier reacts with disbelief, questioning whether the torn bats were truly killed by the same person. Doubt spreads among the officers as they consider who could have produced such varied results. Before anyone can respond, Minjin Ki arrives to return the electric baton he borrowed earlier, drawing everyone's attention. His calm appearance contrasts with the chaotic battlefield they had witnessed. Minjin casually examines the baton, noticing leftover sparks dancing across its surface. He asks if the item is expensive, unaware that his simple question shocks the officers who now realize he may be the one responsible for all 30 kills. The next day, Minjin Ki is called into the office, where his superior questions his unusual actions from the previous incident. Minjin responds calmly, denying any special background, and the officer warns him not to act recklessly again. Realizing Minjin's behavior wasn't normal, the officer emphasizes the importance of caution, while Minjin quietly reflects on how he should limit his abilities. The unit is briefed about the Hunter Corps, an elite force formed to fight monsters using specialized training and advanced tactics. The soldiers listen as the instructor explains how these teams handle threats regular units cannot manage. Minjin learns that every member of the Hunter Corps is an awakened individual, which explains their exceptional combat performance. During a quiet moment, Minjin reviews files and notices that several members of his base were also awakened without telling others. He considers how this hidden information connects to recent monster attacks and growing tensions. A sudden realization pushes him to reassess his surroundings, suspecting that more awakened individuals may be present. A government vehicle arrives rapidly at the base, signaling an emergency report about rising monster activity. Soldiers react immediately as high-ranking personnel step out to address the situation. Minjin quietly observes, sensing something unusual approaching. The commander enters and gathers the troops for inspection, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. Minjin stands in formation, watching the others' reactions as the commander evaluates each soldier. A sharp gaze from the commander lands on Minjin, hinting that he has noticed something hidden about him. The commander tests Minjin Ki's strength with a sudden handshake, immediately sensing unusual power in his grip. Minjin holds back as much as he can, but the commander still notices the firm resistance and inspects him closely. Satisfied for the moment, the commander calls another soldier to compare, confirming Minjin's ability is far above normal. The unit lines up as the commander addresses everyone, praising their past efforts and shifting the focus onto today's evaluation. He explains the seriousness of the recent incidents and urges the soldiers to prepare for more demanding missions. Minjin watches quietly, hearing his name called as the commander acknowledges his performance during the last operation. The commander approaches Minjin and rewards him with a small token. Recognizing the calm judgment he displayed earlier, Minjin accepts it respectfully, while his squadmates whisper among themselves after hearing the commendation. Leaving the hall, Minjin considers how this attention might expose his hidden abilities if he isn't careful. Once granted free time, Minjin and another soldier head outside the base, discussing their long-awaited break. Minjin walks into town, planning to relax and revisit familiar places from before his return. He decides to visit a PC room, eager to enjoy a simple game after enduring strict military routines. On the way, Minjin notices a group of locals who suddenly confront him about a strange smell around the mountain. They complain about headaches and discomfort from the area, describing symptoms matching monster corruption. Realizing something is wrong, Minjin prepares to investigate quietly before the problem spreads. Minjin asks the locals to point out the location of the strange smell, and they gesture nervously toward the mountain road. Following their directions, Minjin rides with them until they reach an area where the scent becomes noticeably stronger. They drop him off near the highway exit, warning him to be careful as he steps out to investigate on his own. Minjin walks closer and notices an abnormal mist drifting down from the forest, confirming something unnatural is happening. The deeper he goes, the thicker the haze becomes, revealing a swirling cloud of corrupted energy around the trees. Recognizing the pattern, Minjin senses demonic energy and realizes this is the same type he encountered in the other world. Nearby security forces stand guard at a blocked tunnel entrance, unaware of the growing contamination around them. As the soldiers falter from the toxic aura, they hurry away, leaving the area unmonitored for a short moment. Taking advantage of the opening, Minjin approaches the sealed section and prepares to handle the source himself. Inside, he discovers a pit where demonic residue spills out, forming a concentrated vortex of dark mist. Minjin steps forward, channeling his own power to suppress the spreading corruption before it escapes farther. The energy reacts violently, but he forces it under control, determined to prevent a larger outbreak. The vortex expands, suddenly dragging in debris and shaking the tunnel's foundation. Minjin stabilizes his stance, forming a barrier to contain the surge before it can burst outward. With a confident expression, he releases a focused strike, ready to neutralize the demonic core completely. Minjin is pulled deeper into the swirling demonic vortex, but he stabilizes himself using controlled dark energy, preventing the force from overwhelming him. As the vortex reacts, bright system-like notifications suddenly appear around him, analyzing the corrupted area and displaying information about the demonic concentration and its instability. Minjin reads the final alert, realizing the source is more dangerous than expected, and a confident grin forms as he prepares to absorb and neutralize the remaining corruption. Minjin Ki receives a sudden system alert as glowing panels appear before him, announcing an unexpected trial inside the Dark Realm. He examines the information carefully, realizing the mission requires him to eliminate a creature emerging from the corrupted shadows. A faint tremor reaches him, and he opens his eyes sharply as the monster begins to form ahead of him. The shadow creature materializes, radiating hostile energy, and Minjin instinctively channels dark power through his body. The monster lunges, but Minjin counters with controlled magic, stopping its advance with practiced precision. As the creature bursts apart, he steadies himself, puzzled by how such a weak entity was included in the dimensional trial. Minjin studies the small shadow remnant left behind, noting its unusual presence among standard trial beasts. He determines it is harmless and watches as it hovers quietly, unsure why the trial included a creature so fragile. The Dark Realm fades, and Minjin returns to base, the incident lingering in his thoughts. Back at the military building, Minjin blends into the routine atmosphere as soldiers socialize around him. He hands over a small purchased item to a fellow soldier, maintaining the normal behavior expected of him. Other soldiers interact loudly nearby, creating the usual barracks chaos around Minjin. Minjin observes a group discussing personnel matters, noticing his name come up unexpectedly. They debate his reassignment and speculate why he was chosen for recent tasks. Minjin listens quietly from the side, preparing himself for whatever new orders await him. Minjin Ki recalls being summoned by an officer who presented him with an unexpected special offer, one that immediately caught his attention. The officer emphasized the urgency of the situation, his tone shifting sharply as he explained the pressure placed on the entire unit. Minjin later sits calmly among the other soldiers, the offer still lingering in his mind while the rest observe him with curiosity. The group begins discussing Minjin's circumstances, surprised he was singled out for something none of them fully understand. They speculate about testing schedules and special evaluations, unsure why Minjin received different treatment from the others. Their chatter grows louder as they joke about favoritism, unaware of the true weight behind Minjin's reassignment. A new announcement spreads across the barracks, detailing that Minjin will undergo specialty weapons training alongside standard exams. Minjin listens quietly, realizing these tasks were carefully arranged to examine his hidden capabilities. He follows the others toward the training grounds, preparing himself for the evaluations ahead. At training site, instructors outline the structure of the upcoming tests, stressing both written and practical components. Minjin analyzes the exam's difficulty, noting that the first section appears manageable, while the later parts hold deeper challenges. He walks steadily, confident he can pass but curious about what information the evaluators hope to uncover from him. The soldiers assemble as an instructor reveals racks of specialized weapons, signaling a more intense phase of training. The officer demonstrates the techniques required, showing the precision expected from the participants. Minjin steps forward with controlled focus, ready to display his skill while keeping his true power concealed. Minjin Ki watches the other trainees practice basic weapon swings, noting how limited their movements are during combat drills. He reflects on his own strength, understanding why he was placed into the specialty weapons course that required greater precision. A memory flashes across his mind of battling monstrous foes, reminding him why rifles alone would never be enough to survive such threats. Returning to the field, Minjin executes sharp footwork and controlled strikes, easily surpassing the performance of the trainees around him. He evaluates different methods, deciding that fast, fluid swordsmanship might suit him better than standard military forms. With a smooth shift in technique, he adapts, instantly surprising the observing soldiers as he delivers precise and powerful attacks. The instructors monitor the group, calling for the next stage of the test, where each trainee must demonstrate their form individually. Minjin steps forward, his movements clean and confident as he prepares to showcase his elevated skill level. Others watch nervously, aware that Minjin's performance sets a standard none of them can match. After the drill, Minjin sits near the steps to rest, briefly escaping the noise of the training grounds. The supervising officer approaches, praising Minjin's flawless execution and handing him a small packet as acknowledgement. Minjin examines it silently, puzzled by the officer's gesture and the oddly personal nature of the gift. A fellow trainee calls out to Minjin, expressing admiration and requesting guidance for the upcoming exams. Minjin turns to him, unsure how to respond to the sudden request for mentorship. He finally agrees, offering help if needed, though still cautious about revealing too much of his true ability. Minjin Ki observes a trainee wielding his practice weapon, with surprising precision immediately recognizing the traces of hidden, self-taught training in the soldier's movements. Quietly analyzing him, Minjin notices how the trainee imitates elements of hunter core swordsmanship, but lacks the confidence needed to truly execute it. Minjin reflects on his own mastery, recalling countless battles against beasts in another world, where bravery and certainty were as vital as skill. He remembers the feeling of overwhelming danger, recalling moments where he crushed monstrous foes with decisive, controlled power. With a faint smile, Minjin acknowledges that it isn't the right moment to reveal everything, knowing the time will eventually come for a true display of strength. On Saturday, Minjin Kai's unit spent the morning relaxing, with some soldiers watching television while others prepared for sports activities. Outside, the group played basketball, focusing on teamwork before their advancement exam schedule was announced. Meanwhile, Minjin quietly practiced alone, concentrating on his task until an announcement ordered all units to gather. Minjin joined the assembling soldiers as they lined up in formation under the bright sky, awaiting instructions. The officer introduced himself and explained that he would guide them for the advancement exam procedures. He instructed each company to report their personnel numbers before moving to the next stage. The soldiers then boarded the bus in an orderly manner while officers prepared the travel arrangements. They were informed that the exam location was at the 105th Division, and the bus soon departed. Inside the bus, Minjin sat quietly as others chatted about the upcoming evaluations and challenges. The bus traveled through the countryside as the soldiers continued discussing their expectations for the exam. Some soldiers joked about demonstrating their skills, while Minjin listened without reacting much. The scenery shifted to forests and mountains. Signaling they were nearing their destination, they arrived at Gapyeong, where the exam facility waited with strict security and designated testing rooms. Inside the written exam room, soldiers took their seats as instructors prepared the documents. After announcing exceptions, the officer ordered most hunters to move to the practical exam area. Beginning the next phase, Joe stands frozen after failing the written exam, his expression tense as embarrassment spreads through the hallway. Other soldiers pass by, mocking his mistake while he apologizes. Unable to escape the attention, Minjin Ki walks calmly through the corridor, unaffected by the commotion as he proceeds toward the next area. A strict female officer steps out, carrying documents as she heads to address the gathered candidates. Outside, the main building stands surrounded by forest as soldiers assemble for the official announcement. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Cheolju introduces himself, formally welcoming everyone to the advancement examination. He explains that the goal is not only selecting those fit for promotion, but also organizing candidates into competitive divisions. The soldiers listen closely as he announces two special attendees, recognized for exceptional performance. Private First Class Kim Min-jong and Private Sun Yoon-seo stand out among the crowd, drawing attention. The colonel warns the group to avoid misunderstandings regarding the 10th Division's reputation and requirements. Whispers spread among soldiers about those who advance quickly, some recalling past high-rank prospects. A few troops identify Minjin as one of the exceptional candidates, drawing curious glances. Minjin feels the examiner's gaze settle on him as tension momentarily rises. The officers conclude the briefing, instructing everyone to prepare for the upcoming physical tests. Captain Jeong Sang-gol steps forward, announcing the start of the strength, agility, and stamina examination. Captain Jeong Sang-gol explains the first test, demonstrating how candidates must jump as far as possible along the marked track. A contestant attempts the jump but performs poorly, leaving the spectators confused and disappointed. Another soldier questions why so many participants struggle. Observing the repeated short distances, the officer prepares the score sheet while more candidates step forward to take their turn. One soldier leaps aggressively but loses control, crashing into another, causing disqualification. The examiner firmly announces the failed score, marking the participant as removed from the evaluation. More candidates follow, with one barely passing while others stumble or misjudge the required distance. Sun Yoon-seo completes her jump with precision, landing cleanly and earning a passing score. Spectators react with surprise, recognizing her as a skilled hunter from the 10th Division. Yoon-seo's appearance draws attention, and soldiers whisper about her reputation and impressive ability. Minjin Ki watches quietly, noting her confidence and the sharp focus in her movements. He realizes she is the other candidate granted special exception, the same as him. The examiner calls Minjin forward, requesting him to step to the front of the testing area. Minjin walks calmly toward the starting line as the crowd turns its attention to him. He prepares himself for his turn, facing the long track ahead with steady determination. Minjin prepares himself mentally, recalling that he only needs to complete the jump properly to pass the competition test. He concentrates on controlling his strength so the measuring board won't be destroyed by excess force. Launching forward, Minjin unleashes a powerful jump, propelling himself far across the distance with controlled impact. A strong competitor follows after Minjin, but his overwhelming force shatters the wooden platform upon landing. The impact leaves debris scattered across the floor, surprising even the examiners and observers nearby. Despite the destruction, the examiner evaluates the mark and announces that the competitor has achieved a perfect score. Yoon-seo watches quietly, taking note of Minjin's result, and the fairness of the scoring system. Minjin Ki arrives at the training hall where the recruits begin their assessment, and the instructors prepare the running course. As the test starts, Minjin runs steadily while other trainees push themselves to reach the finish line. Several recruits are disqualified immediately, leaving the others tense as they wait for the next announcement. The trainees line up again as the instructors reveal the next phase involving a defensive wall and incoming projectiles. Workers load the machine with rubber bullets, and the recruits begin to realize they must dodge live fire. Some feel uneasy, but the instructor explains the bullets are safe, instructing them to prepare for evasive training. The firing device activates, sending a burst of rubber rounds toward a recruit who barely avoids them. Minjin observes how trainees struggle with timing and movement, noting how difficult the test becomes under pressure. The instructor reminds them to control their bodies, emphasizing the importance of silent and efficient motion. A trainee missteps and is instantly hit, collapsing onto the mat as others watch nervously. The instructor declares him disqualified and escorts him out, raising tension among the remaining participants. Minjin studies the pattern of failures, noticing how strict the criteria are for this evaluation. More trainees are knocked down as the device increases speed, overwhelming those who lose focus. Minjin realizes the majority are being eliminated at the earliest stage. Understanding the harshness of the advancement test, he prepares himself calmly, knowing he must adapt quickly to pass where so many have already fallen. Minjin recalls past battles against monstrous creatures, remembering how survival demanded absolute precision. Returning to reality, he observes the current test and realizes how the other recruits struggle under pressure. Another trainee gets hit and is immediately disqualified, raising concern among the watching soldiers. The instructor explains that the next recruit must demonstrate agility while the device fires rapidly. Recruits nervously prepare as the instructor orders them to step forward. One by one, a trainee rushes toward the mat but quickly falls as the shots overwhelm his movements. Private Sun Yunseo steps up, trembling slightly but ready to perform the evasion drill. The machine fires multiple rounds and she quickly reacts, dodging each shot with unexpected sharpness. Her movements accelerate, impressing the crowd as she completes the sequence with a perfect score. Minjin is called next, noticing Yunseo still standing proudly after her result. He interprets her posture as a silent challenge and prepares himself calmly for the test. The device activates, launching high-speed shots toward him as he analyzes the pattern instantly. Minjin moves effortlessly, slipping between the incoming rounds as if predicting every trajectory. The recruits stare in disbelief as he dodges more shots than the machine is programmed to issue. Their shock grows as they question how his performance is even possible, realizing his abilities are far beyond normal. Minjin advances through the firing lane, moving closer to the machine while avoiding every incoming rubber round with calculated steps. The recruits behind him watch in disbelief as he continues forward instead of retreating like everyone else. The instructor freezes for a moment, stunned by Minjin's speed, before urgently checking the stopwatch. The officer shouts new orders, ending the drill and preparing the next phase of training with increased intensity. Outside, the recruits assemble as a large dimensional gate opens, marking the start of their endurance test. The group begins marching into the harsh environment beyond the gate, instructed to reach the turn-around point before time runs out. A dust storm builds around them, making visibility difficult as the recruits struggle to maintain formation. Minjin senses something off, realizing they were never told how long the march would continue. He observes Yunseo accelerating beside him, noting her unusual determination despite the worsening conditions. Yunseo suddenly pushes ahead, her pace rising sharply as she glances toward Minjin with focused intent. Minjin watches her surge forward, recognizing a familiar spark of challenge in her movements. He interprets her action as a direct invitation, his expression sharpening as he prepares to respond. Minjin finally understands her intention, realizing she wants to compete with him even under extreme conditions. Minjin Ki sprints across the training field as several recruits rush beside him, each trying to increase their pace. He analyzes the runner ahead, noticing the man accelerating sharply as if attempting to provoke him. Seeing the challenger push harder, Minjin adjusts his stride, stepping firmly as he prepares to overtake. The group continues running, dust trailing behind them while Minjin maintains a stable rhythm. He senses movement on his flank and glances over, spotting another recruit matching his speed. Both runners hit the next section of the track simultaneously, landing with force as the others begin falling behind. Minjin keeps a controlled pace, while the recruit beside him grows overly confident, pushing ahead. The challenger turns, saying something briefly, but Minjin only focuses on the path and breathing. Soon the challenger bursts ahead, leaving Minjin slightly behind as he continues at a steady pace. Later, inside the locker room, Minjin changes uniforms while his squad mates gather around him excitedly. They praise his earlier performance, insisting he helped motivate their entire group. Minjin listens quietly, unsure how to respond as they continue talking about the morning run. Afterward, Minjin steps outside and notices a strange bird screeching near the entrance tower. A trainee on the platform shouts down to the others while waving a bottle to get attention. The squad responds quickly, gathering below as Minjin watches, sensing something unusual beginning. The instructor announces that the blue team has surpassed the white team's record, causing the recruits to gather quickly on the field. Minjin joins his group as the instructor commends their achievement, instructing them to rest after the intense training. The blue team surrounds Minjin proudly, acknowledging that much of their success came from his consistent performance. Inside the barracks, trainees return to cleaning and organizing while the atmosphere remains lively. One trainee rushes in, announcing new information about the morning evaluations, drawing everyone's attention. They discuss Minjin's earlier results, impressed that he broke the shooting and running records with ease. Minjin overhears his name and realizes how quickly rumors of his abilities are spreading among the platoons. During training prep, others continue whispering about his speed, accuracy, and unusual endurance. Even at night, the recruits talk about his achievements while Minjin tries to rest quietly. As he lies awake, Minjin recalls memories from childhood that surface unexpectedly in the darkness. He remembers sitting alone, struggling with early physical training under strict expectations. A small girl approaches him in the memory, watching him with admiration. The memory continues as the child watches her father walk away toward duty. She steps forward, determined to follow his path when she grows older. Back in the present, Minjin's eyes close as the memory settles, reminding him of his father's influence. Minjin Ki stands before the battalion commander, listening as the officer reviews his recent test results with a serious expression. The commander explains that Minjin's outstanding scores make him eligible to apply for an elite division. Minjin considers the assignment carefully, realizing the offer relates to a unit led by a highly respected general. As Minjin leaves the office, he recalls the commander calling his name sharply, reminding him of the evaluation results. Outside, he reflects on how his performance has drawn unwanted attention from higher ranks. He runs across the training ground, thinking about how this pressure resembles the challenges from his past. Minjin remembers earlier confrontations with officers who were puzzled by his unusual abilities. He steadies his breathing, acknowledging he should adjust his pace before pushing further. Determined, he continues running, reminding himself that he came here to complete basic training properly. During another run, Minjin hears someone chasing him, pushing him to keep his focus. A trainee grabs him playfully, provoking irritation, as Minjin tries to stay calm. Their scuffle escalates briefly until Minjin regains control and pulls away. The group finally reaches the finish line, exhausted from the intense course. One trainee boasts jokingly about surviving the run thanks to Minjin leading the pace. Minjin brushes it off, maintaining his composure as the group cools down from the demanding drill. Minjin Ki receives praise from the instructor as his perfect test score is announced, surprising the trainees around him. The instructor explains the reward extra rest time while reminding Minjin that his performance influenced the entire platoon's results. The trainees shout in acknowledgement, forming up as Minjin watches them respond with enthusiasm. Minjin gathers his uniform from the ground, preparing to change, while the others continue chatting nearby. A trainee approaches him playfully, pointing out how Minjin unintentionally caused attention and reactions during the evaluation. Minjin reflects quietly, realizing he had overreacted earlier and had also fallen for the provocation during the run. Taking a calm breath, Minjin resets his mindset, letting the previous frustration leave him as he stands in formation. He adjusts his beret with a composed expression, returning to his disciplined demeanor. With steady steps, Minjin walks forward from the field, leaving the crowd behind as he focuses on the next phase of training. Minjin Ki arrives at the physical examination center, unaware that a sudden monster breach is occurring nearby. A large creature crashes through the building wall, scattering debris as the exam area turns chaotic. More monsters pour in, fighting each other while targeting anything that moves inside the facility. Minjin steps into the open area, assessing the monsters as they struggle for dominance. He readies himself, gripping a training weapon as the nearest monster charges toward him. With a swift movement, he intercepts the attack, blocking its strike before countering. Minjin dodges another blow, striking a blue creature and sending it sprawling across the floor. A green monster leaps at him, forcing him to shift position and maintain distance. He swiftly turns, finishing the creature with a precise downward attack. Breathing heavily, Minjin prepares as more monsters regroup at the far end of the arena. Observers from the upper platform watch closely, noting his controlled movements. The evaluators recognize that the test has escalated beyond standard conditions. Minjin continues fighting, eliminating the remaining monsters with efficient strikes. The instructors record his actions, realizing his performance far surpasses expectations. As the test ends, they note that Minjin's combat ability is exceptional and highly unusual. Minjin Ki faces two monsters rushing toward him as the test's final combat phase begins. He advances without hesitation, using controlled footwork to close the distance. With a precise strike, he knocks one monster back while preparing for the remaining attackers. Minjin counters a sudden leap, slamming an enemy to the floor with overwhelming strength. The evaluators watch in disbelief as he eliminates the last target with clean technique. Exhausted but steady, he stands over the fallen monsters while the test staff records his results. Minjin regains his breath as instructors confirm he has completed all requirements. A senior officer quietly observes, noting that Minjin used no special training or abilities. Despite the difficulty, Minjin exits the arena calmly, prompting further curiosity from the evaluators. Another recruit steps forward, preparing for his own test with visible confidence. He retrieves the practice weapon and positions himself as the gate opens for the next wave. A crowd of monsters emerges, but he approaches them with calculated determination. He charges forward as the first monster attacks, gripping his weapon tightly. With one clean motion, he unleashes a powerful strike that cuts through the incoming threat. His accurate movement signals the start of his own intense combat trial. A large bird swoops across the arena while Minjin Ki advances toward a new group of monsters preparing to attack. The monsters charge together, but Minjin cuts through their formation with one swift, powerful strike. An instructor records the result, shocked as Minjin completes this wave in just 4 seconds. The evaluators react loudly, realizing Minjin has broken the previous record for the practical exam. Minjin stands confidently, his expression calm as the others stare at him in disbelief. Feeling all eyes on him, he raises his hands slightly, drawing even more attention from the recruits. The trainees gather outside at sunset, discussing the results and praising Minjin's astonishing performance. Their instructor congratulates the group for completing the evaluation and encourages them to keep improving. The soldiers cheer together, relieved that the intense test has finally ended. One of the officers announces that the battalion commander will now evaluate the highest-scoring recruit. Minjin steps forward as his name is called, drawing more curious stares from the crowd. The commander studies him closely, preparing to judge his abilities directly. As the trainees disperse, the commander watches Minjin walk by with surprising composure. A female officer approaches the area, observing the commotion caused by the recent performance. Another officer recognizes her arrival, muttering in irritation as he realizes who she is. Minjin Ki finishes the monster handling test, cutting down multiple foes at once with controlled precision. Nearby officers observe calmly, acknowledging that another recruit has also passed her advancement exam with ease. One officer relaxes after the evaluation, only to notice someone approaching from behind. A female officer walks toward the bus area at sunset, thinking about the earlier incident during testing. She pauses, deciding she should apologize for her behavior during the intense exam. As she opens her mouth to speak, a commanding officer suddenly storms toward Minjin with anger. The officer aggressively warns Minjin, threatening consequences if he ever causes provocation again. The female officer watches, shocked by the harsh outburst delivered so suddenly. Before she can react, Minjin quickly turns away and heads toward the departing transport bus. She watches the bus door close as Minjin boards without hesitation, leaving the area immediately. Dust kicks up as the bus drives off, disappearing down the road under the evening sky. Left standing alone, she mutters in disbelief, calling him a reckless and impossible person. The bus carrying Minjin Ki and his unit rolled onto the road as the soldiers settled into their seats after the long evaluation day. The vehicle continued toward the base while the sunset cast warm light across the mountains, marking the end of their tests. Inside, Minjin's squad teased him about a trainee who stared at him earlier, crowding around him with curiosity. Minjin remained calm as they pressed for answers, giving only a short explanation about the trainee's behavior. The others reacted loudly, surprised he considered it a provocation, and questioned what he might have done during the exam. Their excitement grew as they tried to link the incident to rankings and rumors from the training division. Minjin dismissed their assumptions, stating plainly that the girl was not his type. Surprising the group when asked who his ideal type was, Minjin answered with a single name that left them confused. He clarified by describing Lumi, a famous dungeon fighter known for her beauty and strength. The soldiers fell silent as they finally recognized the name, realizing he meant the renowned combat celebrity. Their bus continued toward the base as the conversation faded and night approached. Elsewhere in the facility, lights turned on and soldiers prepared for evening routines. Back in the barracks, new recruits greeted Minjin cheerfully after he returned from training. They thanked him for the meal he had provided previously, showing him respect for his growing achievements. As they talked, one recruit noticed Minjin's rapid rank progress just before a sharp noise echoed from the doorway. Minjin Ki carries a crate through the dorm hallway when an announcement orders the second squad to gather immediately. He turns toward his teammates, who look confused as they pause their task to understand the sudden call. Minjin explains that the commander wants everyone assembled due to important information that might affect the squad. As Minjin walks inside, other soldiers notice the crate he is holding and approach him with curiosity. One soldier questions him, assuming he intends to keep the drinks for himself and causing a brief commotion. Minjin clarifies it is a gift from the commander meant for the whole unit, calming the room though some remain irritated. After the meeting, the squad disperses, but one soldier mutters angrily about Minjin, believing he caused unnecessary trouble. The soldier recalls past incidents and convinces himself Minjin has been suspicious from the start. Meanwhile, outside under the night sky, Minjin exits the building, seeking a quiet place away from the noise. Minjin summons a small shadow creature, letting dark energy swirl as the familiar entity emerges beside him. He observes the creature's form stabilize, acknowledging it has grown more responsive since their last meeting. Minjin greets it calmly, ready to assign it a task suited to its stealth and mobility. Minjin explains that he needs information gathered discreetly, especially anything involving unusual energy. The shadow creature nods eagerly, forming a spiral of energy as it prepares to move. Before releasing it, Minjin warns it to remain unseen, knowing exposure would compromise both of them. Minjin Ki steps outside the barracks at night, uneasy after seeing his squadmate rush off with unusual excitement. He worries that if anyone notices him wandering alone, the squad might suspect he is hiding something. A soldier approaches and asks why he is outside, startling Minjin as he tries to compose himself. Minjin hesitates before giving an excuse, claiming he only stepped out for fresh air. The soldier asks if his alcohol tolerance is low, prompting Minjin to awkwardly avoid the question. Minjin recalls past moments in another world where drinking was part of survival, contrasting sharply with his current situation. The soldier advises Minjin to be cautious and remain steady during training evaluations. Minjin thanks him politely, promising to stay focused so he does not draw attention. As they part ways, Minjin walks alone, reminding himself not to stand out too much. He reflects on his personality, realizing he prefers keeping distance rather than blending into groups. Minjin continues walking under the night sky, calming his thoughts after the brief encounter. He returns to the building quietly as the moonlight follows his steps. The next day, officers review reports of Minjin's recent performance. They discuss how his reactions during incidents were unusually sharp and precise. The officers conclude that Minjin's abilities exceed expectations, drawing interest from higher units. The officers continue evaluating Minjin Ki's performance, noting how his actions were decisive and far beyond normal expectations. They discuss how even under pressure he reacted instantly, as if trained for far harsher environments than standard military drills. One officer speculates that Minjin might have potential suited for the Hunter Corps, hinting at recruitment interest. In a distant desert battlefield, Minjin stands alone, recalling past missions from the other world where he faced overwhelming enemies. Groups of monstrous creatures rush across the sand toward him, their movement shaking the ground as they gather in large numbers. Minjin calmly observes the horde, unaffected by their size or aggression, remembering how such threats once surrounded him daily. More creatures roar as they close in, forming a massive wave of attackers converging on his position. Minjin prepares himself, showing confidence as if this situation is entirely familiar, rather than dangerous. Minjin Ki drinks from a large bottle after training, trying to cool down while other soldiers gather around. He finishes the drink quickly, surprising the others as they sit nearby. Exhausted from the workout, Minjin walks back with steady steps, barely showing fatigue while the squad watches his condition carefully. The soldiers rest on the floor and Minjin sits among them, noticing their tired expressions. One soldier checks on him, worried, but Minjin simply nods, appearing completely unaffected. The others whisper about his endurance, realizing he recovered faster than most of the unit. Their corporal approaches, showing signs of strain, but claims he feels fine after sweating out the fatigue. Minjin observes him, admiring his disciplined posture and recognizing his strength as a trained soldier. The corporal mentions the gym facilities and encourages Minjin to use them freely. Minjin reacts with interest when he hears about a VR device available for their squad's training. He heads to gym number 2, eager to test the equipment he has heard so much about. Inside, he discovers the VR setup and prepares to activate it with curiosity. Minjin examines the interface outside, studying the controls before selecting a monster category. He chooses the orc option, watching the system confirm his selection with a glowing display. With a confident expression, he sets the number to 1 and starts the simulation. Minjin rapidly increases the monster count, pushing the device until it reaches its limit and locks at the maximum number. He sighs briefly, wishing he could add more, then moves on to the weapon selection option displayed on the screen. Seeing a training blade available, he grabs it with excitement and prepares himself for the simulation. The system initializes the battle, surrounding Minjin with the glowing startup field. A desert battlefield loads, placing him on rocky terrain where distant movement catches his attention. Several orcs appear ahead, advancing in formation as the simulation fully activates. The orcs charge and Minjin meets them head-on, moving with precision as he tests the VR system's realism. Each swing sends the monsters flying, and he quickly adapts to the simulated weight and impact of the blade. More orcs gather, roaring as they attempt to overwhelm him from multiple angles. Minjin laughs while fighting, impressed by how lifelike the simulation feels as he cuts through incoming attackers. A powerful strike cracks an orc's armor, causing the remaining monsters to pull back momentarily. He stands firm as their bodies fade, signaling the successful completion of the scenario. Minjin reviews the finished battle and considers increasing the challenge for the next round. He selects multiple new creature types, watching goblins and orcs appear in large numbers across the battlefield. The new wave materializes, their combined forces charging toward him as the next simulation begins. A new wave of monsters appears, including larger beasts emerging from behind the rocky terrain. A reptilian creature joins the horde, sharpening its fangs as Minjin steadies his grip on the weapon. He welcomes the challenge, preparing for a more intense monster hunt than the last scenario. The battlefield becomes crowded as goblins and orcs sprint toward him from every direction. Minjin waits until they close in, counting down the distance as he adjusts his stance. He rushes forward to meet them, initiating the clash with confident momentum. Minjin swings his weapon with force, sending the smaller monsters flying across the sandy ground. He breaks through the front line, using rapid strikes to push back the larger orcs. The beast pack surrounds him, but he slips through their formation with agile movements. Minjin cuts down the next wave, the battlefield shaking as heavy bodies collapse around him. More creatures fall one after another as he advances deeper into their ranks. With one final strike, the last monster crashes into the ground, ending the confrontation. The system acknowledges his victory, declaring the battle completed as the desert fades. The simulation begins shutting down, dissolving the remaining environment layer by layer. Minjin removes the VR headset, returning to the real world with a calm expression. Minjin steps out of the simulation zone, impressed by how intense the virtual battle felt. A new system notice appears before him, informing him that a skill has been generated from the training. He opens the message and discovers a basic blunt weapon proficiency enhancement added to his abilities. Minjin examines the newly gained skill, testing how it influences his handling of imaginary weapons. Realizing he could unlock further skills through practice, he decides to explore the gym more thoroughly. As he heads toward the entrance, he notes he should return when he has free time to try additional drills. None of the soldiers approaches Minjin, calling out to him with clear surprise in his voice. The soldier shows him the simulation results, listing the massive number of defeated monsters. Minjin stares at the report quietly, unsure how to respond to the sudden attention. The soldier nervously asks if Minjin truly eliminated all the units shown on the results screen. Minjin hesitates, trying to explain himself while avoiding unnecessary suspicion. He then calls the soldier by name, telling him they need to discuss the matter privately. The soldier follows Minjin reluctantly, confused about why the conversation needs to continue in the gym. Minjin clarifies that the soldier is going there to train, insisting it will benefit him despite protesting. The soldier is guided inside as Minjin prepares to oversee his workout session. A soldier approaches the results screen, noticing the detailed list of defeated monsters displayed from the recent simulation. He reads the record carefully: 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen, all eliminated in a single run. Realizing the scale of the achievement, he widens his eyes in shock, stunned that such numbers were reached by one person. Minjin Qi returns to the building after duty, walking calmly across the training ground as the wind passes over the base. Inside the lounge, the soldiers notice his arrival while resting, sensing that something unusual is happening. One soldier runs toward him, explaining that the platoon commander has been searching for him urgently. Minjin realizes the situation might cause trouble, prompting the soldier to hurry off to report that Minjin has been found. Moments later, Minjin enters the room where several soldiers are lying around, scattered in relaxed positions. They casually greet him and ask where he has been, acting as though nothing serious is happening. Minjin notices a betting sheet on the floor and learns the soldiers are wagering on how fast he will become a sergeant. The others laugh as one soldier proudly shows his early bet. Confident Minjin will rise quickly. Another soldier explains that Minjin is far from ordinary, making the bet exciting for everyone. A soldier suggests Minjin should join the bet since his promotion speed concerns him the most. Minjin unexpectedly signs the sheet, shocking everyone with his chosen time. The group reacts loudly, insisting he cannot take it back and must commit to the bet. The soldiers admire Minjin's confidence, calling him impressive for choosing such a bold prediction. The completed betting sheet rustles as they prepare to submit it. Meanwhile, the gym equipment activates, signaling the next training session waiting for Minjin. Minjin Ki begins lifting heavy weights in the gym, moving with disciplined control as the equipment rattles. He increases the intensity, raising the large plate with ease while his muscles tighten from the effort. After finishing the set, he notices that his strength feels abnormal, prompting him to evaluate his physical condition. A memory of his otherworldly training surfaces, reminding him of the passive skill that boosted his power system text appears, revealing his old stat enhancement and making him wonder if Earth still supports such abilities. Suddenly, a new skill window opens, confirming that a basic strength skill has successfully activated. Excited by the confirmation, Minjin continues testing the notification while another soldier rushes into the gym. The soldier salutes him urgently, informing him that the platoon commander is calling for him. Minjin leaves the gym with quick steps, confused by how strangely everyone is acting today. He arrives at the administrative office and formally reports his presence to the senior soldier inside. The soldier greets him warmly, guiding him toward the counseling room for a short discussion. Minjin follows him through the hallway, noticing how relaxed the atmosphere is compared to earlier. Inside the counseling office, Minjin explains that his adjustment to corporal life has been smooth. The senior soldier congratulates him for handling recent duties well, expressing genuine appreciation. He hands Minjin a file, stating it contains the assignment prepared specifically for him today. Minjin Ki receives a folder containing new assignments handed over by the administrative soldier with a brief explanation. He opens the document, reading the operational details while being assured it will aid his experience. Realizing the task involves dungeon-related activity, he listens carefully as the soldier mentions its connection to hunter responsibilities. Minjin is surprised that such missions still require coordination with awakened personnel despite being standard operations. A few days later, the unit assembles outside, preparing vehicles and equipment for deployment. As the soldiers line up, the commander reminds them that the mission involves entering a low-rank dungeon. The unit moves toward the target area, carrying supplies while being briefed on the mission risks. They reach the entrance known as the monster rat nest, commonly referred to as the sewers. Stepping into the foul water, the team slowly advances into the dark space filled with the odor of decay. Inside the dungeon, the soldiers form search groups while the unpleasant stench hangs heavily in the air. The commander explains that although the dungeon is low rank, it contains hazards that require firearms. He emphasizes that the area's structure makes the operation more complex than usual. The unit studies the narrow layout, noting that the dungeon has only one main entrance. They decide to lure the monsters toward an open chamber to gain better control of the situation. Because of the dungeon's toxic smell, all soldiers prepare special gas masks before beginning the bait plan. Inside the dungeon, the soldiers react to the overwhelming stench, covering their masks as they prepare the bait. They open a container containing decomposed fruit, knowing it attracts the monster rats more effectively than anything else. After spreading the bait, the team moves into formation, waiting for the creatures to emerge from the dark tunnels. A soldier hears movement and steps forward cautiously, scanning the murky water for signs of monsters. He suddenly senses danger beneath him, noticing the water shifting unnaturally as something approaches. A massive shadow rises from below, revealing a monstrous figure lifting him into the air as the others react in shock. Minjin Ki stands before a field filled with monster corpses, assessing the aftermath of a recent battle. Shadows stretch across the ground as scattered bones show the scale of destruction caused by the creatures. A skull lies near his feet, and Minjin realizes another wave may be approaching the area. A soldier spots movement ahead and signals the others as monster rats appear from the front entrance. The squad turns in alarm, quickly forming lines while shouting warnings across the formation. Minjin observes the swarm rushing toward them, recognizing their numbers far exceed earlier estimates. The unit prepares for combat, spreading out to create a defensive barrier across the field. Recruits fall back to the rear while senior soldiers step forward to reinforce the front. Minjin moves into position, blending into the formation as the squad braces for impact. The monster rats charge fiercely, and Minjin cuts through the first attackers with swift precision. His blade glows as he eliminates multiple creatures, surprising nearby soldiers with his efficiency. More monsters fall as he advances, clearing a path while maintaining steady control. Minjin destroys another group of rats, creating space for the squad to regroup. He glances back to see the others handling their positions effectively despite the chaos. A final creature lunges toward him, and Minjin finishes it with a single decisive strike. Minjin Ki cuts through the advancing rats with a sweeping strike, clearing the space around him as more bodies fall. He turns sharply when he hears a soldier stumble, noticing two monster rats rushing toward the distracted pair. Without hesitation, Minjin steps forward and intercepts them, his blade flashing as he protects the struggling soldiers. The momentum of the fight shifts as Minjin eliminates several attackers, drawing attention from nearby squads. He moves with practiced precision, creating openings that allow others to regroup and stabilize the front. More rats fall under his strikes, revealing how effectively he suppresses the swarm compared to earlier battles. Another trained soldier, Li Dongjin, joins the fray and begins showing noticeable improvement from his recent training. The unit reinforces their formation, responding to calls for help as different groups merge to stop incoming waves. Minjin observes their coordination briefly before returning to the front where the pressure is highest. A second swarm bursts from the rear, forcing the soldiers to split and defend both sides simultaneously. Rats leap toward the weakened line, but Minjin cuts them down while rushing to support the collapsing flank. He lands alongside other soldiers, delivering precise blows that prevent the line from breaking. The ground becomes littered with rat bodies as the unit pushes forward toward the remaining enemies. Minjin notices an unusual glow forming beneath the battlefield, spreading like corrupted energy. He steps closer, staring at the strange light, realizing a new threat may be emerging. Minjin Ki senses an unusual energy beneath the battlefield and turns with the other soldiers toward the shifting ground. A faint pulse spreads through the dirt and Minjin realizes the disturbance is growing stronger from below. The surface suddenly cracks apart, forcing the soldiers to recoil as something massive pushes upward. A violent eruption bursts from the ground, scattering debris and knocking soldiers off balance from. Within the explosion, a towering mutated rat emerges, far larger and more twisted than the others. Its purple eyes glow fiercely as the squad recognizes it as an irregular monster unlike anything they have faced. Minjin remembers the remains scattered across the earlier field, realizing this creature had fed on its own kind. The monster charges aggressively and slams a soldier aside, its strength overwhelming the front line instantly. A nearby soldier screams as he is thrown back, prompting the squad to shout warnings across the chaotic field. Minjin steps forward, but hesitation grips him as he sees another soldier pinned and unable to escape. His body tenses, caught between instinct and restraint, until a shout jolts him back into focus. The monster roars again, raising its claws as Minjin prepares to intervene. The enormous creature crashes down toward the squad while purple energy swirls violently around its limbs. Two soldiers pull an injured comrade away, struggling to escape the monster's reach. Minjin closes in from behind, ready to strike as the irregular monster towers over them. A soldier shouts as the irregular monster lifts another man into the air, its claws pulsing with dark energy. The creature releases a wave of purple power, sending several soldiers tumbling backward across the ground. Minjin sees the squad struggling to regroup while the beast's demonic aura intensifies around its body. A sudden burst of blue energy erupts nearby as another soldier strikes the ground, creating a shockwave to repel the rats. The blast clears a small area, giving the soldiers a moment to breathe and stabilize the front line. Minjin acknowledges the effort with a brief nod before preparing to rejoin the fight. The irregular monster roars, displaying elongated fangs and swelling with more unstable power. Purple blades of energy spread from its arms, tearing through the earth as it charges forward. A massive explosion follows, forcing soldiers to scatter as shards of debris rain across the battlefield. Stone pillars collapse around Minjin as he barely avoids being struck by falling debris. The monster leaps toward the soldiers, swiping with a wide arc that forces them to retreat. Minjin steadies his stance, his expression sharpening as he decides it's time to intervene fully. Blue energy surges around Minjin as he finally reveals a fraction of his true strength. He dashes forward in a blur, striking the monster with a rapid series of precise blows. The beast is slammed into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater beneath it. The irregular monster screeches as Minjin Ki's blue energy strike sends it crashing into the ground with violent force. Minjin steps forward, raising his weapon again while the creature writhes and collapses under the impact. Dark purple smoke leaks from the monster's body, spreading across the ground as Minjin prepares for what follows next. The corrupted mist gathers around Minjin, forming threads of demonic energy that coil toward him and the fallen beast. As the smoke tightens, the monster weakens rapidly, its body dissolving into glowing fragments under the draining force. A system-like notification appears before Minjin, confirming the absorbed demonic energy and granting him a small increase in power. With a calm expression, he states he will put the gained power to good use, stepping forward as the battlefield quiets around him. Minjin Ki arrives at the base entrance as military vehicles gather near the gate after an unexpected monster incident. Soldiers rest on the ground, some injured, while Minjin stands nearby observing the aftermath of the sudden attack. A few members admit defeat as the squad leader assesses the scene, confirming the monster was irregular. The officer reports through his device that the creature has been eliminated and all platoon members have retreated safely. Minjin notices several soldiers exhausted from the fight, struggling to regain their focus after the chaos. He stands still as the officer requests reinforcements, explaining the unpredictable nature of monsters appearing near the front lines. Minjin helps lift a fallen soldier while another thanks him for intervening during the emergency. He recalls the moment he acted without orders, facing the creature directly to prevent further casualties. The squad rests together, and Minjin assures them he is unhurt despite the earlier confrontation. The officer questions Minjin again, confirming he sustained no injuries during the mission. Minjin answers firmly, and the officer prepares to speak with him privately back at camp. Minjin acknowledges the order, aware he may be reprimanded for acting on instinct. The platoon commander walks away, clearly displeased, while Minjin reflects silently on the situation. Nearby soldiers report that evacuated members only suffered minor injuries and will return soon. Minjin listens to the update, relieved that no one sustained serious damage from the irregular monster. The squad snaps to attention as the order is shouted across the training grounds, signaling an abrupt end to the mission. The officer explains the sudden retreat, instructing all members to stop the dungeon operation immediately. Minjin Ki joins the others in checking equipment as the platoon prepares to return to base. Later, Minjin is called into the administrative office to provide details regarding the irregular monster. The officer hands him a report form, requesting a clear explanation of how he defeated the creature. Minjin hesitates, unsure how to describe his unconventional method without raising suspicion. He recalls the moment his vision was impaired, forcing him to act on instinct during the encounter. The officer questions whether he truly defeated the monster using only his fist. Minjin gives a vague justification, avoiding details that might reveal his unusual strength. The officer then asks about Minjin's combat stats, surprised to hear numbers far above standard soldiers. Realizing Minjin's capabilities exceed typical sergeants, he reflects on how unusual this is for a recruit. Minjin sits quietly as the officer considers what such exceptional stats imply. The officer explains that Minjin's abilities would suit higher military paths if not for his education record. He advises Minjin to pursue additional qualifications to unlock future opportunities. Minjin listens carefully, knowing this conversation may shape the direction of his military career. Inside the office, Minjin Ki explains his stance on studying, admitting he prefers focusing on practical accomplishments. The officer accepts his decision and advises him to rest while he finalizes the mission report. Night settles outside the window as Minjin prepares to leave, ending the long evaluation. As Minjin exits, the officer calls him back, causing him to stop and turn around. The officer states plainly that Minjin saved the platoon members during the incident. Minjin listens quietly, acknowledging the reminder of what he accomplished earlier. The memory of the monster flashes in his mind, emphasizing the danger they all faced. The officer expresses gratitude, admitting he could not react at the time. Minjin replies modestly, saying he only did what was necessary before leaving the room. Walking down the hallway, Minjin reflects on his true reason for acting, gathering demonic energy and achievements. He strengthens his resolve, recognizing he must continue improving himself to reach his goals. Upon reaching another corridor, he encounters several soldiers discussing special training. One soldier nervously asks to join Minjin's special training sessions. Minjin questions the reason, prompting the soldier to recall the intense battle earlier. Inspired by Minjin's actions, the soldier declares his determination to join and begin training immediately. Minjin Ki watches as a recruit boldly requests to join his special training, clearly unaware of the strict order of seniority. The others surround the recruit, reminding him that training privileges follow rank and established procedures. Minjin calls out the soldier's name, waiting for him to acknowledge his mistake before speaking further. The recruit bows apologetically, expressing gratitude for being saved during the earlier monster attack. He admits he has held resentment for a long time, but now sincerely wishes to improve and pursue higher roles. Hearing this, another soldier suggests giving him a chance, turning to Minjin for approval. Minjin thinks for a moment, aware that allowing him in would change the group's balance. He reminds them of their first-class senior, emphasizing respect for their squad's hierarchy. Still, the injured soldier expresses his thanks, admitting he is alive only because of Minjin and his teammate. Just as hope rises, Minjin states he will allow it, but only under one unusual condition. He pauses deliberately, making the soldier wait anxiously for the requirement. Calmly, Minjin utters a single word, pigeon. Minjin clarifies, demanding that he act like a pigeon for several hours if he truly wants to join. Under the twin moons, a fortress stands silent as a servant pushes a covered cart through the courtyard. The wheels clatter over stone while the servant strains, guiding the heavy load deeper into the complex. A woman in white appears before the entrance, acknowledging the delivery with calm authority. The armored guard watches her closely, sensing an unusual tension as she steps forward. She pauses, studying him briefly, as if expecting a question he hesitates to voice. When he finally speaks, he asks how long she intends to continue this routine, his tone weighed with concern. She walks past him, offering no clear answer, leaving only faint footsteps behind. Her expression hardens as she approaches the cart, eyes sharpening with quiet resolve. She lifts the cloth, revealing a restrained creature whose glowing eye emits a low growl. Without hesitation, she gathers power, forming a radiant spell that engulfs the creature. The guard watches, startled, as the magic expands in a precise circular pattern. She calmly explains the ritual is a final offering meant for someone who has already departed. The guard stammers in confusion, unsure if she speaks of duty or grief. Her expression softens, insisting the gesture remains necessary regardless of meaning. Far away, soldiers train intensely, unaware that her ritual will soon affect the world beyond the fortress. Minjin Ki and his squad crawl across the dirt field during training, struggling to maintain their pace under the instructor's watch. A military truck approaches from the road, drawing the squad's attention as dust rises behind it. The soldiers quickly stand, realizing the long-awaited cargo, a material called stetl, has finally arrived. The squad unloads heavy gray blocks, each soldier testing the weight as Minjin observes quietly. The instructor explains that stetl is extremely dense and far heavier than it appears, taken from dungeon minerals. He lifts a block to demonstrate, emphasizing why the material is used to reinforce their defensive camps. While demonstrating, the instructor pauses when Minjin casually lifts a block with unexpected ease. The instructor lowers his own block awkwardly, pretending he hadn't noticed Minjin's strength. The squad resumes stacking the materials, though several soldiers quietly react to Minjin's effortless handling. The platoon commander arrives, ordering the soldiers to take a 10-minute break after the heavy labor. Another officer approaches, reporting unusual monster movement near the area of the 10th Division. The announcement shocks the squad, and panic spreads as they fear another dangerous assignment. The soldiers plead for reassurance, worried they'll be sent again despite barely resting. The commander tries to calm them, stating the situation is still under investigation. Minjin sits apart from the group, quietly watching as the others react with dread and confusion. During the short break, the veteran soldier sits confidently, hinting at the upcoming challenges the squad may face. His thoughts drift to the description of Tinkin dungeons, unstable realms known for dangerous size, strong monsters, and unpredictable bosses. He recalls how these dungeons are used by hunters to build battle experience before attempting more dangerous missions. Minjin listens quietly as the soldier explains the connection between their training and the upcoming hunter field maneuvers. Another squad mate grows suspicious, asking Minjin who he keeps speaking to as he mutters under his breath. The soldier misreads Minjin's tension, assuming he is simply stressed by the upcoming training. Minjin reflects, realizing the training may expose his abnormal abilities if he isn't careful. The platoon commander announces the event as an opportunity for soldiers to show their accomplishments. Minjin forces a smile, pretending to share the excitement while calculating how to hide his power. Suddenly, a dark shadow forms near his feet, revealing traces of the power he tries to suppress. He quickly stomps it down, hoping no one around noticed the unnatural glow. Nearby soldiers continue talking, unaware of the brief surge of magic he struggled to contain. Regaining composure, Minjin is approached by officers discussing a new reinforcement request. They mention an irregular monster sighted by a separate team during training. As they walk down the corridor, Minjin listens silently, already suspecting the threat may be connected to something only he can sense. The officers discuss the sudden appearance of a dungeon inside a restricted military zone, noting how unusual its location is. They explain that several members of the reconnaissance team lost consciousness without warning, showing the dungeon's abnormal influence. Recognizing the threat, the commanding officer orders every available unit to be deployed, despite the uncertainty surrounding the situation. Minjin quietly acknowledges the order, already sensing that the dungeon may react differently to his presence. A dark shadow forms behind him again, responding to his emotions as he tries to maintain control. As he steps outside, the shadow stretches beneath his feet, hinting that the disturbance ahead is somehow connected to him. The morning sky brightens over the apartment buildings as Minjin prepares to leave for his day off. Minjin steps into his clothes, checking his belongings scattered near the floor. He zips up his jacket and looks around the room, making sure he packed everything before heading out. A memory of his family appears in his mind as he pauses in the hallway. His superior greets him, noting Minjin's readiness, and commenting on the difficulty of his previous assignment. Another soldier joins, surprised by Minjin's endurance, while Minjin simply acknowledges their remarks. The officer asks where Minjin stayed last time, and Minjin answers plainly. The officer hands him a key, offering an empty apartment his parents own, although Minjin declines at first. The officer insists, giving him the address written on paper. Minjin inspects the note, realizing the place is not far from Chuncheon. The officer waves him off, reminding him to enjoy his day even if he does not use the apartment. Minjin nods and holds the key, relieved after the conversation. Meanwhile, the officer reviews Minjin's file, noticing unusual details about his background. He looks up, sensing something strange as the room grows quiet. Minjin slips his hood on outside, unaware of the officer's growing suspicion. Minjin leaves the building with his hood up, preparing to start his day off with a quiet trip away from the base. He arrives at the Yanggu County bus terminal, blending into the crowd as he heads toward the departing buses. After reaching the city district, he walks through the busy streets, keeping his pace steady while staying unnoticed. Minjin moves toward a restricted zone where soldiers have set up barricades, the area blocked for an emergency. He avoids the guards by slipping into a narrow alley, using the shadows to remain hidden. Once clear, he scans the surroundings and senses an unusual energy pulling him forward. Minjin spots a blue-dimensional gate glowing ahead and approaches it calmly. He evaluates the portal, wondering what creature might have appeared this time, deciding he can retreat if needed. He steps inside as the system announces dungeon entry. Inside the dungeon forest, Minjin walks through the damp terrain. Noting the heavy humidity around him, he stops when he sees a sword lying abandoned on the ground, its presence out of place. Concerned, he scans the foggy trail, realizing signs of a recent battle nearby. Minjin follows the traces and senses movement hiding behind the trees. He calls out, demanding whoever is watching to step out. The ground shakes as a sharp light strikes down in front of him, revealing a new threat. A corrupted creature emerges from the fog, its purple aura swirling as Minjin studies its shape carefully. He compares its appearance to monsters he faced in the other world, noting the unnatural energy radiating from its body. The ground trembles as the beast charges, and Minjin steadies his stance, preparing to counter its advance. The creature lunges, forcing Minjin to move quickly while releasing a burst of energy to deflect the attack. He responds with a precise strike, sending a sharp wave of blue force upward from the ground beneath the monster. Despite the impact, the creature's body reforms, revealing how deeply corrupted it has become. Minjin resumes his assault, weaving around the creature's wild swings as the corrupted aura thickens. He leaps back, gathering strength, then drives forward with a decisive kick aimed at its weakened torso. The monster retaliates instantly, grabbing the ground and hurling debris as Minjin readjusts his position. The creature activates a corruption skill, its body swelling with unstable power as it rushes forward again. Minjin delivers rapid, consecutive blows, pushing back against the creature's momentum with controlled strikes. He senses a shift in its movement, noticing the corruption spreading faster than before. The monster's strength surges, catching Minjin off guard and knocking him momentarily off balance. It roars and charges once more, forcing him to slide across the ground to regain footing. Minjin rises with narrowed eyes, now fully focused as the corrupted beast approaches for another clash. Minjin regains his footing and spots the fallen sword near him as the corrupted monster rushes again. He grabs the blade, noting that previous attackers only managed to slow the creature slightly. With the sword in hand, he measures the creature's movements and prepares to strike before it closes in. The monster roars and charges, but Minjin meets it head-on, deflecting its claws with a swift counter. It presses its strength, grabbing him for a moment, yet he resists the force without losing balance. Minjin breaks free and retaliates, sending the creature stumbling back from a heavy blow. The monster screams, releasing a deep surge of corrupted energy as its body swells with violent power. Minjin pushes forward, slashing upward as the creature rises, cutting through the unstable aura. He follows with a downward strike, finishing the creature and watching its body fall motionless. Blue notifications appear around him, listing new skill increases earned from defeating the corrupted beast. Minjin examines each message, noting improvements in both his physical stats and magical resistance. He smiles lightly, satisfied with the gains as the interface fades. Approaching the monster's corpse, Minjin notices unusual wounds that existed before their battle. He recalls a strange gleam he saw earlier and begins searching the area for its source. A sudden movement catches his attention, pulling his focus toward whatever is hiding nearby. Minjin stares at his hand, confusion rising as he notices a dark, thick substance coating his fingers. Minjin examines the fallen creature and realizes something strange remained in its body before their encounter. He searches the ground, recalling the moment the monster reacted sharply as if something had triggered it earlier. Noticing the disturbance in the soil, he shifts position and suddenly spots an object hidden beneath the dirt. Minjin uncovers a small metallic shard, studying its sharp edges with growing interest. He inspects it closely, wondering whether it is an arrowhead or a fragment of a blade left by another team. Although unsure who left it, he senses familiarity in its shape just as distant footsteps approach. A group of monsters emerges from the trees, forcing Minjin to stand ready with the fragment still in hand. He steps forward, using the approaching enemies as an opportunity to test his newly obtained skill. Dark energy gathers around his arms as he prepares to unleash an E-rank ability against the charging creatures. Shadow-like tendrils erupt from the ground, lifting Minjin as they sweep violently across the enemy group. The monsters are overwhelmed instantly, their formation breaking apart under the force of his attack. Seeing the chaos unfold, Minjin releases more power to finish clearing the remaining threats. A portal opens behind a building and Minjin steps out as the last sparks of energy fade. He lands lightly on the ground, confirming the dungeon has been fully cleared. Pulling down his hood confidently, Minjin decides it is time to move on to his next mission. Minjin and his platoon marched across the training field, returning to duty after completing their break. While the others looked tense, Minjin felt refreshed from his day off and moved forward calmly. The platoon gathered on site, preparing for a new large-scale field exercise announced by their leaders. The officer explained the training layout, showing each platoon's random starting point on the dungeon map. Their task was to advance toward the center while responding to dynamic battlefield events. Hearing the details, the platoon quickly assembled on the hill to prepare for the incoming scenario. An emergency alert triggered the first wave, prompting the soldiers to raise their weapons immediately. Dark spherical monsters appeared across the valley, rolling toward them with unstable movement. Recognizing the threat, the troops switched to firearms, aiming to intercept the fast-approaching enemies. The dark balls accelerated violently, forcing the squad to fire continuously to slow them down. Despite their tough skin, several monsters burst from repeated shots, scattering across the field. The soldiers maintained formation, trying to push back the swarm before it reached close combat range. More dark balls emerged from the far hillside, increasing the intensity of the assault. The platoon fired in unison, maximizing damage while preventing the monsters from breaking through. Even under pressure, Minjin steadied his aim, ready to act if the situation escalated further. The platoon halted fire as remaining dark. Ball monsters rushed in, forcing everyone to shift into close combat formation. With only 3 monsters left, the soldiers braced themselves, aware that one bite could remove them from the exercise. Realizing the risk to their platoon's score, a soldier stepped forward urgently to prevent further casualties. One monster lunged directly toward a squad member, prompting Sergeant Lee Sungo to intercept it at full speed. His swift movement launched the creature upward into the air, drawing stunned reactions from the platoon. The airborne monster was instantly eliminated as a burst of energy cut through it before it reached the ground. Another soldier coordinated with the squad, firing enhanced shots upward to break the remaining monsters mid-flight. The synchronized attack shattered the dark balls in rapid succession, clearing the immediate threat. With the area secure, the squad regrouped and continued moving across the training field. After the battle, the platoon inspected equipment and checked for injuries, while the officers planned the next phase. Several soldiers took a brief rest, exchanging comments about the difficulty of the current training. Rumors spread among them about stronger monsters rumored to exist deeper inside the simulated dungeon. 2 soldiers discussed the session's intensity, comparing it to the earlier field exercises they had undergone. One mentioned whispers of a high-class boss monster supposedly lurking somewhere within the training zone. The group listened closely, aware that their next encounter might exceed anything they had faced so far. The soldiers gathered around the fallen giant creature, examining its size and the damage it had taken. An officer approached confidently, inspecting the remains while the platoon waited for instructions. He decided the area was suitable for continued training and ordered everyone to prepare for movement. The soldiers discussed the rumor that another platoon had captured a monster alive and hidden it away. Their conversation was interrupted as the break ended and they returned to formation. Nearby officers observed them, noting the presence of a skilled 2-star member from the Hunter Corps. As the group advanced along the path, one soldier noticed an unfamiliar man approaching from a distance. The platoon halted, puzzled by the man's injured tag and unusual movements. Their confusion grew when they realized he didn't belong to any known squad participating in the exercise. The injured man continued walking until he left the training zone and entered an isolated rural settlement. An elderly craftsman looked up from his work, surprised by the sudden arrival of a heavily built warrior. The warrior stood silently as the craftsman examined him, already suspecting that something had gone wrong. The craftsman evaluated the warrior's equipment, noting signs of strain and recent combat damage. He concluded the man must have returned early because his gear had failed during the mission. Holding a damaged blade, the craftsman remarked that the weapon's condition was far worse than expected. He concludes the weapon was likely used against demonic monsters given the distinct corrosion and impact cuts. At the central dungeon assembly point, the command tents and vehicles stood ready as officers reviewed the growing monster activity. Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jongcheol reported that the number of monsters had increased beyond all predictions. Colonel Jeon Sungkyum added that the division's overall combat ability was declining, creating concern among the commanders. Suddenly, Colonel Lee Jongbyum arrived, looking for the division commander who had unexpectedly disappeared from the briefing. The officers hesitated, unable to explain his location as tensions spread through the tent. Moments later, distant shouts revealed the commander had left on his own, acting without restraint as usual. Outside, soldiers realized the division commander had joined the training exercise despite being labeled as injured. They recalled he had insisted on participating, saying there was a specific soldier he wished to observe personally. His sudden involvement disrupted the planned scenario, leaving the unit uncertain how to react. The division commander stepped forward, declaring himself the designated injured role that trainees had to carry. His overwhelming presence shocked the team, who expected a minor executive officer instead. The soldiers stiffened as he approached, turning the simple drill into a high-pressure evaluation. He handed over the injury tag, demanding they treat him as the training casualty. The squad leader accepted reluctantly, ordering his team to prepare the stretcher. Under the commander's intense stare, the soldiers braced themselves, knowing the exercise had become far more difficult. The soldiers prepared to lift the stretcher, but the division commander refused assistance and insisted on joining the training in his own way. He pushed away their attempts to support him, reminding them that his personality never allowed him to remain passive. Despite their concerns, he ordered them to continue, treating his presence as part of the exercise. The commander watched the squad, smiling as he observed their reactions while maintaining his injured role. Among the soldiers, Minjin felt a surge of determination, believing the training was finally becoming more challenging. New monsters appeared ahead, signaling the next phase as the exercise escalated beyond expectations. The squad advanced, battling a variety of creatures that had been scattered across the terrain. Some monsters had even been enhanced by the dungeon's influence, increasing the difficulty of the scenario. Yet the chaos only strengthened Minjin's focus as he fought through the growing threats. Minjin confronted larger enemies, dodging attacks while searching for openings against the advancing beasts. His blade cut cleanly through their bodies, but exhaustion began to slow his breathing. He pushed forward regardless, determined to overcome the final wave. A massive frog monster struck at him, forcing Minjin to counter with a precise, empowered slash. His basic swordsman skill activated, amplifying his technique as energy surrounded his weapon. Realizing how much stronger he had grown, Minjin prepared for the next enemy, confident in his rapid progress. During the battle, Minjin helped a struggling teammate back to his feet as monsters continued closing in. The soldier thanked him weakly while Minjin steadied his breathing and reassessed the situation. More enemies approached, forcing Minjin to re-engage as he prepared for another wave. Minjin struck the first monster cleanly, pushing forward despite the chaotic battlefield around him. His attacks created openings for his squad, allowing them to advance together. Meanwhile, the division commander observed from a distance, noting the intensity of the current maneuver. He acknowledged that this field training was the toughest conducted so far. A monster lunged toward him, but he effortlessly countered without breaking focus. The commander calmly returned to watching the soldiers, impressed by the difficulty they faced. Minjin urged his teammate to stay focused as they cleared a new section of the field. The group advanced along a cliffside, maintaining formation as more monsters gathered. Another creature emerged suddenly, prompting Minjin to react before it could break their line. He intercepted the monster with a precise slash, finishing it before it reached the others. The squad caught their breath among the bodies, recovering from the rapid combat. One teammate praised Sun Yunseo's performance, noting how many monsters he had defeated alone. As the battle intensified, one soldier lost her footing and fell backward in shock when a monster lunged toward her. Her helmet flew off as she hit the ground hard, unable to regain balance under the sudden impact. Before the creature could reach her, another soldier with long blue hair appeared, moving swiftly into the fight. The fallen soldier turned in disbelief as the blue-haired soldier cut down the approaching monster with precise movements. More enemies emerged, but the newcomer leaped forward fearlessly, slashing down another creature in mid-air. She pushed ahead, diving toward the cliffside battlefield, fully committing herself to the ongoing mission. The sun set over the training grounds as the soldiers gathered after completing their maneuvers for the day. Minjin Ki stood among the platoon, observing the tired formations as the instructors evaluated their condition. Their platoon commander arrived despite being marked as injured, surprising everyone with his energetic appearance. The commander praised the platoon, emphasizing their ability to finish the operation without major issues. The soldiers straightened nervously as he inspected them one by one, unsure of his intentions. Minjin watched as the commander highlighted the platoon's teamwork, crediting their collective effort. The commander stepped closer to Minjin, pointing out his consistent performance during training. Minjin accepted the attention quietly while the surrounding soldiers reacted with mixed relief and tension. Their interaction was interrupted when another senior soldier approached with stern questions about Minjin's posture ladder. Two soldiers discussed their situation. Noting this was their second field maneuver, their conversation halted when they noticed a restricted zone marked by a warning sign. One soldier explained that the fenced area was known simply as the hole. As orders to move out were given, the platoon lined up and prepared to advance. Whispers spread as some soldiers questioned why the hole existed and what it contained. One soldier began explaining it was related to the dungeon phenomenon, a subject still largely unknown. The soldiers listened as the explanation continued, showing how unstable spaces could connect to another dimension through a gate. They learned that these irregular zones formed unpredictable boundaries within dungeons. Some areas lost connection entirely, creating dangerous voids that linked the two worlds. These unstable locations were identified as dungeon holes, rare spots where dimensional stability collapsed. Curiosity spread as the soldiers wondered what would happen if someone stepped into one unknowingly. Rumors suggested that a person might be transported to a random part of the dungeon without warning. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the formation as the platoon reacted to an unexpected disturbance. A figure appeared on the ground, unconscious and unfamiliar to most of the platoon. The soldiers realized the fallen person had emerged from nowhere, matching the described phenomenon. The unit quickly stabilized the area while one soldier reported the incident to their command. The mysterious soldier regained consciousness, immediately asking about the safety of their battalion. They were reassured that their entire group was accounted for and had been searching for them. Relief washed over the recovered soldier as they processed the situation. However, the lingering dizziness made them realize their body had suffered from the dimensional shift. A sharp sensation in their foot signaled something was wrong, leaving them unsettled as they examined it. The medic informed the injured soldier, Yunseo, that continuing the training would be difficult due to her damaged foot. He explained that a transport vehicle was already on the way and her session would have to end early. Yunseo reacted with frustration, realizing she might be pulled out before proving herself. The platoon commander returned, asking for a report on her condition as the soldiers gathered. Yunseo recognized the officer's high rank and felt overwhelmed by the sudden attention on her. Minjin calmly explained she was safe, though shaken from her sudden appearance during the maneuver. When asked what happened, Yunseo described falling off a cliff while fighting a monster. The commander questioned whether she had crossed a dungeon border or slipped through a dungeon hole. He warned that she was lucky to survive such an unpredictable phenomenon. The commander paused, asking for her name, and stiffened when she identified herself as Sun Yunseo. Realizing she was the daughter of a respected officer, his reaction startled everyone around them. Nearby soldiers exchanged confused glances as tension rose among the group. The commander urgently called Corporal Minjun to carry Yunseo due to her injury. Minjun hesitated, unsure why he was chosen so suddenly for the task. The commander insisted, treating the moment as a critical responsibility rather than a favor. The assessment finished, and Minjun was instructed to take responsibility for transporting Yunseo due to her injured foot. Yunseo hesitated when he crouched in front of her, realizing he intended to carry her through the training field. He offered her a choice: accept the help or abandon the training score entirely. Unable to risk failing, Yunseo agreed, asking to be handled carefully despite her embarrassment. Minjun lifted her effortlessly, astonishing the watching soldiers who whispered about his abnormal strength. With Yunseo on his back, Minjun moved steadily, following orders to stay behind the vice commander and report any sign of fatigue. Yunseo clung awkwardly, trying to remain composed while Minjun marched with unwavering confidence. She muttered to herself, torn between gratitude and humiliation as the platoon continued their formation. Nearby officers observed, noting that this exercise was still part of the mission and must be treated with discipline. As the group advanced, an unexpected call arrived requesting the commander's attention. Hearing the name Sun Taiho, the commander froze, recognizing Yunseo's family connection. Irritation surged through him, and he shouted in frustration, overwhelmed by the complications of the situation. Minjin marches with the unit, feeling the strain of the long movement across the training field. The soldiers around him maintain formation, while Minjin struggles quietly to keep pace. His discomfort grows, but he forces himself to stay steady as the group continues forward. A fellow soldier steps beside Minjin, offering silent support as they move together. Minjin realizes the weight on his back is lighter because his comrade is helping carry him. Embarrassed but grateful, Minjin endures the march while the others continue without slowing. Minjin promises himself to repay the assistance. Once the training ends, his comrade maintains a calm pace, analyzing Minjin's weight and condition with ease. Other soldiers watch the pair amused by their teamwork during the difficult movement. Night falls as the unit receives new orders, forcing them back into formation. Tension rises when a report warns of unusual activity approaching their sector. The soldiers react nervously, hoping no new threat will appear during the late hours. The officers announce an airborne monster sighting, sending the unit into immediate alert. Minjin steadies himself, preparing for another unexpected confrontation. The squad braces as the creatures descend, ready to respond to the sudden emergency. A swarm of airborne monsters descends rapidly toward the unit, forcing the soldiers into immediate defensive positions. The platoon commander analyzes their behavior, recognizing them as small but aggressive creatures drawn by movement. The soldiers brace themselves as the monsters circle overhead, preparing to strike at the exposed formation. The creatures dive relentlessly, disrupting the squad's formation and limiting their ability to maneuver safely. Despite the danger, the commander urges his men not to scatter, knowing losing cohesion would worsen the situation. One soldier attempts a precise counterattack, narrowly deflecting an incoming creature as the others hold their ground. Minjin evaluates the chaos, understanding that helping another unit would risk disrupting their current structure. He remains still for a moment, weighing the consequences of acting alone in the middle of the battle. Eventually, he decides the commander's plan must stand, even as the creatures continue to press the squad. Suddenly, Minjin breaks formation, sprinting forward despite the injury labeled on his gear. The startled squad watches as he moves, insisting he can stabilize the situation before the unit collapses. The commander halts his reaction, allowing Minjin to explain the strategy he intends to attempt. The revelation shocks the surrounding soldiers, making several momentarily freeze in disbelief. Minjin realizes the gravity of his own decision as his teammate reacts in silent concern. The commander studies Minjin closely, waiting to see whether his bold move will turn the tide. The commander grants Minjin a single opportunity to execute his risky plan, preparing the squad to retreat if it fails. Minjin steps forward despite the uncertainty, while another soldier watches anxiously, unable to understand the strategy. Above them, the airborne monsters scream as they descend, forcing the entire platoon into a defensive stance. Minjin requests the injured soldier be passed to him, but time pressure pushes the commander to initiate the plan immediately. The unit shifts formation, positioning themselves behind Minjin as he rushes toward the front line. The order to prepare for long-range support spreads through the squad as they ready their weapons. Minjin stabilizes his grip on the injured soldier while calculating the incoming threat's distance. He tightens his stance, determined to avoid losing further points during the chaotic mission. With a steady breath, he accelerates, accepting the weight on his back as part of his responsibility. His eyes shift, revealing power dormant beneath his calm exterior as the monsters close in, drawing on his experience as a dark mage. He channels shadow energy into his firearm. A dark arrow skill forms within the weapon, merging seamlessly with the bullet he prepares to fire. The shot releases, concealed within darkness, streaking upward through the night sky toward its target. One of the airborne monsters is struck mid-flight, collapsing as the energy tears through its body. The watching soldier stares in shock, realizing Minjin has cleanly eliminated the creature with a single hidden attack. Minjin steadies his posture as the soldier behind him watches in disbelief at the sudden surge of power in his eyes. He focuses completely, channeling dark energy into rapid, precise shots that tear through the airborne monsters. One volley after another strikes the targets, causing multiple creatures to burst apart in the night sky. The remaining soldiers stare upward, shocked at the overwhelming accuracy displayed before them. Minjin lowers his weapon, confident as the last monsters fall from above, standing tall with the injured soldier secured. He reveals an efficiency that leaves the others stunned by his sheer capability. Minjin and the platoon assemble at the checkpoint, standing in formation after completing the difficult night march. The supervising soldiers monitor each group carefully, ensuring no one collapses as the recruits wait for assessment. Minjin observes the line ahead, noticing the tired expressions of nearby soldiers while maintaining a calm posture. The unit slowly moves forward as officers record each passing group. Marking the end of the operation, several recruits breathe heavily, relieved that the test appears to be nearing completion after hours of strain. An officer announces the successful completion of Minjin's platoon, causing a wave of quiet celebration among the soldiers. Minjin hears the results and realizes everyone in his group has passed, easing the tension built during the march. The medical team begins checking injured members, while Minjin receives acknowledgement for maintaining steady performance. The platoon leader commends the entire group for finishing together, ordering them to stay focused until dismissal. As the formation disperses, Minjun is approached and praised individually for acting decisively during the earlier emergency. He remains modest while assisting an injured soldier, ensuring she reaches the medical area safely. She thanks him sincerely, recognizing his effort despite the exhaustion affecting the entire unit. Minjun reassures her as the others gather, emphasizing the importance of supporting each other through the training. The platoon commander bursts with pride, thrilled that no soldier failed the operation. The unit celebrates together, relieved that their hard work carried them through the final stage. Minjun stands beside the injured soldier while the others begin recovering from the intense training, all still catching their breath. The platoon commander congratulates the group, and Minjun notices the relief spreading among the soldiers who endured the long night. Suddenly, the company commander arrives, forcing everyone to straighten up as his presence shifts the atmosphere. The commander inspects the injured soldier, calmly checking her condition after the earlier fall during the dungeon drill. He gives clear instructions to transport her safely, and the medics move quickly to follow the order. Minjun watches the interaction, realizing how close she came to serious danger during the collapse of the dungeon hole. The commander begins questioning the platoon leader about the overall training performance and the condition of the recruits. He requests a private discussion, signaling that the evaluation requires immediate attention. The platoon leader reluctantly follows him, aware that the assessment will determine the unit's standing. The next day, Minjun enjoys his meal in the dining hall, finally relaxing after the demanding mission. A soldier approaches with fried chicken, offering it to Minjun in recognition of his contribution. Minjun's expression brightens as he accepts, grateful for the unexpected reward. The cook proudly explains the meal was made specially for outstanding trainees. Minjun listens while eating, learning that his platoon performed the best during the division exercise. As he continues eating, he hears comments about overcoming the harshest field maneuvers so far, confirming the difficulty they endured. Minjun savors the meal in the dining hall, appreciating the rare comfort after days of harsh field training. The flavor overwhelms him, and he quietly enjoys the moment, grateful for the brief pause in military routine. Elsewhere, officers patrol the hallway, their relaxed expressions showing a rare calm across the camp. The senior officers discuss the unusually quiet atmosphere, noting that most soldiers are resting after intense operations. They acknowledge the unit's performance, praising the recruits for enduring the demanding exercises without major issues. Another officer joins them, mentioning the division commander's favorable impression of the 2nd platoon. A few soldiers hesitate when the 4th battalion commander is mentioned, recalling her strict supervision during training. They quietly express concern about her presence, remembering how she evaluated every action without missing details. Despite this, the soldiers agree the success of the mission was largely due to Minjun's exceptional performance. At headquarters, the division commander reviews paperwork related to dungeon cleanup schedules and recent field results. He evaluates reports carefully, ensuring every unit's activities are properly recorded after the chaotic training cycle. His demeanor softens slightly as he reads the successful recovery report for the injured soldier. While drinking tea, the commander confirms the injury was minor, relieved that no lasting damage occurred. He reflects on the platoon's collective effort, recognizing how each member contributed to the operation's success. Satisfied, he prepares for the next phase, confident the unit will perform just as well in upcoming duties. The commander reviews the latest recovery report while the officer stands before him, informing him that the injured soldier has stabilized and will return to duty soon. He listens quietly, though his expression sharpens when an unexpected phone call interrupts the meeting, forcing him to shift his attention. Answering the call, he becomes tense as a familiar voice addresses him directly, revealing an identity he had not expected to hear again. The commander rises from his seat, stunned as he recognizes the caller and confirms the voice belongs to someone he once knew well. On the other end, Major General Sun Taibo sits in his office, calmly introducing himself and addressing the commander with deliberate intent. Sun Taibo issues a direct challenge, proposing a confrontation between the two, while the commander listens in silence as the tension between them reignites. A senior officer reacts with shock as Du Sokyong enters the room. Recognizing her presence immediately, Du Sokyong confirms her identity while maintaining a calm and disciplined posture before the desk. Major General Sun Taiho rises with a stern expression, challenging her as tension fills the office. The call he makes connects to another officer, and both men quickly escalate into an argument over a past incident. The officer on the other end calmly dismisses the general's outburst, questioning his attitude and recent behavior. Sun Taiho insists he wants a duel, using the provocation as an excuse for physical confrontation. The general explodes with frustration when the conversation turns personal, shouting loud enough to shake the room. As the call ends abruptly, he becomes enraged, demanding to know the other officer's location. Du Seokyang informs him the call has already ended, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sun Taiho orders immediate contact with the officer again. Unable to control his frustration, Du Seokyang attempts to calm him, explaining that the general on the phone cannot respond right now. She clarifies that she informed the officer about his daughter's injury because she was acting as the guardian. Du Seokyang continues, stating the injured daughter was granted permission to finish training despite the incident. The general listens as she explains the decision to transfer the trainee to a hospital afterward. Sun Taiho finally pauses, realizing the situation was handled properly despite his earlier anger. Du Seokyang reminds the division commander that she sent her report clearly, but he accuses her of failing protocol. She explains that she informed him because she was acting as guardian during the trainee's emergency. Sun Taiho mutters in frustration, realizing she followed procedure, though his pride remains unsettled. She calls the concerned officer on speaker, letting both men address the situation directly. The call connects, and the officer immediately asks why the division commander seeks him so urgently. Sun Taiho admits he lost control, but insists responsibility can be shared between them. The officer calms the tension by acknowledging some fault, offering a measured explanation. Sun Taiho takes a deep breath and apologizes, though he emphasizes he only wished to protect his daughter. The officer responds sharply, accusing him of using anger to avoid the duel he previously demanded. The dispute escalates again when the officer learns his daughter was carried by another soldier during training. He demands the name of the soldier, refusing to let the incident pass without recognition. Du Seokyang hesitates as a new call comes in. Heightening the tension, Sun Taiho reacts explosively, rising to his feet as he processes the request for an explanation. He orders a vehicle prepared immediately, determined to settle the matter in person. As they rush out, the scene shifts to the unsuspecting soldier humming casually, unaware of the chaos caused by his actions. Minjin walks casually through the hallway, humming to himself as he heads toward the water dispenser. A small shadow creature appears behind him, watching him with bright glowing eyes. Minjin stops and slowly turns his head, sensing something unusual following him. He finds the creature revealed openly beside the counter, causing him to glare with clear irritation. Grabbing it quickly, he rushes outside the building to avoid anyone noticing the strange presence. Outside, the creature floats nervously while Minjin scolds it for ignoring his earlier warning to stay hidden. The creature gestures defensively, splitting into several copies as it tries to explain its appearance. Minjin crouches down, reminding it that appearing suddenly only complicates things for him. The creature apologetically offers a swirling orb of energy, signaling that it has information to deliver. He touches the orb and sees visions of a ruined town filled with traces of demonic energy. Minjin realizes the disturbance is coming from Weichpuchan, recognizing the landscape immediately. The creature confirms it traveled far to verify the location, earning a rare nod of approval. Minjin straightens up, deciding he must investigate the source once again. He plans to create an excuse to slip away without drawing suspicion from his unit. With a calm expression, he walks toward the dormitory, already forming his next move. Minjin approaches the dormitory door, thinking about how suspicious it would look if he asked for leave too suddenly. He remembers the day off he previously received and debates whether he should use another one so soon. Before deciding, he hears loud cheers nearby and turns to see the platoon celebrating an announcement. A soldier congratulates Minjin, informing him that he has been selected as the division's best soldier during field maneuvers. The squad explains that the entire platoon has earned a day off thanks to his performance, surprising him. Minjin asks if he can use his day off tomorrow, insisting nothing is wrong as the commander hesitates. The commander agrees to check the schedule, allowing Minjin to prepare for travel. Soon after, Minjin arrives in Hwashin, finding the area filled with soldiers and signs of recent destruction. He notices multiple hunters on site and questions whether the situation has already been resolved. A shadow creature returns to him, bloated from absorbing demonic energy lingering in the ruins. Minjin quickly hides it as one of the deployed hunters approaches, recognizing him with surprise. The hunter calls out his name, stunned to see him appear in the middle of the contaminated zone. The squad marches through the damaged outskirts of Hanshin County, moving cautiously between ruined buildings after the latest monster incident. Yunseo and her team advance steadily, their heavy gear pulling at their shoulders as they scan the surroundings. Fatigue spreads through the formation as Yunseo wonders when the mission will finally end. She listens to soldiers complaining about endless alerts triggered by the battalion commander's strict protocols. Another soldier reminds them why the orders are harsh, explaining that the company commander lost many people in past operations. They continue marching, grateful they are not part of the direct attack unit. Yunseo's stomach rumbles, revealing how exhausted she is after repeated deployments. Her teammate notices her condition and asks if she is pushing herself too hard. Yunseo insists she is fine, though her breathing remains tense. She thanks him for his concern, trying to stay composed. Their attention shifts when a hunter appears unexpectedly in the restricted zone. Soldiers whisper among themselves, confused why someone from their own division is here. Yunseo recognizes him as Hunter Kim Minjun and is shocked by his sudden arrival. Minjun approaches, claiming he is on vacation while the squad eyes him suspiciously. He reveals he came to investigate demonic energy in the area, unsure how to explain it without causing alarm. Minjun explains he came to Hanshin County for personal reasons, arriving just as an emergency disturbance began. Before the soldiers can question him further, a surge of blue energy gathers nearby, drawing everyone's attention. A gate violently forms in front of the buildings, its unstable light signaling an immediate threat. Minjun identifies it instantly, stepping forward as soldiers shout in panic at the sudden reappearance. The squad prepares to move, realizing they must report back to the platoon commander as they did earlier. One soldier urges Minjun to evacuate with them as everyone runs toward the gathering point. Minjun calmly assesses the situation, noting that monsters could emerge at any moment. He tells Yunseo he will stay behind to buy them time since the attack team has already pulled out. The worried Yunseo listens as he insists her healing foot injury makes evacuation necessary. She reluctantly hands him her equipment before turning to rejoin the platoon. Minjun walks toward the gate alone, his body tense as static energy crackles around it. He considers the possibility of habitat-bound monsters emerging, which would force them to fight immediately. Thinking quickly, he prepares his gear, knowing the most dangerous monsters ignore territorial boundaries. The gate pulses harder, releasing waves of pressure across the ruined street. Minjun braces himself as the light intensifies, signaling something powerful is about to appear. A red boar emerges from the swirling blue portal, its body glowing with unstable demonic energy. The creature's tusks flare as it charges forward, signaling the rest of its pack to follow. Minjun watches calmly from the road, recognizing the threat as more red boars pour out behind it. The boars accelerate toward him, their movements sharper and more aggressive after absorbing demonic power. Minjun sidesteps the first rush and unleashes Dark Arrow, sending a burst of energy that knocks several boars back. The impact scatters the front line, but the remaining beasts regroup and surge forward again. Minjun speeds toward them, weaving between their attacks to strike from within their formation. Using precise footwork, he cuts through their defenses, noting their unusually high durability. He traps a cluster of the beasts inside a barrier of dark energy, halting their advance. Surrounded, Minjun releases corruption, flooding the trapped boars with unstable demonic force. Their bodies twist as the energy overwhelms them from the inside, reducing their strength rapidly. Minjun steps forward, observing their collapse as the corrupted energy spreads through the herd. One remaining boar trembles violently, losing control after absorbing too much corrupted power. It charges recklessly, crashing into its own allies and causing chaotic infighting among the pack. Minjun watches the boars turn on each other, using the confusion to finish off the remaining threats. Minjun steadies his stance as the corrupted boars weaken inside the dark barrier he created. System messages appear around him, confirming the energy he absorbed and the sudden rise of his demonic stats. More enhancements flash before him as the last of the corrupted beasts collapses at his feet. Minjun steps out from the fading energy field, surrounded by fallen monsters as the air begins to clear. A rescue squad arrives quickly, rushing toward him after spotting the aftermath. They check his condition immediately, surprised he is unharmed despite facing the boars alone. Minjun explains his decision to stay near the gate, stating he was buying time for nearby soldiers to retreat. The rescuers silently process his reasoning, impressed by his calmness despite the danger. One soldier questions why he came during his leave, curious about his unexpected presence. Minjun clarifies he was handling personal business nearby when he noticed the gate appear. The squad leader evaluates the situation, confirming no casualties and deciding to hand the scene to investigators. Other soldiers gather around him, excitedly discussing how he defeated the red boars alone. Their excitement grows louder, drawing even more attention toward him. A soldier approaches the administrative office with a sign indicating the building's purpose. Inside, another officer answers the phone, clearly startled by the mention of a name. He repeats the name, Minjun confirming the information while still processing the news. The officer, speaking with another soldier, mentions that the area near Hanshin County has been blocked off due to a breach. The officer explains that Minjun, currently on vacation, has volunteered to help with the situation. Another soldier expresses admiration, thinking about how Minjun has always been dependable, even during his break. Minjun is seen moving quickly across a rooftop while soldiers discuss his actions. Minjin jumps down, avoiding one of the red boars. The soldiers are impressed as Minjin handles the creature effortlessly. The scene shifts to Minjin talking to a female soldier after the action. The soldier nervously asks if Minjin can spare a moment to talk. A tense silence hangs in the air as Minjin nods, uncertain of what she will say next. The soldier recalls the incident where Minjin had been caught staring earlier. Minjin looks confused, trying to remember what happened that day. A sudden realization hits Minjin, and he recalls the event with a knowing smile. Minjin denies cursing the female soldier, explaining he only warned her about messing with him. The soldier, feeling guilty, offers an apology, saying it's a late apology for her past behavior. Minjin quietly thinks about how the soldier lives in a tiring way, but doesn't say anything further. Minjin reluctantly accepts her apology, saying he wasn't upset about it. The soldier insists on making things right, but Minjin's attention shifts to something else. Minjin comments on how his former instructor was also someone who messed around. Like her, the soldier continues, asking Minjin about his experiences during his earlier days in the army. Minjin looks curious, but the soldier suddenly stops, asking if he's referring to her father. Minjin expresses interest, asking her about her father's background in the military. The soldier reveals that her father was a high-ranking officer in the army. Minjin expresses admiration, commenting on how her father achieved high ranks. Minjin's attention shifts back, intrigued by her father's role in the military. Later, Minjin is left alone, thinking about the soldier's father. The soldier's father's image lingers in Minjin's mind as he realizes he may have met him before. Minjin is still curious, wondering if he'll ever meet him again. A soldier confronts Minjin, shouting at him for knowing a certain name. Minjin confidently replies that he knew the name all along, despite the soldier's attempt to hide it. The soldier, infuriated, challenges Minjin, calling him a childish son of a bitch. The soldier's anger escalates as he punches and Minjin retaliates, launching a fierce counterattack. The combat intensifies, with the soldier realizing that Minjin's strength is overwhelming. The officer steps in, declaring that the fight must end immediately. After 5 minutes of brawling, the officer demands an explanation as the two men stand, bruised and tired. The soldier grins, acknowledging Minjin's superior strength, though he's still irritated. Minjin silently agrees, reflecting on the intensity of the fight and his own physical limits. Later, Minjin sits on a bench under the moonlight and his opponent joins him. The soldier mentions how Minjin did well in the fight, though, still having respect for his strength. Minjin listens and agrees, but there's clearly something else the soldier wants to discuss. The soldier gets straight to the point, asking Minjin about his true intentions. Minjin smirks, about to reveal his own plans, his thoughts unclear. As the night deepens, their conversation takes a turn, Minjin's secret intentions slowly coming to light. A soldier confronts Minjin, questioning his loyalty in the situation. The soldier warns Minjin, claiming that things won't stay calm for long. Minjin, unfazed, responds that he can't make a decision just based on the soldier's words alone, suggesting he needs more proof. The scene shifts to Henshin County, where an eerie figure appears under the moonlight. A soldier notices the figure and, sensing something is off, asks, "Are you?" The figure reveals itself as a sinister presence, responding with a dark, knowing smile indicating their dangerous nature. A group of soldiers disembarks from the train as they prepare for their next mission. They move quickly and purposefully, their uniforms clean and sharp under the night sky. A female soldier waves at a fellow soldier as they share a brief conversation, exchanging pleasantries. The atmosphere is relaxed, but tension hangs in the air, signaling that their work is far from over. The soldier steps into the station, receiving a moment of rest before their journey continues. They exchange smiles with others, creating a brief sense of camaraderie. One of the soldiers, a man in uniform, begins to walk away from the group. He heads towards the station's exit, seemingly lost in thought, unaware of the danger that lies ahead. His pace quickens as he moves through the dimly lit streets, unaware of the strange shadow that follows him. Suddenly, he halts and notices a presence in the distance. A mysterious black figure emerges from the shadows, catching his attention. The soldier stares at the figure, his eyes narrowing as the figure slowly begins to approach. The figure's form is shrouded in darkness, its appearance only partially visible. The figure pauses just a few feet away, its glowing eyes fixed on the soldier. The soldier clenches his fists, feeling a surge of unease. He braces himself, ready for whatever might come next. A tense silence fills the air as the soldier and the mysterious figure lock eyes. The atmosphere is charged with the anticipation of conflict. The figure gestures with one hand as if trying to communicate something to the soldier. Confusion clouds the soldier's expression as he wonders what the figure wants from him. The soldier steps forward, his eyes scanning the figure's strange and ominous appearance. The figure speaks, its words cryptic and unsettling. The soldier listens carefully, though doubt flickers in his mind. As the conversation continues, the soldier begins to piece together the mystery surrounding the figure, realizing it may hold answers to secrets long buried. The soldier, standing in the darkened streets, stares at a mysterious figure that emerges from the shadows. The soldier's gaze hardens as the figure's glowing eyes lock onto his. A sense of recognition strikes the soldier, who hesitates as the figure steps closer. Could it be? He mutters, his eyes widening. The figure fully steps into view, revealing a familiar face, sending a wave of confusion and anger through the soldier. I found you? The figure grins sinisterly. The figure, now fully revealed, smiles mockingly as the soldier clenches his fists, recognizing the source of his frustration. The soldier, furious, calls out, "You damn bastard." The air around them crackles with tension, a confrontation inevitable. Without warning, the soldier charges at the figure, his anger driving him forward as the figure laughs, seemingly unbothered by the challenge. The figure quickly sidesteps the soldier's attack, sending him crashing to the ground with ease. The soldier groans, trying to get back up, his mind reeling from the quick turn of events. The figure watches him with disdain, eyes glowing as the soldier struggles to regain his footing. The soldier, now kneeling, glares up at the figure, breathing heavily. "Why are you here?" He demands, anger still in his voice. The figure tilts its head slightly, his smile returning. "You really don't remember, do you?" The soldier's eyes widen in realization. He reaches out, desperately searching for an answer, but the figure remains just out of reach. A strange calm fills the air as the soldier and figure face each other. The soldier still struggles to make sense of everything happening around him. "Do you know me?" the soldier asks, his voice filled with uncertainty. The figure's expression shifts slightly as he responds, "I do, but you don't remember me, do you?" His words echo ominously in the night. The soldier, still recovering from the surprise, faces the figure, his eyes narrowing. "Our hope within the Black Mages, are you truly Kim Min-jun?" The figure, with a smirk, responds calmly, his stance unshaken. "You are a Black Mage too?" he asks. Curious about the soldier's alignment, the soldier grimaces, still not fully understanding the situation. "Is this normal? What is this about hope?" he questions, frustration rising. The figure, now more amused, chuckles softly. "Never say that again. And what's this about your name?" He takes a step forward, his voice dropping into a more serious tone. "From now on, your name is—" The soldier, startled, interrupts in shock. What do you mean, my name?" The figure's expression shifts as he reveals his true intentions. "I'll give you one. A name for the future, a true identity," he says with a grin. The soldier, visibly frustrated and confused, snaps, "What is this about? Are you trying to manipulate me?" The figure stands silently, watching the soldier's reaction with a calm demeanor. The soldier, now on the ground after another brief struggle, grits his teeth. "How did you jump dimensions while in such a weak state?" he asks. The figure's eyes flicker with mild amusement as he steps closer. "You think you can understand that easily?" The soldier, still catching his breath, begins to piece things together. The situation is more complex than he thought. The figure watches as the soldier stands, a twisted grin forming. "At least you should have taken me with you, your right-hand man," he remarks. The soldier shoots him a sharp look. "Talking like you're my right-hand man." The figure shrugs, the smile still intact. "You never know what the future holds." The figure examines the captured monsters, a large number of them held within the temple. Upon closer inspection, he notices there are no signs of the monsters ever leaving the temple, raising suspicions. The realization hits him, something sinister is taking place, and the creatures are being held under unknown circumstances. The figure surveys the surroundings, his eyes narrowing with disgust as he sees remnants of bones and skins scattered throughout. He wonders how so many monsters were processed without leaving any trace. The discovery only deepens his unease, leading him to connect the dots toward a hidden power at play. The soldier watches, his emotions torn as the figure's unsettling knowledge sinks in. He looks at the fragment the figure is holding, unsure of its significance. The soldier realizes that there's more to the situation than meets the eye, but he is still unsure of the next move. The soldier stares at the fragment, recognizing its pattern and recalling the weapons used by the guard captains. As the figure continues to reveal the implications of their actions, the soldier begins to understand the gravity of the situation. The soldier reflects on their mission and the consequences of their actions, realizing that they may have stumbled upon something far more dangerous than anticipated. As the sun sets, a figure stands atop a cliff, gazing at the horizon with the warm light casting a golden glow across the landscape. The figure, a woman, turns toward Min-jun Kim, questioning why she was brought to such a place. She stands with a sense of uncertainty, asking why she had been called to this location. her gaze fixed on Minjin. Minjin Kim, in dark clothing, stands with his back to the woman, responding with frustration, mentioning he's been exposed to the elements for days. The woman's response is calm, explaining that there are limitations to her actions, but she apologizes for any confusion. Minjin inquires about the reason he was summoned. Sensing an underlying purpose to this meeting, the conversation turns to characters and worlds. As Minjin is intrigued by the woman's mentioning of a specific character, the woman hints that the concept may seem foreign to Minjin's world, but she clarifies it as a being that exists in hers. Minjin's curiosity intensifies as he questions the validity of such creatures and their relation to his world. As they walk together, the woman explains that things in her world are vastly different from what Minjin might expect. Minjin expresses skepticism, raising questions about monsters and gates that may connect their worlds. The woman confirms the truth, explaining the historical connection between her world and Earth, especially regarding the gates. With the woman's revelation, Minjin realizes the deeper connections between their worlds, intrigued yet cautious. She continues to elaborate, highlighting the need to understand the complexities of interdimensional forces and monsters. As they approach the edge of their discussion, Minjin reflects on her words, recognizing the gravity of their situation. Minjin Kim watches, intrigued by the strange creature in front of him. He wonders if the creature is what it seems. Minjin is approached by Li Bongsu, who offers Minjin a gift. But Minjin remains skeptical. Li Bongsu requests that Minjin accept the gift, offering his assistance in return for a promise of future cooperation. Minjin begrudgingly agrees, though he remains cautious about the strange events unfolding. Li Bongsu, grinning, seems satisfied with Minjin's decision despite the tension in the air. Minjin asks about a new mission, and Li Bongsu suggests that they try out another creature he has summoned. Minjin watches as Li Bongsu summons a mysterious creature, looking on with skepticism but curiosity. The creature reacts to Li Bongsu's command, surprising Minjin with its abilities and loyalty. Minjin expresses his doubt about its real power but remains intrigued by the potential of this new ally. Minjin watches the summoned creature move with eerie precision, further testing its abilities. The creature's odd behavior disturbs Minjin, but Li Bongsu remains calm and directs the creature. Minjin orders the creature to stop, frustrated by its chaotic movements, but it obeys reluctantly. The creature continues to misbehave as Minjin and Li Bongsu walk away, with Minjin clearly unimpressed. Li Bongsu reassures Minjin, hinting that the creature is still a work in progress and needs fine. Tuning, Minjin wonders aloud about the risks involved in working with such uncontrollable entities. A few days later, a loud voice echoes as a soldier bursts into a room, announcing, "It is up." With a wide grin on his face, the soldiers inside the room look at each other, in confusion, wondering if he's lost his mind or if something unusual is happening. One of the soldiers, shaking his head, asks about the strange behavior as the rest try to figure out what's going on. Minjin, overhearing the chatter, is informed that the latest performance evaluation results are out. The soldiers are disappointed to learn that the top performer in the platoon is once again someone they dislike. They joke about the unlikely individual being ranked first again, as they wonder how this person managed such an achievement, despite their reputation. As the soldiers speculate, Minjin steps forward, revealing that he has secured second place in the rankings. The room erupts in surprised reactions, with some questioning how Minjin managed to surpass others despite the fierce competition. Minjin confidently explains that his success came from strict discipline and continuous improvement, which leaves the others stunned. The soldiers gather around as Minjin shows them a record of his performance, clearly impressed by his accomplishment. The discussion turns to whether or not Minjin can retain his position at the top, especially with the fierce competition still around. Minjin, calm and collected, prepares himself for the next challenge, as others express both awe and envy at his abilities. The mood shifts as Minjin is asked about his secret to success. He smiles, hinting at an unknown factor behind his performance. A close-up shot of his hand reveals a subtle, but important detail, hinting that Minjin has something more up his sleeve than meets the eye. As the others clap and cheer, Minjin reflects on the journey ahead, knowing that the next test will be even harder, but he is ready for it. Minjin holds up a piece of paper, reading the details about a salary bot with various names listed, his expression indicating that something unusual has caught his attention. Laughing, Minjin teases his fellow soldier Guangxik about the unexpected prize, offering it to him with a cheeky grin. Guangxik looks back nervously, reminding Minjin that he's a sergeant, trying to assert his rank but unable to avoid Minjin's playful challenge. Minjin continues to joke about the situation, clearly enjoying the playful tension, as Guangxik realizes his words won't be taken seriously. Minjin's smug expression suggests that he knows something about Guangxik's surprise, hinting at his victory in the competition. Guangxik, in shock, finally admits that Minjin must have won the prize, realizing the scale of the winnings and the shock it brought. Sergeant Minjin Kim, dressed in military uniform, stands in front of a warning sign as he catches his breath after some exercise. Minjin stares forward, his exhaustion evident as he continues to exhale deeply. The scene shifts to Minjin's commanding officer shouting at him, questioning his motives for being in this situation. As Minjin's face hardens with a steely resolve, Minjin is now lying on a bench press, straining as he pushes a heavy weight above his chest. Struggling, his fellow soldiers look on, one nervously watching as Minjin struggles with the weight, sweat dripping from his face. Minjin's face contorts in pain as he continues to push the barbell, and his fellow soldier responds, still surprised by the intensity of the training. The atmosphere lightens as Minjin sits up, smiling confidently, while another soldier teases him about his strength. Minjin laughs, acknowledging his rigorous training, his fellow soldier echoing that they had been through a lot together. The moment turns into a joke as Minjin's commanding officer scolds the soldiers, but the playful banter continues. As the training continues, Minjin mischievously warns his fellow soldiers about upcoming challenges, enjoying the opportunity to push their limits. His soldiers laugh nervously, unsure whether to trust Minjin's words, but they accept the challenge nonetheless. Minjin's commanding officer, frustrated with the antics, orders everyone to get back to work, but there's no stopping the camaraderie between the soldiers. The soldiers pant heavily as they finish yet another intense session, catching their breath. Minjin, with a sly grin, requests a favor, looking to lighten the mood after the grueling exercise. His soldiers, still exhausted, question what kind of favor Minjin is asking, wondering what more could be requested after such an exhausting day. The soldiers are still discussing their plans as they stand near a water cooler, agreeing that certain rules should be overturned. Minjin's fellow soldiers grumble about the unreasonable rules, but Minjin, with a confident smile, assures them that he'll work on it. The soldiers nod in agreement, forming a pact to remove as many restrictions as possible, giving each other encouraging nods. Minjin stands confidently, ready to persuade the sergeants as the soldiers gather around. Giving him their support, Minjin gestures as he speaks, explaining that the heavy lifting will be on him, but they can trust him to handle it. One soldier eagerly asks if he can assist, while Minjin reassures him with a thumbs up before walking away to take on the task. Minjin is now confronted by Corporal Kim, who is surprised to hear Minjin is moving to the second squad after the personnel reshuffle. Minjin, slightly tense, faces the new assignment with determination, promising to give his best as they exchange a final look. Minjin hints at the challenges ahead, but assures that they'll train together and push through as a team. The scene shifts to a dangerous new area as a snake-like creature is revealed crawling through the underground. A soldier notes that while these creatures are non-venomous, they explode when killed, making them dangerous. Another soldier warns that one must always remove the creature's tail before eliminating it to prevent a deadly explosion. The soldiers take their positions, preparing to battle the snake creatures in the mine. A soldier points out the importance of timing and careful strikes to avoid triggering a chain reaction. As Minjin and the soldiers stand poised for the attack, the danger of the mission is clear, but their resolve is stronger. The snake-like creature hisses at the soldiers, its enormous size towering over them as they prepare for an attack. One soldier, his eyes wide with concern, grips his weapon tightly, watching the creature closely without hesitation. He moves into action, striking at the creature's tail with precision, avoiding its deadly blast. As the group continues their efforts, the tension breaks with a moment of relief when the creature is subdued. A soldier sighs with relief, grateful that they managed to handle the danger, at least for now. Another soldier grins and announces a short break, but everyone knows that the real challenge is far from over. While taking a break, a soldier notices an unexpected surprise. A strange skill item has been created during the battle. The soldier picks it up, reading the words "agility boost" on the glowing screen and showing it to his comrades. They all agree that the dungeon might hold more secrets, and their morale is boosted by the newfound strength. One soldier stands with an inquisitive expression as he reads the skill description. His thoughts racing, he considers the potential of the newfound skill and wonders if the dungeon holds even more rewards. His optimism fades as he realizes that their journey through this dungeon might have far deeper dangers hidden within. As they continue their exploration, Minjin pauses, sensing something ominous. He feels the presence of demonic energy, something powerful and dangerous. A dark thought crosses his mind as he begins to prepare for the upcoming battle, ready for whatever comes next. The cloaked figure sneaks into a house under the cover of night, his movements precise and calculated. He speaks to his bird companion, remarking that the object he seeks has been well hidden, but he's finally found it. The cloaked figure seems confident, urging his companion to stay quiet as he carefully observes the object before him. The figure carefully steps forward, his eyes fixated on the glowing object, a strange crystal encased in a display. He examines the object closely, noting its unusual and refined appearance, as if it were crafted specifically for its purpose. The figure reaches out for the crystal, but his hand trembles slightly as he senses something isn't right. A voice suddenly breaks the silence, commanding the figure to stop moving. The figure quickly looks behind him, where a woman stands, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she blocks his path. Tension fills the air as the cloaked figure remains still, unsure of the woman's intentions, but ready to face whatever comes next. A quiet night falls over the house as the camera zooms out, showing the silhouette of the building. Inside, a girl sits alone, her phone in hand, looking pensive. The girl begins texting her mom. A conversation unfolds, her mom asking if she had dinner, and reassuring her about her dad's late-night movie plans. She types a reply, indicating she's fine, and then prepares to go to bed, the soft glow of her phone illuminating her face in the dark room. Suddenly, the girl looks up, her expression turning serious as she hears something unexpected from outside the room. Her gaze narrows. She stands up from her seat, cautiously walking toward the source of the disturbance. Her footsteps echo in the quiet house. She reaches a hallway and sees a figure looming in the shadows, their movement drawing her attention. The girl wonders if it is a thief. The girl freezes, alarmed as the figure steps forward, demanding she not move. She responds with surprise, questioning the intruder's identity. The figure stands in the darkness, ominously masked. Tension builds as the girl's face shows both fear and defiance, unsure of what's next. The girl looks more determined, preparing to face the mysterious figure who invaded her home, her stance ready to fight back. The intruder reveals his purpose, speaking of an unexpected discovery within the house that led him there. The girl listens, confused but still alert. Her eyes widen as she begins to piece together the purpose of the intruder's mission, realizing the situation is more complicated than a simple break. The figure, still shrouded in secrecy, shows signs of frustration as something unexpected emerges. Adding to the tension in the confrontation, the girl stands firm, making a bold statement about the intruder's actions. Her voice is strong, even as danger looms close. The intruder hesitates, looking taken aback by her defiance, the situation becoming even more intense. She takes a step forward, her body language demanding action as she prepares to confront whatever comes next in this high-stakes moment. The girl struggles to break free from the intruder's grip. She reacts swiftly, pushing her body into a forceful move to escape. With quick reflexes, the girl twists and strikes, aiming for the masked figure. Her expression sharpens as she prepares for a fight. The figure stumbles back in surprise, realizing the girl is more skilled than expected. She glares at him, determined to face whatever comes next. The masked intruder acknowledges her movements, commenting on her impressive skills, which make her seem like a potential soldier. He chuckles, but it's clear that he has a different agenda. The girl, still tense, prepares herself for the next confrontation. The girl, now aware of the intruder's dangerous nature, grits her teeth. Her instincts tell her that he is far from an ordinary civilian. She squares off, her eyes narrowing as she faces the masked figure, no longer underestimating him. Without hesitation, she attempts another move, a swift kick aimed directly at her opponent. The intruder expertly dodges her attack, his movements revealing a level of training far beyond hers. The girl, now frustrated, recognizes that this intruder is far more dangerous than a regular thief. She quickly reassesses the situation. The intruder's movements and presence suggest he's not just after valuables, with the tension rising. The girl's mind races. She prepares herself for a final stand against this dangerous enemy. The girl feels the weight of the situation, realizing she might be facing someone beyond her abilities. She can't afford to hesitate. In a sudden move, she grabs something nearby, hoping to find a way to outsmart her opponent and level the playing field. However, the intruder reacts quickly, and she's left wondering if she'll be able to survive this dangerous encounter. The girl clenches her fist, holding a piece of paper with a bold word "Burb" written on it. Her anger boils over, and she screams out in frustration. She yells loudly, her voice filled with rage as she recognizes the person responsible. The girl is determined to find the intruder, her focus sharp and unwavering. A man is seen riding a bike in the distance, taunting her from afar. He calls her crazy as he speeds away. Adding to her fury, the scene shifts to the masked man who holds a glowing crystal deep in thought. He contemplates the significance of the crystal's power. He remarks that the crystal is a rare find, one that could lead him to the monster he's been seeking. The energy it contains is unique and mysterious. As he examines the crystal, he wonders aloud if this could finally lead him to the source of his power and answers he has been searching for. The man's fingers tighten around the crystal, his thoughts becoming darker, He explains that this power could be even more dangerous than anticipated. He continues analyzing, acknowledging that these crystals contain dangerous mana, and that with the right control, they could lead to unimaginable strength. He grins menacingly as he realizes the potential of this discovery. His gaze is filled with determination as he plots his next move. The man prepares to release the mana from the crystal, feeling the power surge through him. The atmosphere becomes heavy with dark energy. With a flick of his wrist, the crystal releases a violent burst of energy, and the night air seems to tremble under the force. He smirks, feeling the power coursing through him, and he declares that this is only the beginning of his plan. The system's notifications flood his mind, acknowledging the increasing energy in his body. The power he now possesses is growing stronger. The man laughs to himself, excited by the potential that this energy offers him. His power is unmatched, and he knows it. He takes another step forward, ready to use his newfound strength, his confidence unshaken as he prepares to face the challenges ahead. The masked figure, still standing in the dark, speaks to a crow. Like Creature, he orders it to find individuals who are suspected of harboring demonic energy. The creature nods and flaps its wings, confirming that it understands the task. It immediately takes flight, ready to carry out the mission. The figure watches the creature disappear into the night sky. He remains calm, confident that his orders will be followed, and begins to walk, pondering his next moves. The scene shifts to the masked figure, who is now walking with a strange glowing object in his hand. He seems deep in thought. He stares at the crystal, admiring its mysterious power. He comments to himself that it may lead him to something greater, an important discovery. Suddenly, he smiles to himself, feeling an increasing sense of control over the energy he's harnessing. He seems more confident than ever before. Back in a local restaurant, another character sits at a table, eagerly savoring a meal. He seems overjoyed by the food, which appears to be a delicious bowl of Korean pork soup. Enthusiasm is visible as he digs in, savoring the flavors. His expression shows pure delight, with a wide grin as he continues to eat. Another person at the table watches him, puzzled by his reaction. They comment that his eating habits are strange, but they quickly realize he must have been deprived of such food for a long time. The conversation shifts as they start to talk about someone named Kim Min-jun. The discussion is about him, and it seems they are trying to understand his odd behavior. Guangshik's message is filled with frustration, mentioning a tough week ahead and teasing about how Kim Min-jun is relentlessly talking about it in the chat, showing his excitement despite the challenge. The scene opens with soldiers in military attire participating in the intense hunter-guerrilla training. The sun shines brightly above them, with one soldier smiling confidently as they prepare for the next task. The soldiers are seen struggling with a tough obstacle, including climbing and maneuvering over rough terrain. Despite their exhaustion, they persist in their training, showing signs of physical effort. The focus shifts to a sign indicating that this rigorous training is designed for soldiers who have surpassed normal human limits, making it clear that these are elite troops undergoing specialized training. A soldier, smiling broadly, stands proudly, indicating their readiness to face more challenges ahead. The soldier is now on a rope course, navigating through it skillfully. His determination and agility are evident as he moves forward with ease. A brief pause occurs, with another soldier observing, seemingly surprised by the performance of their comrade. The tension rises with a character in a gas mask. Appearing serious and grim, they speak, asking a question with uncertainty in their voice, revealing concerns over the situation. The response is delayed, heightening the sense of suspense, with their unease growing stronger. The soldiers stand at attention, listening to a military pledge with serious expressions, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. The camera shifts to a military camp where the soldiers are gathered, training continuing with a sense of discipline. The focus is on the intense, specialized training that has made them infamous within the ranks, emphasizing their elite status. The scene shifts to soldiers sitting around a table, eating, showing a moment of respite. A soldier comments on the poor meal quality, hinting at the tough living conditions during their deployment. As they continue their conversation, the atmosphere becomes tense, suggesting that there may be unforeseen challenges ahead. The scene opens with soldiers in military attire, participating in the intense hunter-guerrilla training. The sun shines brightly above them, with one soldier smiling confidently as they prepare for the next task. The soldiers are seen struggling with a tough obstacle, including climbing and maneuvering over rough terrain. Despite their exhaustion, they persist in their training, showing signs of physical effort. The focus shifts to a sign indicating that this rigorous training is designed for soldiers who have surpassed normal human limits, making it clear that these are elite troops undergoing specialized training. A soldier, smiling broadly, stands proudly, indicating their readiness to face more challenges ahead. The soldier is now on a rope course, navigating through it skillfully. His determination and agility are evident as he moves forward with ease. A brief pause occurs, with another soldier observing, seemingly surprised by the performance of their comrade. The tension rises with a character in a gas mask appearing serious and grim. They speak, asking a question with uncertainty in their voice, revealing concerns over the situation. The response is delayed, heightening the sense of suspense, with their unease growing stronger. The soldiers stand at attention, listening to a military pledge with serious expressions, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. The camera shifts to a military camp where the soldiers are gathered, training continuing with a sense of discipline. The focus is on the intense specialized training that has made them infamous within the ranks, emphasizing their elite status. The scene shifts to soldiers sitting around a table, eating, showing a moment of respite. A soldier comments on the poor meal quality, hinting at the tough living conditions during their deployment. As they continue their conversation, the atmosphere becomes tense, suggesting that there may be unforeseen challenges ahead. Begins with a soldier looking frustrated as they stand in front of a commanding officer, loudly objecting to the current situation. The soldier continues, complaining about the challenging weather conditions and questioning how anyone could have anticipated this situation. Another officer chimes in, explaining that this situation is part of a competition between battalions, an ego-driven conflict between the commanders. Soldiers are seen undergoing intense training in the heat. One soldier seems impressed by the difficulty, questioning if the challenge is only one part of the larger exercise. The leader of the group smiles smugly, revealing their superiority and pride in their own strength. The soldier reflects on how these intense exercises are pushing everyone to their limits, creating a highly competitive atmosphere. One soldier remarks on the expectations they've heard about a particular individual, leading to doubts about their capability. Another soldier sarcastically acknowledges the rumors, calling the first soldier out for their overly optimistic belief in what they'd heard. The atmosphere grows tense as the initial friendly banter shifts into a more serious and confrontational tone. A physical confrontation erupts, with one soldier angrily accusing another of being overly smug. The fight intensifies, with punches thrown and words exchanged rapidly. The soldier who instigated the fight is suddenly overpowered, unable to break free from the grip of the stronger opponent. As the struggle continues, one soldier realizes just how strong the other is and begins to lose confidence. The overwhelmed soldier looks up, helpless, unable to move under the grip. Apologizing, the soldier admits their mistake, while the victorious fighter grins, enjoying the moment. The tension escalates as a soldier angrily insults another, calling him a son of a bitch. The anger is palpable and the situation is about to erupt. The soldier continues, shouting at Sergeant Kim Minjun, demanding that he take action against the one who's provoked him. The anger is contagious, and the soldiers around them grow tense. Sergeant Kim Minjun, maintaining his calm, reassures the situation, insisting that it's not worth escalating. His cool demeanor stands in stark contrast to the heated words of the others. The soldiers are gathered preparing for the intense hunter-guerrilla training, with Corporal Yoon Haeyeo expressing her doubts about the purpose of this grueling exercise. Haeyeo learns that the training is to determine the battalion's strength, adding pressure for everyone involved. She questions the necessity of the competition, realizing that only their battalion's chosen soldiers will participate in the event. As the battalion commander watches, soldiers comment on the seriousness of the training, with Haeyeo noting how tough things will be. Yoon Haeyeo hears rumors about the commander's anger and the challenge ahead, making her even more anxious. Another soldier mentions how furious the battalion commander must be, intensifying Haeyeo's concern. A confident soldier with red hair reassures everyone, saying they just need to push through the challenge. Haeyeo, uncertain but determined, mentally prepares herself for the struggle ahead. The soldiers gather their focus, readying themselves for the upcoming physical trial. The soldiers begin the tough training, pushing their limits under the watchful eyes of the battalion commander. Haeyeo is visibly struggling but continues to persevere, determined not to give up. The competition heightens as the soldiers race against each other, their strength tested to the max. The battle intensifies, with Haeyeo in a one-on-one contest, using all her strength. She pushes through the exhaustion, managing to defeat her opponent, with a victorious expression. Haeju completes the challenge, proud of her effort. A soldier chases after Yoon Haeju, who is sprinting away from him, yelling to stop following her. The soldier, with a grin, successfully grabs her, bringing her to a halt. Yoon Haeyeo, now caught, lets out an exasperated sigh as the soldier proudly holds her in place. Yoon Haeyeo warns the soldier to stay away, but he seems undeterred as others in the background continue their training. The soldier chases her again, but she turns around, determined to stop him this time. The chase continues, with Haeyeo taking a quick turn, leaving the soldiers struggling to keep up. Another soldier grins, spotting an opening and preparing to take advantage of the situation. He lunges toward Hayuo, aiming to catch her while she's distracted. Hayuo, aware of his move, quickly avoids him, leaving the soldier tumbling to the ground in defeat. With a smile, Hayuo watches as the soldier groans in frustration after his failed attempt. Hayuo smirks, clearly satisfied with her quick reflexes and victory over the soldiers chasing her. The soldiers around her cheer, impressed by her skills. As Hayasu winks playfully at the group, the focus shifts to another group of soldiers who are discussing their role in the current competition, with a few suggesting they'll be the stars this year. The conversation shifts as they continue to watch Hayuo, who's now resting after her victory. The soldiers from the other group prepare for their own turn in the competition, gearing up with a sense of confidence. One soldier is caught off guard as another soldier approaches him, warning him about a challenge. The soldier, startled, is lifted off his feet as a stronger soldier easily overpowers him. The soldier realizes just how powerful his opponent is and begins to back down, feeling defeated. Hayuo steps into the scene, looking ready for action and addressing the situation with a determined expression. She warns that she is not going to fight anyone one-on-one but will take on multiple opponents, showing confidence in her skills. A group of soldiers quickly prepares to face her, knowing this won't be an easy match. Hayuo takes on several soldiers at once, easily avoiding their attacks while skillfully countering. The soldiers are shocked by how fast and precise she is, struggling to land a hit on her. A soldier near the back calls out, recognizing how strong their team is and hinting that they might win this round. As the fight continues, Hayuo showcases her agility, dodging and delivering powerful counterattacks. Another soldier marvels at her performance, impressed by her strength and speed. With a final move, she decisively takes down her opponents, standing victorious and showing no signs of fatigue. The soldiers watching from the sidelines discuss the unexpected outcome of the fight, admiring Hayuo's skills. One soldier expresses admiration for her, commenting that they never expected someone like her to be so powerful. Hayuo smiles confidently, having earned the respect of the group and knowing she's made her mark. The scene shifts to the military commander, who looks satisfied with the results of the ongoing competition. The commander comments on the perfect match, indicating his approval of the soldiers' performance. The soldiers from the 1st Battalion are called up to the stage for the next phase of the competition. One of the soldiers from the squad, having heard the news, talks about the reward for winning 1st place, which includes a squad vacation. Another soldier jokes about not wanting to take a vacation with the rest of the squad, not wanting to become a part of their group. Sergeant Minjun listens carefully and sarcastically responds, hinting that they shouldn't worry about getting 1st place if that's the case. Sergeant Minjun turns with a smirk, declaring that they can all just do their own thing and stop pretending to work together. Soldiers are lined up preparing for the start of a competitive event. Tension is in the air as they stand at attention. A whistle blows, signaling the start of the match. The atmosphere grows tense with anticipation. The soldiers charge forward, racing toward the finish line, their movements swift and determined. As the race intensifies, one soldier seems to struggle, his pace slowing behind the others. A fellow competitor comments on his apparent lack of effort, wondering if he is too light to keep up. The soldier, irritated, clenches his fists and continues to push himself harder. The struggling soldier looks back at his competition with determination, ignoring the taunts. His focus intensifies as he catches up to the group, prepared to challenge them. Another soldier, sensing his potential, smirks and wonders about testing his abilities. The soldier prepares himself for an unexpected challenge, showcasing a deep concentration. A dark aura surrounds him as he taps into his hidden power. His control over his abilities becomes clear as he readies himself for the test ahead. The soldier's power surges forward, catching his opponent off guard. His opponent stumbles, shocked by the sudden display of strength. The soldier, now in control, smiles confidently, ready for whatever comes next. A soldier looks at his opponent with a calculating gaze, realizing something is off. The soldier panics internally, fearing his opponent might notice the strange aura around him. He quickly brushes it off, deciding that the situation is manageable for now. The soldier's opponent starts running toward him, showing no hesitation in his approach. The soldier braces himself for the impact, trying to remain calm and composed. He makes a quick move to avoid a direct confrontation, using agility to his advantage. The soldier, now with a confident smirk, prepares to strike back. He feels the rush of energy building within him, ready to unleash his hidden strength. His control is shaky, but he is determined to make it count. The soldier unleashes a powerful surge of energy, catching his opponent off guard. His opponent is lifted into the air, surprised by the sudden force. The soldier smiles, feeling a sense of control over his newfound abilities. The soldier watches as his opponent recovers, readying for the next move. He stands tall, now more confident in his own strength and the mysterious power he wields. The battle is far from over, and the soldier is determined to emerge victorious. The match results in a devastating 6-0, with one fighter barely standing looking defeated on the ground. The arena is quiet, and it becomes evident that no one has been knocked out of bounds during this brutal match. The silence reveals the intense atmosphere, with no one daring to move or speak. Outside, the scene shifts to the main characters discussing the event. One of them explains that it wasn't a sports competition, but rather a combat training session. He elaborates that the outcome was a result of the fighters' own shortcomings and the extreme difficulty of the training. The other soldiers, hearing the harsh truth, prepare themselves for the upcoming challenges. A close-up of a man smiling confidently addresses the group, commenting on the unfairness of the training. His tone shifts to frustration, questioning why others are being trained so hard before him. His concern grows as he looks around, unsure about the competition and his role in the group. The atmosphere turns tense, with characters exchanging intimidating expressions hinting at a looming rivalry. The same character continues to question why they are getting special treatment, but another group of soldiers seems unfazed by the tension. He realizes the gravity of the situation and the struggle ahead. Back at the training grounds, rumors spread about a female figure cheering for Sergeant Kim Minjin, suggesting a more personal connection. A brief moment of confusion arises as the soldiers laugh about the rumors surrounding Kim Minjin's involvement with the girl. The soldiers, trying to make sense of the situation, wonder about Kim Minjin's actual feelings while the intensity of the competition lingers. The atmosphere is filled with laughter as the soldiers mock each other, making fun of a rookie who failed to perform during the drill. They continue their taunts, calling the rookie a real dumbass for his poor performance, their laughter ringing through the training grounds. One of the soldiers, clearly annoyed, decides to confront the group and warns them that the teasing needs to stop. The situation escalates when the soldier, frustrated, decides to show his power by charging forward, ready to take on his challenger. The soldier's movements are swift and aggressive, catching everyone off guard as he dashes toward his opponent. The opponent, standing calmly, notices the attack and braces himself for the impact, not showing any fear. The two soldiers face off, their hands about to meet in a powerful clash, the force of their movements creating tension in the air. A loud smack resounds as the confrontation begins, with the soldier's face contorting in pain as he feels the sharp force. The soldier stumbles back, clearly stunned by the power of the blow, his expression showing both shock and regret for underestimating his opponent. The soldiers stand in formation, watching one of their own, who seems to be in a bit of distress. The soldier, distressed, holds his face as he recognizes his mistake, whispering that it was because of a wrong decision. The situation grows tense as the soldier's teammates react with concern and surprise. The soldier receives advice from another, who warns him to watch out and avoid unnecessary actions. The soldier bristles, frowning and muttering about how he'll finish it. Despite the remark, his frustration is evident as he turns away, with a smirk playing on his lips, ready to continue his actions. Suddenly, the soldier moves swiftly, ignoring further advice, and begins to demonstrate his newfound power. His body crackles with energy, shocking everyone around him as they try to comprehend what's happening. His reckless charge sends his opponent flying back, causing him to stumble in surprise. As the soldier's attack takes effect, his opponents are taken aback by his strength and the sudden rush of power. One soldier stands frozen, questioning the situation and trying to understand what just happened. The soldier, now victorious, stands tall, feeling the adrenaline from his unexpected burst of power. His opponent, recovering from the attack, grows more agitated and prepares for a counterattack. As tension builds, the soldier takes a deep breath, gearing up for the next clash. Both men face each other, determined. As the situation is far from over, each waiting for the other's move, the soldier is caught in a tight grip. Gritting his teeth as he struggles against the force, the soldier growls in frustration, angry about his predicament. He cannot believe his opponent's strength. His frustration mounts as he realizes this opponent is no easy target, and he can't afford any more mistakes. Another soldier warns the group about the dangerous situation, questioning if they'll take responsibility if things go wrong. A military superior steps in, assuring everyone that the soldier will manage to handle things on his own. The commanding officer sighs, clearly displeased with the reckless situation, but offers no further words of caution. The soldier prepares to wrestle again, pushing his opponent to take him seriously. Despite the stakes, the soldier confidently exclaims that technique is the key, and he's ready to demonstrate it. He feels his muscles tense as he braces for what's to come, knowing his skills will determine the outcome. The two opponents lock in a fierce struggle, with one soldier gripping tightly while the other shifts his position. With an impressive move, the wrestler throws his opponent off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. The victorious soldier stands over his fallen adversary, grinning as he realizes the effectiveness of his technique. The defeated soldier rises, furious, trying to find a way to regain control. He charges forward, determined to take the fight back into his hands. The battle is far from over, as both soldiers prepare for the next move, their rivalry pushing them to their limits. The soldier gasps for air as his opponent catches him in a tight grip, and his breath comes in short bursts. Realizing he's in trouble, he tries to shout out that he's giving up, but his opponent continues the hold. He pleads one more time, saying he is done, hoping the opponent will release him. The scene shifts, showing the soldiers around the area reacting to the struggle. One soldier, watching the intensity of the moment, seems concerned, unsure if the fight has gone too far. Meanwhile, another soldier is indifferent, remarking that it's just another challenge, showing little worry. The victorious soldier looks pleased with his success, boasting about his technique. He confidently declares his love for a specific character, a personal favorite of his. The others look confused but intrigued, trying to understand what he means by this. The crowd is still in shock, clearly in awe of the outcome of the match. One of the soldiers comments that the match is over, but the defeated one struggles to catch his breath, recovering from the physical toll. The announcer states the final result: the 2nd Battalion and 2nd Platoon are victorious. The victorious soldier is greeted with cheers and excitement from his comrades. As he stands proud, he smirks slightly, joking that it was just a bit of a stretch, not breaking a sweat at all. Another soldier, astounded, notes how the opponent barely managed to even put up a fight. The scene opens with soldiers standing in formation, a large banner raised in the background as they prepare for a formal event. A soldier, having received a medal, steps forward to accept it, clearly honored. The crowd watches in anticipation. The soldier salutes with pride, acknowledging the recognition while his comrades stand at attention. The soldier walks back to his comrades after receiving the medal, who are visibly impressed by his achievement. One soldier remarks on the upcoming guerrilla training, asking why they need to do it. Given their already intense training, another soldier comments on the time it will take to return to base after the exercise, suggesting it's going to be a long walk. He notices a female soldier standing nearby and comments, impressed by her appearance. The scene transitions to a snowy day as Minjin Kim and his group prepare for the next phase of their training. There's a noticeable tension in the air as Minjin expresses concerns about their upcoming task. Minjin advises caution as they approach the situation. His face is serious, showing his resolve to proceed carefully despite the unknowns ahead. A fellow soldier reassures Minjin, suggesting that if they are caught, they can handle the consequences later. Minjin remains focused, continuing to plan their strategy. A group of soldiers huddles together, preparing for their next move. They are strategizing, already planning before the official training has even begun. The soldiers discuss the importance of avoiding unnecessary delays. One soldier suggests using a nearby location to save time and maximize efficiency. The group agrees to proceed with the plan. They are determined and ready, focusing on staying ahead and achieving success in the task at hand. Back in the barracks, the group continues their conversation and Minjin receives a text message. The mood shifts as Minjin looks at his phone with curiosity. The phone shows a conversation that starts off as a casual exchange. Minjin and his comrade discuss logistics and confirm the details for the next stage. Minjin, slightly apprehensive, reads the message carefully, knowing the importance of the next steps. He mentally prepares for what's to come. Trying to manage the growing anxiety, Minjin and his teammates continue the conversation, their focus shifting from the task to personal details. One of the soldiers seems nervous about their next steps. A few soldiers begin to get distracted, worried about the risks. Despite this, Minjin tries to remain confident, reminding them that they have to keep moving forward. The team continues to engage in their discussion, with one soldier being a bit more cautious, questioning the idea of contacting someone they don't fully trust. Minjin suddenly receives an alarming message, and the group's discussion takes a serious turn. They start to feel the weight of their actions and the potential consequences. Tension builds as the group is unsure how to proceed. They worry about getting caught, but understand that there's no turning back now. A fellow soldier bursts into the scene, alerting them to the fact that they might have been discovered. The group rushes to address the issue, bracing themselves for what's ahead. Minjin Kim is seen lifting weights at the gym. He struggles with the effort, but is pleased to notice an improvement in his stats, particularly agility, which has increased by 5 points. His excitement grows as he realizes his strength has also improved. The intense workout seems to have paid off, and Minjin is thrilled with his progress. Just as Minjin celebrates, a voice calls out to him, and the atmosphere shifts. Someone urgently calls his name, interrupting his victory moment. Minjin turns around, slightly annoyed but still determined. The person calling him seems to have something important to discuss. Though Minjin is distracted, The conversation shifts to a more serious note as the topic changes. Minjin is caught off guard by the new development, which adds more pressure to his day. Minjin, slightly agitated, tries to focus on his task but finds himself growing increasingly frustrated with the unexpected interruptions. As Minjin prepares for more training, his phone suddenly buzzes, interrupting his focus. A message appears on the screen, diverting his attention. The text is from someone unexpected. Minjin's reaction is a mix of surprise and confusion as he wonders why this person is contacting him. Now, Minjin's frustration grows as he begins to analyze the situation. He stares at the message, trying to figure out what this new development means for him. Minjin looks around nervously, realizing that the situation is getting more complicated. His teammates seem to be involved in some way, and the stress is mounting. The text conversation continues, and Minjin is torn between answering and handling his training. The balance between personal and professional is becoming difficult. Another character enters the scene, adding to the confusion. Minjin is left grappling with the unexpected circumstances that are pulling him in different directions. A new phone call arrives, and Minjin is now feeling overwhelmed. The phone call is a major shift, and Minjin braces himself for what's next. The person on the other end of the line adds to Minjin's confusion, revealing more about the situation he's now involved in. Minjin's mood shifts to one of irritation and determination. The pressure builds, and Minjin is left wondering how he's going to handle this growing complexity. His focus on his goals wavers as new challenges arise, threatening to derail his plans. A week later, Minjin and his team are at a large venue, possibly for an event. The atmosphere is casual, with everyone focused on the task at hand. Minjin's teammate asks if he's heard about something important that's coming up. Minjin looks slightly confused, unsure of what's being referred to. It's revealed that the upcoming event or task involves a high-stakes situation. Minjin is skeptical but listens as his teammate fills him in. Minjin and his team are now at the location, where they are greeted by another soldier. The soldier thanks Minjin for his help, a gesture of appreciation for his involvement. As the atmosphere becomes more intense, another soldier steps forward to address the group. Minjin is reminded of the importance of the situation. The conversation shifts to a new focus, with the team preparing for the next part of the operation. Minjin remains composed, understanding the seriousness of the task. As the team prepares to move forward, they come across a major revelation that changes the course of the mission. Minjin tries to make sense of it. The leader of the team discusses the plan, drawing attention to key objectives and stressing the need for focus. Minjin looks determined as he takes in the information, knowing that this is a pivotal moment in the mission. Tension builds as the team's preparation reaches a crucial point. Minjin and his team gear up, ready to face whatever comes next. Minjin's teammate shows a different side, offering a remark that lightens the mood, but also reveals a subtle undercurrent of pressure. Minjin reflects on the gravity of the task ahead. Despite the camaraderie, he remains focused on the goal. The team is now in formation, waiting for the next stage of the operation to begin. Minjin leads with confidence, but there's a noticeable shift in the air. A new figure enters the scene, catching the team's attention. The newcomer's identity is revealed as the 10th Division Commander, someone Minjin recognizes from television briefings. Minjin and his team react with surprise, realizing the scale of the mission. The commander's presence adds to the intensity of the situation, raising the stakes even higher. Minjin's father is seen calling out to him in an urgent, almost pleading manner, asking Minjin to return home. The father is visibly frustrated, urging Minjin to stop whatever he's doing. Minjin's face is a mix of hesitation and confusion as he tries to reason with his father. Despite his own desire to stay and finish what he started, his father's insistence weighs heavily on him. As his father walks away, Minjin is left in a state of uncertainty. His resolve is shaken, but he seems to acknowledge the pressure his father is placing on him. Minjin's father, now walking with determination, moves past Minjin. His firm steps indicate that he's serious about Minjin returning home, and the tension between them builds. Minjin's father turns to him, asking a question with an intense gaze, causing Minjin to freeze in place. The father's recognition of Minjin seems to carry a deeper meaning. Minjin's father confronts him directly, asking if he's really the same Minjin Kim he's heard about, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Minjin looks back at his father, understanding that this moment will change everything between them. The group of soldiers arrives at a training site, marked with a large sign. The atmosphere is serious as they prepare for their next task. One of the soldiers, excited, admires the environment. However, another soldier reminds everyone to hurry and stay focused as they don't have much time. The team begins moving with purpose, heading towards the upcoming challenge. The soldiers continue their march, now seemingly more relaxed as they smile and chat. Two soldiers exchange thoughts, with one of them excitedly stating they have a plan in mind to get ahead in the competition. They agree on their strategy, feeling confident that their preparation will give them an edge. The soldiers notice an obstacle ahead. They start discussing their approaches while strategizing on how to best tackle it. One soldier is determined to take on the challenge first. Another watches, not entirely convinced that their approach will work. Despite the skepticism, the team proceeds with their plan, hoping their collective effort will lead to success. At the carnival area, some of the soldiers get distracted by a shooting game. A soldier lines up at the game, confident that his skills can win them the prize. He shoots, but the result is a disappointing consolation prize. Much to the amusement of the others, as the soldiers continue their journey. One of them brags about their past victories. Another soldier teases them, claiming they didn't perform as expected in the shooting game. A moment of playful banter follows, but the group continues their mission with determination, ready to face whatever comes next. The second place prize catches the attention of one of the soldiers who is excited about its rarity. He rushes toward the prize, determined to claim it as his own, believing it to be something legendary. With great excitement, he approaches, eager to take it home. As the soldier receives the second place prize, his expression changes from excitement to curiosity. As he inspects it, his teammates are equally intrigued. Wondering what the item is, the soldier proudly displays it, but there is a moment of confusion as others don't immediately recognize it. The soldier shares his excitement with others, proud of his victory. But the others seem less impressed. One of the soldiers teases him, commenting on the item's unremarkable appearance. Despite the teasing, the soldier continues to flaunt the prize, thinking it was still a great win. The group moves on to the next task. The soldier with the second place prize is still excited, but there's a change in atmosphere. As they prepare for the next phase, a brief conversation about past experiences in training surfaces. The playful mood continues, but the team remains focused on their next goal. The soldier, still in high spirits, faces a new challenge ahead. He's asked about his thoughts on training and life in the military, making him reflect for a moment. He brushes it off with a smile, focused on the task at hand, ready to face whatever comes next. A mysterious figure hands over a small box to one of the soldiers, explaining that it's an item from a dungeon. The soldier looks curious but accepts the gift. The figure mentions that it is supposed to enhance stats but doesn't offer any more details. Excited, the soldier realizes he has just won a jackpot, holding the item up with a grin, thankful for the unexpected gift. The soldier, thrilled with the gift, is warned not to tell anyone about it. The mysterious figure continues, advising the soldier to focus on training and not to use the item for anything else. The soldier agrees, but there is an underlying tension in the figure's warning. The figure walks away, leaving the soldier with a mix of excitement and concern. The soldier is seen talking with another member of the group, brushing off the warning about the item. The group continues their conversation, but there's a sense of unease. The soldier is quietly thinking about the figure's strange warning. As they walk together, one of them brings up something about the soldier's recent actions, but the soldier dismisses it, attempting to keep the mood light. A woman approaches the soldier, a smile on her face, as she hands him a piece of paper. The soldier looks at the note, realizing it's a message about an upcoming event. He's puzzled, yet intrigued by the unexpected development. The group moves on, with some tension lingering in the air, as everyone is left wondering what this new turn of events means. The conversation shifts as another member of the group asks the soldier about the interaction with the mysterious figure. The soldier brushes it off, claiming it was nothing important, but there's a hint of discomfort in his expression. The group continues, but there's a subtle sense of foreboding as they realize something bigger might be in play. The scene shifts to Daejeon, where a soldier reflects on his mission, vowing to take revenge for Lum No Na. A crow suddenly appears, its eyes glowing ominously as it perches, watching the soldiers below. The soldiers continue their march, unaware of the dark presence watching over them. As the atmosphere grows heavier, one of the soldiers receives a mysterious message about a discovery of a large quantity of mana stones in a nearby dungeon. He is shocked upon hearing the estimate. 100 kilograms of mana stone found. The weight and value of such a discovery is staggering. With a sly grin, the soldier realizes the implications of this find, knowing it could change everything for their mission. The group arrives at Thunder Park, a large amusement park. The atmosphere is lively and full of excitement. The group expresses joy and satisfaction, eagerly discussing their fun experience. They discuss future plans to visit again, with some joking about who will pay for the next meal. The group begins walking towards the exit, still chatting about their time in the park. They are approached by a soldier who urgently calls out to Master Kim Minjun. Minjun, slightly irritated, questions the reason for the disturbance, suspecting it might be about food again. As they continue their walk, a soldier notices a suspicious dungeon portal appearing nearby. The soldier expresses concern about the sudden changes, and Minjun responds with frustration. Minjun orders the team to continue monitoring the situation and reports back to him. The scene shifts to a busy downtown area. Minjun observes the unusual developments around the dungeon. The group prepares to investigate the area, with Minjun taking charge. Minjun acknowledges the escalating situation as the team moves forward. Minjun holds a special card, contemplating its use for the investigation. He wonders if showing the card will grant them access to the dungeon. To his surprise, he's greeted by a familiar talking pigeon named Bongu, who offers assistance. Minjun and Bong continue their discussion, where Minjun expresses concern over the large quantity of mana stones they've come across. Bongu explains that it is an enormous amount of energy, though neither of them fully understands its significance. Minjun acknowledges that the amount of mana stones found is several times larger than what is typically seen in dungeons. As the conversation continues, Minjun grows more alert, sensing something unusual. A powerful burst of energy emanates from the dungeon, and Minjun senses a deep and unsettling force. Bongu, still uneasy, confirms that this energy doesn't feel right and is unlike anything they've encountered before. Minjun's focus sharpens as he prepares for the inevitable conflict, recognizing the potential danger ahead. He orders his soldiers to be on high alert, urging them to act quickly as the energy intensifies. The battlefield begins to shift, and a massive surge of energy emerges from the dungeon, causing chaos. As the energy grows stronger, Minjun orders his team to retreat, but some of the soldiers hesitate. He faces an imminent threat from the dungeon's portal and has to confront the growing chaos head. Minjun realizes that the situation is far more dire than he initially anticipated. Minjun encounters a mysterious figure near the portal who demands answers. Adding to the tension, the figure reveals themselves to be an unexpected enemy, intensifying the danger at the site. Minjun fights to maintain control as he attempts to understand the true nature of the dungeon and the threat it poses. A swirling vortex of lightning and energy emerges, catching Minjun and his team off guard. The energy intensifies, and Minjun shouts in alarm as he tries to make sense of the situation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Minjun exclaims that they are in deep trouble. The scene changes to the interior of a dungeon as Minjun and his team find themselves unexpectedly transported. A message appears announcing that they have entered the dungeon. Minjun surveys the surroundings. The soldiers, all looking disoriented, try to process their new environment as Minjun takes command of the situation. Minjun checks if any of his soldiers are injured. They report no injuries but are clearly uneasy. Minjun directs them to check their equipment. The dungeon's atmosphere seems off. They notice a series of mana stones scattered around the ground, adding to the mystery of their situation. Minjun asks about the team's supplies, but the soldiers admit they're from the transportation team, not the inspection team. Minjun looks concerned about the lack of resources. He orders the soldiers to take back their equipment. He suspects that something is wrong and tells them to prepare for whatever may come next. Minjun reveals that they are currently inside a fake dungeon, which raises more questions among the soldiers. He explains that the dungeon is designed to trap people, with the mana stones acting as bait. The soldiers realize the seriousness of the situation, as the dungeon may be a trap to lure them in. Minjun reassures them to stay focused. Minjun reassures his team that he'll take responsibility and guide them out of the dungeon. One soldier questions Minjun's plan, asking if he knows how to handle the monsters they may encounter. Minjun firmly responds that they've already begun dealing with the monsters, signaling the start of their battle. As the team moves forward, they hear strange noises and see monstrous figures emerging from the ground. The soldiers, startled, look at the terrifying sight. Minjun orders them to stay alert and follow his lead. Minjun prepares to face the monster's head, urging his men to follow him without hesitation. One soldier speculates that Minjun might be the infamous person they've heard about in the hunter community. The soldier mentions that Minjun is known for becoming a sergeant in the shortest time in history. The monsters charge, and Minjun confidently steps forward, ready to face them. The soldiers are in awe as he prepares to confront the beasts. A soldier, Li Sangjin, is greeted by his superior, who is visibly angry and demands an explanation. The superior aggressively asks Li Sangjin what he has been doing, and Li responds nervously, explaining he has been retrieving mana stones from a dungeon. The superior, infuriated, questions Li's authority to deploy soldiers and accuses him of acting recklessly. The superior is furious, berating Li for deploying soldiers without proper authorization. Li tries to explain that the dungeon was deemed empty after 2 weeks of investigation, but his superior doesn't care. The superior demands Li take responsibility for the actions, warning him of severe consequences. The superior threatens to hold Li accountable if any soldiers are lost. As they continue arguing, the situation escalates, and Li is left on edge. The superior orders Li to ensure the soldiers' safety and heads into the dungeon, leaving Li behind. Inside the dungeon, Li's group confronts Strange, Menacing creatures, they brace themselves for the impending threat, preparing to fight. Lee urges the soldiers to stay focused and follow his lead. The dungeon is eerily quiet, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. Lee warns the soldiers of the dangers ahead, urging them to conserve energy. The group realizes they are deeper inside than they anticipated, facing the unknown. Lee Sangjin, with a confident grin, announces his intention to take all the mana stones for himself. His soldiers, eager to follow, cheer and prepare to move forward. Motivated by his confidence, Lee gives the command to continue, as his team is now fired up and ready to take on whatever lies ahead in the dungeon. As they advance deeper into the dungeon, strange sounds echo in the distance, and ominous figures begin to emerge. Lee reassures his team, stating they are almost at the heart of the dungeon. Despite the increasing danger, he orders the soldiers to stay focused as the creature's presence grows stronger around them. Lee turns to his soldiers, warning them not to get hurt or killed. He continues his order, telling them to stay alert and focus on defense. His soldiers respond affirmatively, preparing themselves mentally for the battle ahead. The group reaches the next stage, and the creatures begin charging, with Lee leading the attack. Lee refrains from using his skills directly, considering the presence of his soldiers, but the situation becomes increasingly dire. The monsters charge forward, but Lee prepares for the inevitable clash, ready to protect his team. With a burst of energy, Lee launches an attack, sending a powerful shockwave through the dungeon. The creatures are hit hard, some collapsing from the force of the blast. Lee's attack clears the path, but the battle is far from over as more creatures close in on them. As Lee Sangjin faces the approaching monsters, his grin widens, and he eagerly anticipates the experience points they'll provide. His confident attitude contrasts with the growing danger as the monsters continue to move toward him. Lee urges his team forward, eagerly preparing to collect the experience points from the creatures. Suddenly, Lee notices something strange about the glowing orb. His expression turns to one of concern. Lee realizes the orb is emitting poison, and his eyes widen in shock as he understands the gravity of the situation. He shouts for the soldiers to stand back, aware of the danger that the poisonous atmosphere poses. Lee is confident that he will be unaffected by the poison due to his immunity, but his primary concern is for the safety of his soldiers. As the poison spreads, Lee quickly assesses the situation and plans his next move. He instructs the soldiers to stay back and preserve their stamina, knowing the fight will soon intensify. Lee looks down at his hand, which begins to glow with an unfamiliar energy. A strange artifact begins to react to the demonic energy in the dungeon, unlocking hidden powers within it. Lee prepares himself to use the newfound power, fully aware that it could change the course of their mission. Lee harnesses the power of the artifact, which reveals its hidden abilities. As Lee grasps the energy, he prepares to unleash it in a devastating attack. With a determined grin, Lee prepares to face the monster's head. On fully ready for the battle that awaits, Lee Sangjin unleashes a powerful wave of energy, and the surrounding monsters are caught in the blast, their forms distorting under the force. The energy spirals wildly as the monsters scream in agony. Struggling to resist the immense power, Lee watches, with a satisfied grin as the destructive energy surrounds the monsters, ensuring they will be defeated. As the battle continues, Lee notices the orb reacting with an increasing intensity. The orb pulses with a violet glow, crackling with dark energy as the surroundings begin to tremble. Lee realizes the orb is about to unleash a more dangerous effect, intensifying the situation even further. Lee braces himself for the worst, knowing that the orb's power could lead to disastrous consequences if not controlled. He orders his soldiers to retreat, understanding that they are in grave danger. The orb's energy builds, but Lee is determined to take control of the situation and escape before it is too late. Lee reacts swiftly, shattering the orb with a single blow. The impact sends shockwaves through the area, and the orb breaks into pieces. A large magical portal is activated by the military, and the installation is complete. The soldiers stand ready for what comes next. Division Commander Minjun Kim watches the swirling portal with a concerned expression, holding a device in his hand. Minjun quietly remarks, wishing they could open the gate with a second portal to increase their chances. The portal remains open, and Commander Minjun's thoughts turn to their uncertain future. He speaks to his subordinate, Lieutenant Sun, stressing that their only hope lies in a careful and calculated approach. Lieutenant Sun listens, nodding, knowing the dangers they face and the critical role they play in this mission. Commander Minjun contemplates the portal again, pondering its significance to their operation. He asks Lieutenant Sun about a key figure tied to the portal's occurrence, inquiring about Kim Minjun. Lieutenant Sun confirms the name, but Minjun reacts with a troubled expression, his mind racing with possibilities. Minjun stands still, deep in thought as he weighs the gravity of the situation. A sense of urgency fills the air as Minjun prepares for the unknown, knowing their next move could change everything. With a hand over his heart, Minjun steels himself for the decisions he must make as the portal trembles. Lieutenant Sun confirms that all troops have been safely evacuated, and no one is left near the portal. Commander Minjun holds a device ready to act, but the situation is growing increasingly tense. As the portal trembles, Minjun orders all personnel to prepare for the worst, knowing the conflict is imminent. The medical team arrives, rushing towards the portal with urgency. The medic leads the team, shouting commands to the others. The soldiers, including Commander Minjun, react to the sudden arrival of the medical team. There's an immediate sense of tension in the air. Minjun notices the team and smiles, calling them brats as a sign of camaraderie, revealing a light-hearted moment amidst the chaos. Minjun greets the team, asking if everyone is safe. He checks for injuries, clearly concerned for the well-being of his men. The soldier responds confidently, declaring that they are all safe. Their mission has been successful and there are no injuries to report. Minjun nods, relieved, and listens carefully as the soldiers report that the raid was a success. He visibly relaxes after hearing the good news. Commander Minjun stands tall and gives a military salute as he acknowledges the success of the operation. The soldiers follow his lead, returning the salute in perfect unison, signifying their unity and discipline. Minjun's expression shifts from one of seriousness to a quiet smirk, suggesting pride in the team's performance. Later that evening, the scene transitions to the division's headquarters. Minjun and Lieutenant Sun sit across from each other. Minjun inquires about Sun's recent vacation, asking why he was in Daejeon, hinting at a light-hearted conversation. Lieutenant Sun explains, mentioning that he came specifically to meet Minjun for a meal, adding a personal touch to their bond. Minjun chuckles, surprised that Sun used his vacation just to meet him. Sun's answer amuses him, and they share a laugh. Sun reveals that he couldn't resist getting involved when he saw the gate and the angelic figure appearing, acting on impulse. Minjun laughs loudly, joking about how impulsive Sun's actions are. They share a moment of humor, showing a relaxed side to their otherwise tense mission. Minjun praises Lieutenant Sun for clearing the fake dungeon without casualties, acknowledging it as a significant accomplishment. Sun gratefully responds, thankful for Minjun's leadership and guidance. However, Minjun warns him about standing out too much, mentioning that such attention could attract unwanted scrutiny from higher-ups. Minjun reminds Sun that he has been rising quickly in the ranks. Especially with today's incident, Sun reassures Minjun that he'll be cautious, but Minjun tells him not to hesitate to report any trouble. Minjun emphasizes the importance of staying under the radar and not drawing too much attention to himself. Minjun acknowledges Sun's skills but cautions him about pushing boundaries. Sun agrees, appreciating Minjun's guidance and making a mental note to stay grounded. Minjun watches him leave, still thinking about the larger challenges ahead. Minjun notices a strange, glowing stone on the table, asking Sun about it. Sun explains that it's an unidentified object. Harmless but intriguing. Minjun finds Sun's collection habits odd, but he's also curious about the stone's significance. Minjun offers the stone to Sun, telling him to take it if he wants it. Sun eagerly accepts the stone, still unsure of its true nature, but happy to add it to his collection. Minjun remarks on how Sun always ends up in strange situations, silently amused. Lieutenant Sun enjoys a strange but delicious snack, excitedly sharing with Minjun. His enthusiasm is hard to miss as he praises the taste. Minjun watches the exchange with slight annoyance, muttering under his breath about Sun's antics. The mysterious energy surrounding Sun's snack is revealed, hinting at its more unusual nature, though Sun remains unaware of the deeper implications. The scene shifts to the Hunter Corps headquarters in Gyeonggi Province, where tensions are building. Inside the office, General Kim Changmo berates Sun for the incident, demanding an explanation. Sun apologizes but is clearly anxious. Kim stresses that the 107th Division will soon be under review, and Sun must be prepared. Kim continues his reprimand, his tone harsh as he reminds Sun of his responsibilities. Sun listens carefully, silently absorbing the pressure from his superior. Kim warns Sun not to push boundaries too far, especially with the upcoming audit, and orders him to report to HQ the next day. Sun responds respectfully, acknowledging his orders and preparing for the consequences. Kim smirks slightly, aware of Sun's discomfort but unwilling to relent on his demands. Sun salutes before leaving the office, still feeling the weight of his superior's words. Walks down the hallway thinking about the upcoming challenges as Kim watches from the doorway, his expression unreadable. A sleek car speeds down the road, heading straight toward a heavily guarded gate with the sign Hunter Squad visible above. The car comes to a screeching halt, dust swirling around the tires. The driver, a soldier, swiftly exits the vehicle, his expression focused and serious. Inside the company commander's office, a soldier stands rigidly, saluting his superior. The room is decorated with a prominent display of the national flag. Another soldier sitting nearby glances back in confusion as he questions the situation. The standing soldier responds, a nervous tension evident in his posture. The soldier, now alone in a room, looks troubled, considering the implications of the situation. He worries if his thoughts are correct, suspecting that they might be talking about a dangerous target. His frustration builds as he wonders if the higher-ups planned this while he was absent. In a meeting room, a soldier stands and listens attentively to a superior, his face filled with concern. The conversation turns to a secret mission involving a specific individual, raising questions about their motives. The soldier's facial expression reflects growing suspicion as he considers the impact of the mission. An hour ago, two soldiers are seen gathered, one questioning the early arrival of a fellow officer. The officer makes a sarcastic remark, hinting at an official order from higher-ups. The situation begins to unfold with more clarity, as the soldier's uneasy smiles hint at deeper plans in motion. Kim Minjun smiles slightly as he looks at the officer, addressing him with confidence. A knock on the door interrupts the conversation as Minjun's attention shifts to the sound. A soldier enters, saluting, and Minjun responds with a nod, waiting for further instructions. Minjun is surprised when the officer calls him by name, revealing that his reputation precedes him. The officer, Yu Taewon, introduces himself with a warm smile, recognizing Minjun's past achievements. Minjun is taken aback by Yu's familiarity but remains composed, eager to understand the situation. Minjun sits with the team, listening intently as the conversation turns towards special operations. The soldiers explain their unit's unique tasks, from dungeon exploration to handling dangerous situations. Minjun absorbs the information, considering his place within this new team and its unusual demands. Yu Taewon smiles as he praises Minjun, revealing that the team needs someone with his skills. He hints that Minjun might be offered a special position, potentially raising his rank. Minjun considers the offer carefully, his mind racing through the implications of joining such a unique team. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as Yo presents a proposal. Tapping a device with a special offer, Minjun hesitates for a moment, but the offer is tempting, especially the promised promotion. He nods, accepting the offer, his hand reaching for the device to confirm his decision. Yu Taewon points at the device in Minjun's hand, asking if it's a phone. Minjun explains that it's a special device for the task force, not a regular phone. Yu emphasizes that this device is necessary for maintaining confidentiality, as many operations involve sensitive information. Minjun, still holding the device, decides he will stay with the team for the time being. Yu, curious, asks Minjun what his reasons are for staying, expecting a more solid explanation. Minjun keeps his intentions vague, hinting that he may have a bigger plan in mind. Minjun gets frustrated as someone questions his decision to stay with the team, calling it a foolish move. He calmly asserts that joining the team isn't about proving anything to them. The officer smirks, still skeptical of Minjun's reasoning for sticking around. The door slams open, and the officer shouts at Minjun, challenging him on his commitment. He accuses Minjun of not being serious about the task force, even throwing away the chance for a powerful position. Minjun stands his ground, unshaken by the accusations, and dismisses the officer's words. Minjun walks away, clearly uninterested in the petty squabble. As the officers behind him continue to argue, the officer is annoyed, calling out Minjun for not appreciating the opportunity to join such a prestigious team. Minjun, unbothered, turns back briefly to remind them. He's making his own choices, he's not afraid to face challenges head on. The officer demands to know if Minjun is really ready to prove himself. Challenging his resolve, Minjun smirks, confidently asking if the officer wants to test him in the training center. The officer, clearly eager for the challenge, agrees and gives Minjun a nod to proceed. In the training center, Minjun prepares, stripping off his outer layers, revealing his toned form. A soldier comments on Minjun's physical readiness, while Minjun remains focused. Mentally preparing himself, Minjun straightens up, determined, as the officer warns him that he'll face a tough opponent. Minjun adjusts his posture, readying himself as his opponent charges toward him. The opponent swings hard, but Minjun expertly dodges the blow, a smirk playing across his face. With swift movements, Minjun counters the attack, making it clear he's in control of the fight. The officer watches, impressed, as Minjun smoothly dodges and attacks with precision. Minjun unleashes a decisive move, sending his opponent flying across the room. Minjun stands victorious, his expression unreadable as he looks down at the defeated opponent. Minjun, panting but smiling, looks up, his eyes glowing with a confident light. Minjun quickly moves forward, his sharp gaze focused on his opponent as a burst of magic shoots past him. The enemy soldier, surprised by the sudden attack, struggles to react but is clearly at a disadvantage. With a grin, Minjun prepares for the next phase of the fight, his confidence evident in his posture. The soldiers gather in the training room, their intense focus on the sparring match between Minjun and his opponent. Minjun stands calmly, analyzing the situation, while the other soldier seems nervous, questioning what's about to happen. Minjun, unfazed, confidently announces his intent to win, despite the uncertainty surrounding the sparring match. Minjun contemplates his approach, weighing the risks and benefits of using his abilities. He considers the consequences of his actions but is determined to proceed despite the potential for trouble. With a smirk, Minjun decides to take at least one hit, testing his opponent's resolve. Minjun and the opponent clash fiercely, but the moment takes an unexpected turn. The soldiers watch, stunned by the outcome as Minjun's quick decision alters the flow of the match. Minjun's unwavering confidence continues to make an impact, leaving his opponent questioning their next move. The fight seems over, but Minjun's calm demeanor suggests he's far from finished. Despite the blow he received, Minjun rises quickly, his determination unmatched. The soldiers around him react in disbelief, not expecting Minjun's resilience and quick thinking in the face of adversity. The training room is tense as the soldier eyes Minjun, surprised by his resilience and questioning how he handled the previous strike. Minjun responds coolly, showing no sign of discomfort, and eagerly asks if the match will continue despite the growing tension. The soldier, though annoyed, agrees to continue. Sensing Minjun's relentless determination, Minjun prepares himself as the soldier attacks again, using a magic whip to strike. Minjun swiftly dodges the whip and smirks, showing no fear, while the soldier reacts angrily, labeling Minjun as arrogant. Minjun's grin widens, confident in his abilities, as he faces the next move. The soldier, furious, launches another attack, but Minjun is ready, his magic whip at the ready. Minjun counters with a sharp whip, skillfully disarming his opponent in one swift motion. The soldier is stunned, realizing Minjun's mastery. While Minjun's calm demeanor remains unshaken, the soldier, now frustrated, prepares for one final strike, determined to finish the match. Minjun grins, undeterred by the impending attack, ready to turn the tables in his favor. The magic whip swings around and the soldier is caught off guard, taking the hit squarely. The soldier's expression shifts to shock as the blow lands, but he tries to regain his composure. Despite his anger, the soldier acknowledges Minjun's skill, but remains determined to prove himself. Minjun's expression hardens, focused entirely on the fight, as he prepares for what's next. The soldier, Sergeant Jang, is in agony after taking a direct hit from Minjun's magic whip. He stumbles, struggling to stay on his feet. Minjun watches calmly as the soldier falls to his knees, clearly shocked by the strength of the attack. The other soldiers are stunned, witnessing Sergeant Jang's defeat, as they look on in disbelief. Jang, now furious, attempts to recover, but Minjun is already poised to strike again, his confidence unwavering. Minjun swings his magic whip with precision, catching Jang off guard once more. Jang groans in pain, staggering back, realizing he is no match for Minjun's power. Minjun taunts Jang, savoring the moment as Jang struggles to catch his breath. The force of the magic attack causes Jang to cough violently, but he is still determined to fight back. Minjun smirks, asking Jang how it feels to be overwhelmed by magic for the first time. Further mocking him, Minjun prepares for another strike, watching Jang closely. Jang, looking exhausted, attempts to make one last stand, ready to charge. But Minjun lands a decisive blow, knocking him down once again, his smile unwavering. Jang lies defeated on the floor, gasping as his comrades rush to his side. They call out to Jang in concern, but he remains motionless, a clear sign of his defeat. Minjun watches as the soldiers scramble to tend to Jang, his presence unshaken, knowing he's claimed victory. The soldiers discuss Minjun's remarkable strength and their surprise at how he defeated Sergeant Jang with ease, calling it a training session. One soldier reflects on how Minjun didn't flinch even when surrounded by a group of orcs clearly overwhelmed by his abilities. They agree that they can't let someone as powerful as Minjun slip away, wondering if he can be controlled. Minjun, hearing their remarks, casually brushes off the idea of using too much magic, now feeling a bit sorry for his forceful approach. He assures them that he isn't upset despite the harshness of the training, and jokingly questions whether he's overdone it. He's handed a medallion from the officer as an apology, who's concerned about Minjun's well-being. The officers offer to take Minjun to the medical unit, but he politely declines, stating he is fine. The officer insists, but Minjun smiles, dismissing the idea with a calm, "I'm fine." He apologizes for any inconvenience caused, though his confident demeanor remains intact. Minjun is seen laughing in a brief moment of camaraderie as the officers joke about the training. Minjun asks if the match ended well, further fueling the relaxed atmosphere between him and the soldiers. One soldier wonders where Min-jun is now, as he's already returned to his usual duties after the intense session. The officers discuss Min-jun's performance. Agreeing to report the incident to the division commander, they comment on how the commander will likely be pleased with Min-jun's remarkable skills. Min-jun, back in the training room, prepares for another challenge, eagerly awaiting what's next as he readies his magic whip once more. The soldier with a thick mustache laughs heartily, clearly pleased with the success of the mission. His expression shows admiration for Kim Min-jun's capabilities. The other soldier at the table nods in agreement, acknowledging Min-jun's brilliance. They both discuss how no one can stop him if he chooses to act. The mustached soldier calmly acknowledges the situation, saying that the problem has been resolved and it's time for them to take action. The mustached soldier picks up the phone and makes a call. His face is serious, determined to handle the next steps. The soldier's hand tightly grips the phone as he speaks, indicating urgency. His tone implies that he's ready to proceed with the operation. The soldier confirms with his contact, ordering them to bring over all the necessary files, preparing for what's to come. The scene shifts to a calm, clear sky outside. A few soldiers stand still, awaiting orders. Inside, the soldiers are confused by the sudden change in leadership. They exchange looks of surprise. They are told that from now on, Kim Min-jun is their new squad leader. The soldiers reluctantly accept the change, wondering what it will bring. A soldier questions the promotion of Sergeant Lee Sungwon, wondering if it's a joke. Another soldier quickly interrupts, explaining that the promotion is true, as Min-jun's actions have earned him the title of squad commander. The soldier who asked the question seems puzzled but accepts the news with a hint of curiosity about Min-jun's past. The soldiers begin talking about Min-jun's legendary reputation, remembering his past achievements, including a dangerous mission involving the hunter community. Min-jun casually admits that he was involved in that incident, shrugging it off as part of his duties. His calm demeanor surprises the soldiers. The soldiers are left in awe of his composure. Min-jun reassures them that he's fine and hints at the rewards of the promotion, leaving them curious about what's next. The soldiers stand in awe as they witness a fellow soldier effortlessly overpowering the goblin. Their amazement is palpable, given the soldier's skill and speed. One soldier exclaims in shock, pointing out that their squad leader has taken down the goblin with ease. His strength is unmatched by any other. The others nod, agreeing that their new squad leader is far stronger than they initially expected. They remark that no one else would be able to match his prowess. The soldiers look on as the goblin lets out a roar of frustration. One soldier wonders aloud how the squad leader was able to beat such a powerful creature. Another soldier confirms that Sergeant Lee Sungwon had heard about their squad leader's abilities and was impressed by his combat skills. The soldiers continue to chat, commenting on how their leader, Kim Min-jun, had outperformed even the toughest opponents. The goblin, now angrier, prepares for another strike. The soldiers look concerned, realizing that the battle is far from over. The goblin lunges toward the soldiers, its terrifying roar echoing through the area. They brace themselves for the worst. But before the goblin can attack, one soldier quickly leaps into action, his weapon poised to strike. The soldier uses his whip to expertly disarm the goblin, stopping it in its tracks. The soldiers watch in awe as he neutralizes the threat with precision. The goblin growls in pain, its attack foiled by the soldier's swift move. The soldiers can't help but admire his control over the weapon. They all stand in awe, noting how the weapon itself was a unique gift from their commander, showing special trust in Sergeant Min-jun's abilities. The soldiers comment on the personal equipment given to Sergeant Min-jun by their commander, noting how rare it is for a sergeant to receive such special gear. They discuss how the whip was the chosen weapon, even though other options were available, and express their mixed feelings about it. Despite their curiosity, the soldiers acknowledge that Min-jun's skill and the equipment are what set him apart as a leader, and they're proud to follow him. Kim Min-jun is impressed by his new weapon, the whip, acknowledging its perfect balance and grip. He notes that the quality is far superior to regular military equipment. Min-jun admires the additional power the weapon offers, especially due to the mana stone embedded in it. He smiles, realizing he doesn't even need to use the demonic energy whip for it to be effective. As he tests the whip, it crackles with energy, and a few goblins are sent flying with precise strikes. His comrades look on surprised by the sheer force and skill he commands. Min-jun, with a smirk, muses about how fast his promotion will come now that he has this powerful new weapon. He is clearly confident in his abilities. The soldiers around him chuckle, wondering if this will be enough to impress the higher-ups, but Min-jun remains unconcerned, focused more on the practical benefits of his new gear. They sit down for a break, and the scene shifts to a warm, casual moment. The soldiers look over a delicious spread of food, their conversation turning to the food's quality. Min-jun looks around the table, a bit confused as he sees a soldier waiting anxiously. The soldier is asking if they can finally eat. Minjun, still focused on his gear, is amused by the soldier's impatience. He jokingly says that they can eat now, alluding to the weight being a trivial concern. The soldiers finally start eating. But one of them jokes about how special the food must be, alluding to Minjun's rare promotion and high rank. The conversation shifts as one soldier asks Minjun if he's aware of something strange happening at the restaurant. Minjun is caught off guard by the question. Minjun, noticing the tension, asks if the soldier was referring to the rumors. The other soldiers are intrigued, wondering what Minjun knows about the situation. Minjun dismisses the matter with a grin, teasing that it's just a coincidence and nothing to worry about. But his response leaves the others wondering if there's more to it. Later, Minjun's demeanor shifts when he's confronted with a more direct question about the rumors, which seem to be linked to someone from his past. The tension rises as Minjun realizes that his past might be catching up with him. He tries to maintain his calm, but his smirk fades. Minjun apologizes with a mischievous grin, admitting to his past actions but dodging the issue. He lightens the mood, keeping his true intentions veiled as the soldiers continue their conversation. Minjun laughs nervously as he insists that it's not because he likes her, but there's another reason they're eating together. The other soldier, intrigued, asks what that reason is. Minjun responds casually, saying the enclosed dungeon nearby at the training center is the real reason, although his tone suggests there is more to it. The soldier looks confused but decides to go along with it, though Minjun can't hide the mischievous grin on his face, indicating there is more he's not saying. The soldier laughs, calling Minjun a walking natural disaster, as his unpredictable behavior always seems to bring unexpected results. Minjun nervously laughs, trying to brush off the comment, but his anxiety shows as he's clearly uncomfortable with the conversation. As Minjun continues to laugh awkwardly, he begins wondering if the soldier has figured out his true intentions. His nervousness is evident. Minjun starts sweating, realizing he might have been caught. His grip on his cup tightens as the soldier watches him closely, adding to his discomfort. Roke notices the promotion notice for his friend, Minjun, who has just passed the exam and been promoted to sergeant. Roke teases Minjun about his rapid advancement, admiring his progress, but also commenting on his informal speech. Minjun responds with a proud acknowledgement of his promotion, giving Roke a light-hearted response. Suddenly, Minjun feels a surge of magical energy in the air, a disturbance he quickly realizes is ominous. Minjun steps outside, sensing the magic growing stronger. He prepares himself for whatever comes next. He braces himself for the unexpected, knowing that he must deal with the situation. Despite the danger, Minjun walks through the night trying to track the source of the strange magical energy that's pulling him in. The magical presence grows stronger, and Minjun senses the danger nearby, alert to whatever is coming. He remains cautious, unsure of what will emerge but determined to face it head on. Minjun spots the source of the magical energy, now aware that something dangerous is manifesting in front of him. The energy intensifies, and Minjun prepares himself to confront whatever is causing the disturbance. He grows concerned about the possible danger to the civilians nearby, contemplating his next move carefully. Minjun realizes that he needs to stop the magical disturbance before it escalates further. Focusing on the task at hand, the energy around him surges, and Minjun stands his ground, ready to face whatever comes from the magical breach. He watches intently as the magical energy begins to materialize, preparing himself for what might emerge from the breach. Minjun receives a message on his phone while walking through the area. Noticing the magical disturbance growing nearby, Minjun immediately responds, preparing for the upcoming conflict as he gathers magical energy. The magical disturbance intensifies, forming into a massive creature, and Minjun braces himself for the battle. Minjun takes a quick step back, assessing the situation as the creature approaches with immense force. Minjun wonders how much magical energy the creature is consuming, realizing that this battle will be more difficult than he thought. He prepares to face the creature head, on understanding the danger and strategizing his next move. Minjun dodges an attack from the creature, keeping his distance while analyzing its movements. Minjun prepares to strike back, knowing that his next move must be decisive to avoid getting overwhelmed. With a quick motion, Minjun launches a powerful attack, but the creature proves to be resilient. Minjun notices the creature's sharp claws, acknowledging its danger, but he remains focused on the battle. Minjun uses his dark magic to strike at the creature, but it evades with surprising speed. The creature retaliates with a fierce roar, creating chaos as Minjun prepares for a more intense assault. Minjun spins around to dodge another attack, focusing on his magical abilities to counter the creature's moves. With a precise strike, Minjun lands a blow, but the creature is far from finished and seems to be enraged. Minjun realizes that the battle is far from over and prepares for the next wave of attacks. Minjun is surprised as a new figure approaches, questioning why they are there in the middle of the chaos. The figure, seemingly unfazed, continues to charge toward Minjin, ignoring his concerns as a battle brews. Minjin faces the newcomer, asking what they think they're doing, his tone sharp as the situation escalates. The creature roars loudly and Minjin reacts, questioning how the figure even arrived without proper weapons. Minjin scolds them for abandoning their meal to rush into danger, demanding to know how they knew to come here. The figure answers, explaining they saw the disaster alert and rushed to the scene without hesitation. Minjin watches as the figure prepares to fight, clearly impressed by their willingness to act. Despite the risk, the figure hurls an object toward the creature, determined to help Minjin in taking it down. Minjin steps back, allowing the figure to demonstrate their skill as they engage with the beast. Minjin smiles as the figure lands a blow, the creature reeling back, but the real fight is just beginning. Minjin looks on with growing admiration, recognizing the power behind the figure's magical abilities. As the creature shrieks in pain, Minjin prepares to join the fight, ready for whatever comes next. Minjin uses his own powers, preparing for a final decisive attack to finish the creature off. With a powerful strike, Minjin delivers a blow that sends shockwaves through the creature. Minjin catches his breath, looking at the fallen creature, but it's not over yet. He and the figure exchange knowing glances. Minjin and his companion Roke discuss the battle. Minjin questions whose help was needed, sarcastically mentioning he could have handled it alone if Roke hadn't shown up. Roke points out the difficulty of facing a chain monster that throws blades, highlighting the unusual nature of the creature. Minjin acknowledges the need to talk later, focusing on the creature as a new surge of magical energy fills the area. The creature roars, and Minjin notices that 5 more of them are approaching. Realizing the situation is getting more dangerous, Minjin suggests retreating for now, telling Roke to join the arriving hunter army for backup. Roke, concerned, questions Minjin's plan to fight the monsters alone, asking if he is insane to face such a threat without reinforcements. Minjin, unfazed, gives a confident grin, ordering the charge and preparing to fight. Roke, though skeptical, follows Minjin's lead, ready to assist in the battle despite the odds. Minjin's magic surges as he commands Roke to charge, the battle intensifying with their combined efforts. The scene shifts and a mysterious figure walks through the night, heading toward an unknown destination. The figure moves with purpose, stepping onto a stone structure as the surroundings grow quieter. The figure pauses before a dark, hidden path, preparing to venture deeper into the unknown. The figure enters a dark hall, walking toward a grand door. The figure stops at the door, raising a hand and beginning to perform a mysterious ritual. The figure kneels before the door, a sense of anticipation in the air as the ritual intensifies. The mysterious figure, dressed in a cloak, stops and looks back, as if sensing something. The figure is interrupted by a voice calling out to them, a woman with striking red hair appearing from the shadows. The woman calls out to the figure, addressing them as Minold, Nim urging them to wait. A helicopter flies over a desolate beach, heading toward a remote location. On the beach, 2 men stand together, observing the helicopter's arrival. The helicopter lands, and a soldier disembarks, ready to meet them. The soldier in charge introduces himself to the Major General from the Korean Hunter Corps. The 2 shake hands, with mutual respect, before heading toward the operations site. They walk towards a swirling portal, preparing for the next phase of their mission. Inside a command room, the leader reviews a report about the new dungeon's dangerous nature. He notes the difficulty of this mission, especially with the dungeon's location on a deserted island. Acknowledging the danger, he hints at the possibility of working with the Japanese Hunter Association. The conversation turns to the increasing problems with dungeons and the rising threats they present. The Korean leader wonders if the Japanese are truly concerned or have other motives. The Major General questions the true intentions behind the collaborative effort. Back in the office, the Major General smiles, recognizing the manipulative tactics at play. He reflects on the high-ranking figures pulling the strings behind the scenes, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. He prepares for the real challenges ahead. Sergeant Minjun stands in the middle of a chaotic battle, looking up as a massive enemy charges toward him. The enemy, a huge, monstrous figure, swings its massive fists, causing destruction around them. Minjun, undeterred, prepares to face the beast head on. Minjun fights fiercely, dealing a powerful blow to the creature's chest. The beast stumbles back, clearly injured but not defeated. Another fighter steps forward, noting the creature's surprising strength and indicating their next move. A swordswoman, Suzuki Mio, enters the fray with incredible speed, slashing at the enemy with precision. The creature roars in pain as its movements slow, but Suzuki doesn't let up. Minjun observes her power and skill, clearly impressed by her swift and precise strikes. Suzuki, now surrounded by her comrades, checks for injuries, showing her leadership skills. Ken and Ren, members of the Japan Danjo Guild, confirm there are no serious injuries among the team. The group regroups, analyzing the monster's continued resilience and planning their next steps. Minjun is approached by one of the soldiers who expresses doubt about Suzuki's actions. The soldier wonders if Suzuki is acting independently without considering the bigger strategy. Suzuki, sensing the concern, advises her team not to engage recklessly and to focus on the plan. Sergeant Minjun confronts another soldier, questioning if he is mocking them with his actions. The soldier, slightly nervous, insists he isn't mimicking anyone but is only following orders. Minjun remains stern, warning the soldier to stay focused as they proceed with the mission. As the group moves forward, one soldier remarks on the exceptional skill of Suzuki, the Japanese hunter. The others agree, acknowledging her ability to outclass many of the combatants. Minjun nods, recognizing that Suzuki's combat prowess is a significant advantage for their team. A sudden tremor shakes the ground, and Suzuki's senses heighten as something dangerous approaches. The others stop in their tracks, preparing for what is to come. The team looks anxiously as the looming threat draws closer. A massive figure, the dungeon boss, emerges from the darkness. Minjun and his team quickly assess the creature's strength, readying their weapons. Suzuki takes a defensive stance, signaling the team to brace for the battle ahead. As the dungeon boss charges, Suzuki calls for a defensive strategy while awaiting reinforcements. The team prepares to fight back, knowing they need support to overcome this monstrous foe. With the boss rapidly approaching, Suzuki commands her team to fall back if necessary, ensuring their survival. The dungeon boss charges at the team with immense speed and strength, causing the ground to tremble. Ren and the others quickly react, trying to intercept the boss's incoming attack with weapons drawn. A dramatic clash occurs as the team struggles to hold their ground against the boss's overwhelming power. Suzuki Mayo seems to have the upper hand as she faces the boss head, on her sword glowing with energy. However, the boss seems unfazed and strikes back with a cruel grin, almost mocking her efforts. Suzuki's eyes widen as she recognizes the danger and starts to prepare for a more powerful attack in the heat of battle. One of the soldiers is impressed by the strength of the boss but tries to rally the group. They make a critical decision to use their best weaponry and counter the monster's blows. The soldier draws a high-powered mana sword, its blue energy radiating as he charges. With swift precision, the soldier launches a devastating blow at the dungeon boss using all his strength. The sword's glowing aura intensifies as it slashes through the boss's defense, causing visible damage. The boss staggers, but its evil grin turns into a snarl, signaling it won't back down easily. The team steps back, regrouping, and prepares for the boss's retaliation. Knowing their survival is at stake, Mayo orders the team to retreat to higher ground to strategize their next move. Minjun's voice cuts through the chaos, telling them to prepare for a final stand as reinforcements arrive. The soldier with the mana sword unleashes a powerful attack, slashing toward the dungeon boss. The boss tries to retaliate, but the energy from the sword cuts through the air, increasing its precision and force. The attack lands, striking the boss with a powerful impact that shakes the ground. The dungeon boss stumbles back, clearly hurt but still aggressive. The soldier grins, enjoying the moment. The boss, however, seems unfazed and starts charging with even greater fury. Realizing the situation is growing more dangerous, the soldier prepares for the next move, now fully aware of the stakes. As the boss rushes forward, the soldier launches another devastating strike with his mana sword. The boss barely manages to block the attack, but the force is enough to knock it off balance. The soldier smiles, confident in his combat skills, but the battle is far from over. With renewed determination, the soldier makes a precise strike, narrowly avoiding the boss's retaliatory blow. The impact from the sword blast sends shockwaves through the area, damaging the ground. The dungeon boss, visibly weakened, roars in frustration, realizing it's on the verge of defeat. The soldier, now fully energized, pushes forward, utilizing the full potential of the mana sword. His confidence grows as the sword's energy intensifies, channeling more power for the final blow. With a triumphant shout, he strikes the boss with overwhelming force, sealing the victory. The soldier with the mana sword smiles, reflecting on the intense battle and the overwhelming power of the boss. With a playful grin, he says he feels bad about using so much force, but he knows it was necessary. The boss, still struggling, seems unfazed, and the soldier decides to make up for it with the rewards from the raid. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers on break, talking about their work under Sergeant Kim Minjun's leadership. The soldiers discuss how the work hours have become much more demanding since Minjun took charge. With some feeling the pressure, one soldier jokes about how he's now working harder than ever to keep up with the new expectations. One soldier from the group expresses frustration about the tough work and Minjun's high standards. He vents about the unrelenting demands, but also acknowledges that the atmosphere has improved since Minjun's appointment. The group laughs, knowing they've all adjusted, even if it's been a challenging transition. Later, the group continues to gossip about Minjun's return from Japan, eagerly awaiting his next steps. They joke about the vacation Minjun is getting after the dungeon raid, with some expressing disbelief at how little time off he's taking. As they speculate about what Minjun is doing now, one soldier wonders if he's already tackling new dungeons in Japan. The soldiers continue their banter, with some joking about how they would love to have Minjun's lifestyle of dungeon clearing. The conversation shifts to their expectations of Minjun's return and the new challenges that lie ahead. The group laughs, eager to see how Minjun will handle the next set of difficulties awaiting him in the world of dungeons. The soldiers laugh and joke around, discussing the recent events and wondering if Sergeant Minjun is serious about taking on a monster. They question his commitment, but one soldier says with certainty that Minjun is always serious. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Minjun casually walking through the city, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. Minjun speaks into his communication device, confirming that he has arrived at the location where the demonic energy is concentrated. He mentions that he's found the source of the disturbance and jokes about how much easier it was to track down than expected. His tone turns serious as he recalls an individual, implying that things might get complicated soon. Minjun comments that he's going to teach someone a lesson for their actions, but then he quickly reassures the team that things are under control. A mysterious bird, possibly a familiar, caws loudly as it watches him, sensing the danger approaching. The bird's ominous cry signals that something unexpected is about to happen. Minjun watches a sleek motorcycle approaching rapidly in the distance. The woman, dressed in a tight black suit, asks Minjun what he is doing in her area, a sharp tone in her voice, creating tension between them. Minjun Kim stands in the middle of a dimly lit street, confused by a sudden appearance in front of him. A woman in black armor, holding a weapon, steps into view, surprising Minjun with her boldness and confident demeanor. She warns Minjun that the area is under surveillance by a dangerous organization, signaling a hidden threat in the vicinity. Minjun looks up, spotting a bird perched on a power line above, sensing something is off. His gaze shifts to a nearby surveillance camera locking onto him and heightening his unease. The bird suddenly takes flight, its eyes glowing red, adding to Minjun's growing sense of danger. Minjun attempts to explain himself, but the woman's piercing stare cuts him off. Minjun hesitates, unsure how to justify his presence in such a precarious situation. His explanation falters as the woman becomes suspicious of his intentions, tightening the tension. Suddenly, the air shifts and Minjun feels an ominous presence nearby, his anxiety mounting. The atmosphere grows heavier, and Minjun realizes the threat is much larger than he expected. An explosion rips through the area as a fearsome beast materializes, intensifying the already dangerous situation. The creature's roar shakes the ground, and Minjun faces the beast, knowing he is outmatched in this moment. The woman prepares to engage the beast while Minjun stands, unsure of how to react to the unexpected threat. The woman instructs Minjun to trust her as the chaos unfolds, urging him to follow her despite his hesitation. Minjun Kim stands ready, prepared to strike as a fierce explosion erupts in front of him. The woman in black gives him a brief warning about the coming danger, but Minjun's attention is now on the approaching threat. With a determined look, Minjun decides to take charge, knowing he needs to handle the monstrous enemy before it overwhelms them. The creature's glowing red eyes lock onto Minjun, its monstrous form charging straight toward him. Minjun leaps into the air, his weapon glowing with dark energy, preparing for the strike that could end the beast's rampage. As the creature closes in, Minjun's attack connects, but the monster continues its relentless pursuit, forcing him to act quickly. Minjun's expression shifts to shock as the creature's relentless power pushes him back. He steadies himself, adjusting his position for a stronger attack, still determined to take the beast down. Despite the creature's viciousness, Minjun's resolve strengthens, knowing he has no choice but to end the fight quickly. Minjun walks away from the scene, his thoughts occupied by the chaos surrounding him. He approaches a secluded area, glancing at the keep-out signs, aware that something darker is at play. Minjun suddenly hears a distant voice calling out, signaling that there may be more threats waiting ahead. Minjun, now confident in his abilities, starts to prepare for the next phase of his mission. As the mysterious voice fades, he acknowledges the tension of the situation, knowing that things are only escalating. Minjun senses something more sinister at work, realizing that the danger isn't over, it is just beginning. Minjun Kim and the mysterious man face each other in a tense standoff. The stranger holds a sword, and Minjun senses a threatening aura as they lock eyes. The man's stance shifts, ready for confrontation, while Minjun tightens his grip, preparing for battle. Minjun moves swiftly, launching an attack with a burst of dark energy. The strange man dodges with quick reflexes, showing his own skill in combat. Minjun's eyes narrow, realizing this opponent is not to be underestimated. Minjun, mid-fight, sees a strange small creature emerge from the shadows, startling him. The creature hisses, revealing sharp teeth and a dangerous presence. Minjin prepares to take it down, unsure of the creature's connection to the battle at hand. Minjin pauses, catching his breath as he examines the creature, contemplating its unusual appearance. The creature seems to retreat into the darkness, but Minjin remains on alert. He continues his conversation through a communication device, reporting strange activity to his team. Minjin steps back, realizing that his mission has taken an unexpected turn. As he surveys the area, he notices something even more unsettling, an ominous energy radiating from the ground with determination. Minjin takes action, knowing he must solve the mystery before things spiral further out of control. Minjin Kim spots a familiar figure in the distance, her presence catching him off guard. He questions why she is there, his surprise evident as he watches her approach. The woman greets Minjin with a playful smile, ignoring his discomfort as she casually asks about a past encounter. Minjin, still caught off guard, becomes more suspicious, wondering why she's asking about something so trivial. The woman presses further, inquiring if he noticed anything strange during his recent activities. Minjin, now uncertain, tries to shrug it off, but her questioning leaves him uneasy, aware that she knows more than she's letting on. The woman's demeanor shifts as she steps away, signaling that their conversation has reached a strange point. Minjin watches her leave, his thoughts racing about her intentions and whether she's connected to the current chaos. As she walks away, Minjin receives new orders, his mission now more complicated than before. The moon illuminates the quiet building at night, signaling the setting of the scene. Inside the building, a door slams as the characters, lying on the floor, struggle to recover from a sudden intense altercation. A frustrated figure stands over them, scolding them for losing control during their training while he has been away. The man, now in full gear, addresses his subordinates, mocking their failure during the absence. His focus sharpens as he reminds them of the gravity of the situation, preparing to demonstrate their limits. A hint of his inner thoughts reveals his growing frustration and the looming challenge ahead. The tension escalates as the scene shifts, with the man glaring at his trainees. He warns them about the importance of staying sharp, questioning their readiness for what's coming next. His anger and resolve intensify as he prepares to take matters into his own hands. The trainees exchange confused looks as the man orders them to train on their own, with no exceptions. They begin to worry if they'll be saved from this tough lesson. Their uncertainty grows as they watch him leave, unsure of what will happen next. The man races through the forest, calling out to a figure named Lee Donggu, demanding answers. He confronts the shocking energy, struggling to make sense of the overwhelming force he's tracking. Determined, he spots the location and quickly adjusts his course to face whatever threat lies ahead. The battle continues as a powerful figure, Isgard, appears, striking fear in the opponents as they brace for his assault. The combatants face off, preparing for the inevitable clash as Isgard readies himself for a decisive move. With swift movements, Isgard closes in, launching his attack that forces the enemy into a defensive position. The enemy fighter is knocked off balance by Isgard's attack, stumbling as he attempts to recover. Isgard's strength overwhelms him, sending the enemy crashing to the ground, his forceful blows having no mercy. The victorious figure stands tall over his opponent, signaling his dominance in the battle. The doors to the arena shake violently, as if something powerful is about to emerge. With a deafening crash, the doors break open, signaling the arrival of reinforcements or a new threat. The room remains tense as everyone braces for what comes next, fully aware of the escalating situation. The masked warrior surveys the battlefield, standing over the fallen enemies, his ominous presence filling the air. A cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, demanding answers about the situation at hand. Tension rises as both warriors stand ready for the next step, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. The woman's voice cuts through the silence as she refuses to surrender, her resolve clear in her stance. The mysterious figure begins to unravel his plans, revealing the ominous magic flowing around him. The conflict reaches its peak, with the fate of all hanging in the balance as the final battle begins to unfold. The cloaked figure, Isgard, channels powerful pink energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Isgard's opponent, a muscular warrior, yells at her, questioning her intentions, but she remains unfazed. Isgard grins slyly and releases her magic, declaring that she will not back down as the warrior struggles to understand her actions. The muscular warrior, desperate to stop Isgard, charges toward her with full force. However, Isgard's magic strikes him, sending him crashing back, overwhelmed by the powerful force. Isgard stands victorious, her confidence growing as the warrior lies defeated on the ground. Isgard faces a new opponent, a towering figure in the distance, preparing for another round of combat. Isgard's gaze hardens as she stands tall, her determination unshaken. Both warriors ready themselves for the upcoming clash, the air thick with tension and magic. The night sky contrasts with the chaos of battle as Isgard and her opponent engage in fierce combat. A mysterious figure steps forward, handing Isgard an enchanted object, offering her unexpected aid. Isgard pauses, sensing that this new artifact could turn the tide in her favor. Empowered by the artifact, Isgard braces herself for the next phase of the battle. Her powers amplified, a shadowy figure, standing beside her, prepares for the challenges ahead. The magical energy surges around Isgard, signaling the start of a new and more dangerous chapter in their battle. Kim Minjun stands amid the swirling chaos, his anger building as the battle reaches its peak. He demands answers from the cloaked figure, Isgard, who remains silent as she observes the unfolding destruction. Kim Minjun shouts again, his frustration mounting as Isgard remains unresponsive. Her gaze locked on him, the battle intensifies as Isgard unleashes a powerful burst of energy, her magic growing stronger. Minjun struggles to keep his footing, his resolve shaken by the overwhelming force of Isgard's attack. As the dust settles, Minjun is left standing, but he senses something else moving in the shadows. The figure of Minjun is revealed, holding the fallen Isgard, a sense of urgency in his posture as he rushes to her side. Minjun softly calls her name, his voice laced with disbelief and concern, unsure of what is happening. Isgard stirs, responding weakly, her eyes glinting with recognition as she speaks. "Master Minjun?" Minjun cradles Isgard in his arms, a mix of emotions crossing his face as he looks at her in confusion. Minjun demands answers, questioning why Isgard has fallen, her state seemingly at odds with her usual strength. As the tension builds, Minjun's concern grows, knowing that they are not yet out of danger. Minjun looks at the figure before him, his frustration turning into determination as he vows to stop whoever is behind this chaos. Minjun calls forth a surge of power, his energy crackling with anger as he prepares to face the new threat head on. With a final glance at Isgard, he sets his resolve and steps forward, the next stage of the battle unfolding. Kim Minjun looks at Isgard frustrated, questioning why she's acting so differently and what she's hiding. Isgard coolly responds, stating that she was sent here for a different reason than he might have thought. Minjun is confused, but presses further, wondering if Isgard has seen something important. Urging her to explain, Isgard reveals a glowing object in her hand, the fickle demonic eye, a rare artifact she had obtained. Minjun is taken aback as Isgard explains that the eye allows her to glimpse prophecies, and what she saw was troubling. Isgard describes the vision she saw, the destruction of Earth, a dark future that looms ahead. A mysterious figure in a cloak appears before Minjun. She speaks about Earth's impending downfall. Minjun reacts with skepticism, questioning the seriousness of her warning. The woman explains the urgency, hinting at a troubling situation involving a war that could engulf both their worlds. Minjun, now intrigued, sarcastically refers to the woman's arrival like a detective solving a case. He questions how she managed to travel across dimensions without possessing the required powers. The woman, unfazed, gives a cryptic look, signaling that she has more to share. The woman mentions a catastrophic event that has already begun, the same kind of conflict as one in Isgard. Minjun is visibly shocked by the revelation, demanding answers. She coldly states that the Nova Empire is returning, signaling a new war. A dark, ominous landscape unfolds as the remnants of a ruined city come into view. Bodies lie scattered across the floor as the camera zooms in on a blood-soaked battlefield. The silhouette of a figure emerges, walking through the devastation, seemingly unaffected by the carnage. The mysterious figure moves through the wreckage, leaving destruction in their wake. They survey the aftermath, their intentions unclear. With a dark expression, they remark on the grim nature of the situation, knowing that worse is to come. A man mocks the woman for being used as a pawn, his tone amused. She cuts him off, demanding they get to the point. He offers to help her rise to power, but she rejects the offer. Uninterested, he sarcastically comments on her refusal, pretending to be disappointed. Tension grows as she activates her powers. A list of skills appears, signaling her readiness for action. She strides down a dark corridor, footsteps echoing ahead. An older figure, Isaac, stands waiting. Their conversation begins, both aware of the urgency in their meeting. She demands to know Isaac's purpose, hinting at something more than a casual visit. Isaac remains calm, responding without revealing too much. She mentions an impending war, stressing the need for quick action. Isaac reveals a secret lab, hinting at dark experiments. She remains unfazed, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. They discuss trust in scientists and potential alliances. Minjun smiles, revealing he has no intention of following through with the woman's request, brushing off the serious conversation. The woman's demeanor shifts as she demands action, implying there is no room for further delays. Minjun, still carefree, sarcastically responds, acknowledging the return of some mysterious forces. The woman emphasizes the gravity of the situation, stressing the importance of swift action. Minjun, despite the seriousness of her words, jokes about the situation, offering a nonchalant response. The woman, frustrated, reiterates that they need to work together as the stakes are too high. Minjun looks slightly amused, confident in his own strength and readiness. A sudden shift occurs as an intense energy fills the air, with Minjun activating his powers. As the surrounding atmosphere shifts, the woman watches on, unsure whether to be impressed or wary of what's coming next. Minjun, standing tall, declares his readiness to take on whatever comes their way. He then thinks back to his previous battles, wondering if regaining his old powers will be the solution. He concludes that regaining his full strength will be the key to solving the problem at hand. A few days later, Minjun and the woman are seen in a new setting where plans are beginning to unfold. They strategize over an unexpected delivery, indicating the stakes are now much higher. The woman, after some hesitation, reveals her plan while Minjun agrees, determined to see it through, despite the challenges. Minjun calmly tells the woman to settle down as she grows increasingly agitated. She looks back at him, not impressed, and mutters that he's one to talk about staying calm. The woman, after a brief pause, turns and asks, somewhat playfully, if she could join the Hunter Corps. Minjun Kim drives along a winding road, his red car speeding through a rugged mountain pass. The weather is foggy, adding an air of mystery to the journey. Inside a building, a woman in military attire stands confidently, discussing something serious with her colleague. She mentions her desire to join the Hunter Corps. The military officer responds with a stern expression, dismissing her ambition as unrealistic. But she remains determined. Minjun, seated in a tense meeting, questions why they're facing such a difficult mission. He looks puzzled as the discussion intensifies. Another soldier brings up the unpredictability of the current situation, hinting at the chaotic challenges they're about to face. Minjun, still unsure, listens closely, trying to piece together the information. Minjun's journey continues on foot through dense forested terrain. The terrain feels dangerous, as if something is watching. Roke, his companion, excitedly anticipates what kind of trouble they might encounter. Next, suddenly, Minjun senses something ominous nearby. He looks back with concern, realizing they aren't alone. As they continue deeper into the woods, Minjun encounters a powerful force, surprised by the presence of others already there. The other soldiers, appearing intimidating and armed, approach cautiously. Minjun feels the tension rise, uncertain about the new enemies ahead. The group halts at the edge of a rocky clearing, facing an unknown adversary. Minjun and his team observe the enemies, trying to understand their next move. A mysterious figure steps forward, ready to challenge them in an imminent battle. A soldier with a serious expression faces Minjun, his eyes narrowed. He questions what Minjun is doing here, sensing something unusual about his presence. Minjun, unfazed, replies coolly, explaining that he is investigating the situation. His calm demeanor contrasts with the tension in the air. The soldier, still skeptical, comments that the investigation was already underway, hinting at the complexity of their mission. A new group of soldiers approaches, showing official permission for their investigation. Minjun watches them, considering their presence with suspicion. The soldier offers to show Minjun their findings, though he's not sure if Minjun will accept their help. Minjun declines, implying that he doesn't trust them fully, and the tension continues to build as their motives remain unclear. Minjun smirks, speaking casually about the dungeon's importance, subtly hinting that he's also interested in gaining access. He reassures the soldier, claiming he won't interfere with any official operations inside the dungeon, though his tone is laced with hidden intent. The soldier, taken aback, reluctantly agrees to let Minjun go ahead with his plan, though his trust in him is minimal. Minjun moves closer to the dungeon's entrance, offering the soldiers a confident smile, as if he's already made up his mind about the situation. He turns, reassuring them with a half-joking remark about entering the dungeon with no more questions asked. The soldiers exchange wary glances, unsure of Minjun's true intentions as they prepare to follow his lead. Minjun confidently steps toward the dungeon's entrance. The soldiers stand back, still uncertain about what awaits inside. Minjun's figure fades into the distance as he enters, his shadow stretching behind him, signaling the beginning of an unpredictable journey. The soldiers remain, watching carefully, knowing this is only the start of the dangers ahead. A military team stands near the dungeon entrance, discussing their plans. One soldier suggests following Minjun's advice and entering the dungeon, but others are hesitant. A female soldier counters, suggesting that there's no problem with following his lead. Her confidence makes the others question their concerns. The leader of the team reluctantly agrees, signaling the group to move forward. The decision is made, and the team prepares to enter. Minjun walks ahead, his thoughts distant while the others follow closely behind. A sense of unease looms in the air as the group enters the unknown. The group walks through the terrain, their boots crunching the grass. Minjun remains focused, ignoring the chatter from behind. One soldier whispers to Minjun, confirming his rank. Minjun barely reacts, his attention elsewhere. The female soldier grins, revealing her admiration for Minjun. She enthusiastically declares herself a fan, surprising him. Minjun responds with a neutral acknowledgement, unsure how to react to the unexpected compliment. She happily shares her excitement, clearly eager to impress him, while Minjun maintains his composure. The team pauses, preparing to enter the dungeon. Minjun reminds them they'll follow his lead and enter 5 minutes after his signal. The soldier in charge agrees reluctantly, showing subtle distrust but following the plan. Minjun watches the team, deep in thought, as the countdown to the dungeon begins. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. A serious conversation takes place in a darkened office, hinting at the larger stakes of the mission. The conversation touches on the challenges they face and the opposition from within their ranks. A man with a solemn expression is told to prepare for the mission, facing more complications as the team gets ready for what's to come. Minjun walks through a dense forest, the air thick with anticipation. The team follows closely behind, their footsteps echoing in the quiet. Suddenly, Minjun stops, his eyes narrowing as he notices something ahead. The group halts, sensing the change in atmosphere. Minjun turns back to the team, telling them to stay alert. The dungeon entrance is near, but danger lurks close. The group reaches the entrance where a glowing portal flickers ominously. Minjun prepares to step in, his resolve clear. A soldier questions whether they're ready, his uncertainty written on his face. Minjun reassures him with a determined expression, signaling the team to enter. As they move forward, the portal's glow intensifies, casting an eerie light on their surroundings. The mission is about to begin. In a dimly lit, abandoned building, the atmosphere feels tense. Shadows dominate the room and an eerie silence lingers. A dark creature, its eyes glowing ominously, prowls the ground, sniffing for something or someone. The creature's claws scrape the stone floor as it moves forward, making sharp, unsettling sounds in the otherwise quiet space. A soldier, wearing dark attire, turns his head sharply as a strange noise echoes in the distance. The soldier freezes as the creature gets closer, sensing danger. Its eyes lock onto him, preparing to strike. The soldier reacts quickly, pulling away, unsure of how to handle the monstrous creature now hunting him. The soldier runs, his footsteps echoing as he tries to escape the pursuing beast. He starts to panic, but then a voice interrupts his thoughts. He has no choice but to continue running for his life. As the creature charges, the soldier leaps forward, narrowly avoiding its attack. The soldier looks over his shoulder and sees the creature stopped in its tracks, confused and uncertain. He watches as the creature hesitates, allowing him a brief moment of hope. The soldier pushes onward, focused on his escape but aware of the danger lurking behind. The soldier nears a dead end, facing a mysterious barrier blocking his way. He is puzzled by the strange phenomenon, but the creature's growl snaps him back to reality. With no other option, he decides to fight back, preparing for a showdown with the relentless creature. The soldier notices a large creature creeping behind him, its glowing eyes piercing the dark. With a smirk, he prepares for battle, sensing the creature's imminent attack. The beast lunges at him, but the soldier stands firm, ready to face it head on. The soldier raises his hand, unleashing a burst of dark energy at the creature. The creature staggers, its body rattling from the force, but it quickly regains its footing. With determination, the soldier grins, anticipating the next strike as the creature grows more furious. The creature charges again, but the soldier is quick on his feet, evading its vicious attack. He moves in swiftly, cutting through the creature's defenses with a focused strike. The creature recoils, its tail severed and thrashing in the air, but the soldier remains poised, ready for more. With a taunting smile, the soldier watches as the creature stumbles, weakened by the attack. The creature tries to retaliate, but its movements are sluggish. The soldier takes advantage, preparing for the final blow as the creature weakens further. The soldier's strike lands with precision, knocking the creature back. As the creature collapses, the soldier steps forward, victorious and unscathed. He pauses, scanning the area, ready for whatever challenge awaits next. The creature releases a cloud of poison, its form growing more chaotic and uncontrollable as it faces the soldier. The soldier, unfazed, walks directly into the poison, his eyes locked on the beast with a cold expression. With a confident smirk, he casually brushes off the poison, confident it won't harm him. The soldier activates a dark energy skill, enveloping his hands in dark tendrils as he prepares to confront the beast head on. The creature roars in defiance, but the soldier remains unmoved, calmly assessing its weakened state. With a wave of his hand, the dark energy grasps the creature, slowly constricting around it. The soldier sneers, commenting that the poison will have no effect on an advanced dark mage like himself. He summons an even more powerful attack, his body crackling with intense dark energy. The creature struggles in the grasp of the dark magic, but the soldier's smirk only widens as he prepares for the final blow. With a final incantation, the soldier unleashes a powerful wave of destructive energy, tearing through the creature. The creature screeches as the attack consumes it, its body disintegrating under the force of the magic. As the dust settles, the soldier stands triumphantly, his powers overwhelming the beast with ease. The soldier looks down at the defeated creature, now just a pile of ash. He stretches and smirks, noting how easily it all came to him. The soldier prepares to face the next challenge, his confidence unshaken as he heads toward the horizon. The team arrives at the entrance, looking at the massive structure ahead. One of the soldiers comments on the eerie quietness of the place. The soldier wonders if something is off, asking if they should be concerned about going in. And if their soldier reassures him, claiming they have no reason to worry, but the uncertainty is palpable. A different soldier, seemingly more seasoned, comments on how things feel strange. The group tries to shake off the tension, agreeing to keep moving forward despite the unease. They prepare to enter the building, determined but wary of what awaits inside. As they prepare to enter, one of the team members, a woman, jokes about their leader's confidence in this mission. She recalls the time they faced a similar challenge, hinting that their past encounters might give them the edge. The others chuckle, knowing her words are laced with both humor and truth. The team moves inside, but tension hangs in the air. As the team continues, one soldier, skeptical of the leader's confidence, suggests they may not be as prepared as they think. The leader, unbothered, insists everything will go according to plan, urging everyone to stay focused. The group ventures deeper, their movements synchronized and methodical. The woman in charge leads the way, telling the others not to get distracted. The final soldier, slightly unsure, mutters that they're still unsure if this will be the easy mission they were promised. The peaceful sky overlooks a building, setting the scene. Inside, Syrah, with her red hair, sits at a desk, focused on her task. She is unaware of the noise as she works, her attention fixed on her task. Kane, a silver-haired man, enters surrounded by a glowing aura holding a packet of noodles. He remains unaffected by the situation, his focus on the noodles. An empty bowl on the counter hints at a lack of food, causing some tension. Sarah, now frustrated, faces Kane, clearly upset by his behavior. She points toward the empty bowl with growing irritation. The tension between them builds as they exchange looks of annoyance. Sarah uses her magic, sending a burst of energy toward Kane, pushing him back. Kane stumbles but remains unfazed, his irritation mounting. Sarah retaliates with a punch, her anger becoming more apparent as she confronts him. The confrontation continues, but now with a playful twist. They lock hands, their expressions shifting to one of friendly competitiveness. The tension eases and they share a lighthearted moment. The woman in a red outfit stands determined as she looks at the officer in front of her, preparing for something intense. The officer enters the scene looking calm. Holding a report, the woman reacts with slight concern, but maintains her composure. The officer discusses preparations, giving a formal report, while the woman listens attentively, preparing herself for the upcoming event. The officer warns the woman about the risks involved, urging caution and careful handling of the situation. The woman nods, her resolve unwavering. The officer looks at her seriously, knowing the gravity of the mission. The officer reminds her to stay focused, and she responds confidently, assuring him that everything will be handled properly. The tension rises as the woman stands, ready to leave, while the officer looks on with a stern expression, handing her the necessary tools. As she departs, she quickly gathers her thoughts, fully aware of the challenges ahead. The officer watches her leave, knowing that the mission is about to take a dangerous turn. The woman faces a sudden disruption as a loud noise interrupts her focused moment. The officer quickly steps into action, responding to the noise, but the woman remains calm, ready for anything. The tension between them builds as the situation escalates, but the woman prepares for the unknown. The officer asks the woman about her plans for the upcoming week, showing concern. The woman replies, downplaying the situation, while the officer remains skeptical about the potential risks. They continue their conversation, preparing for whatever challenges await them. Soldiers in uniform are gathered in a room, looking surprised at the announcement of another training session. One soldier expresses frustration, stating that the situation is overwhelming, but his frustration is ignored. Despite the complaints, the order is given to prepare for the upcoming drill, and the soldiers are ready to face it, albeit reluctantly. The soldiers are now outside, preparing for a difficult exercise. They can be seen near military vehicles, preparing for deployment. The training area is revealed to be vast, with military vehicles lined up, setting the stage for a challenging mission. A soldier confidently reports, giving a brief update on their movements, while his comrades begin to mobilize and prepare for the task at hand. The team begins their journey traveling in military vehicles across rugged terrain. The atmosphere is tense but focused. One soldier, noticing something off, exchanges looks with his companion, unsure of what they are heading into. The uncertainty heightens as they drive, with distant mountains and a sense of unease growing among the soldiers. The convoy suddenly halts as a soldier notices something unexpected. His curiosity is piqued as he looks out the window. The soldier speaks into his radio, questioning what he just observed. The tension mounting, the situation intensifies, but the soldiers are prepared for whatever comes next, determined to face the challenge. As the soldiers exit the vehicles, one member of the team smirks, trying to lighten the mood with a joke. The group's morale seems lifted as they continue their trek toward their next location, even though they know the challenges are far from over. The leader of the team sets a determined course, instructing the soldiers to move quickly to the next critical spot, prepared for anything. The group of soldiers continues their mission as one soldier mutters his frustration. The atmosphere is tense as they navigate through the forest. One of the soldiers, clearly anxious, speaks loudly, wondering if they are dealing with an unusual or dangerous situation. Their commanding officer calmly responds, but the soldiers' fear grows as the sounds of rustling fill the air. The team continues moving cautiously, the landscape around them wild and untamed. Their eyes dart around, alert for any signs of danger. One soldier checks his equipment nervously, the tension visible on his face. The officer looks at him, offering a reassuring nod. The team prepares for the next phase of their operation, the leader calling for attention and focus from the group. A formal salute is given to their commanding officer, marking a moment of respect among the soldiers. The officer looks back at his troops with a confident expression, signaling that the mission is moving forward. The scene shifts as the officer smirks, pondering how the situation is about to unfold, ready for whatever comes next. A few hours before the mission, a group of soldiers is gathered in a forested area. Their leader, with a stern expression, reassures his men that they'll be ready for the mission ahead. One of the soldiers casually mentions that they're simply following orders, no matter how difficult the task may be. Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out, causing the soldiers to look up in alarm. Their leader remains composed, assuring the others that it is part of their training exercise. However, his calm demeanor hides the tension as they prepare for the real operation ahead. The soldiers, now at a base, discuss the importance of staying focused during the upcoming mission. They recognize that their success depends on working together and staying sharp. One soldier confidently states that they can't afford to fail. As they move out, their path leads them toward a large compound. The team braces themselves, knowing the operation is about to intensify. They prepare for the unknown challenges that lie ahead. The soldiers discuss their previous experiences, laughing and sharing stories to ease their nerves. One soldier, noticing a commanding officer, suggests that they might be under scrutiny. They agree that they'll give their best effort, knowing they can't afford to lose. The soldiers are exhausted after their intense training. Lying flat on the floor, one soldier recalls their leader's extreme reputation, joking that they should be on alert. Another soldier, feeling the pressure, decides to step up his efforts in training to keep up. Suddenly, a loud command echoes from the leader, instructing all soldiers to run to the training ground. The soldiers quickly snap to attention, recognizing the urgency in the command. They gear up, ready to follow orders and tackle whatever challenge awaits them. Outside, the soldiers march towards their next task, surrounded by nature and training facilities. A soldier ponders the purpose of the exercise but knows it is best to follow instructions. They reach a large compound, and the situation feels increasingly intense. The soldiers are now fully prepared, adjusting their gear and getting ready for the next phase. The leader gives orders to focus on the upcoming scenario, emphasizing that their survival depends on it. The soldiers brace themselves as the mission becomes even more real. The team prepares to engage, with weapons drawn and hearts set on completing the task. A soldier watches the leader, who suddenly halts the movement, giving orders for the situation to be evaluated. The team reacts, ready for whatever challenge comes next as the leader signals them to move forward. The soldiers are in the middle of an intense training session when one of them hears a suspicious sound. They turn, weapons at the ready, but the leader quickly orders them to lower their guns. The group is confused, wondering whether they're supposed to be battling or just going through a simulation. The leader commands them to prepare for something more demanding. The soldiers realize the situation is more dangerous than they expected. They charge forward, adrenaline surging as they gear up for combat. The group runs across the open ground, eyes scanning for threats. A sharp noise cuts through the air, signaling the arrival of their opponents. Tension builds as the soldiers lock eyes, knowing the real challenge has begun. The soldiers rush forward, engaging in close combat. Their opponent is formidable, landing powerful blows, but the soldiers press on. One soldier is hit hard, but quickly gets back on his feet. Determined to continue fighting, another soldier lands a powerful strike on their opponent, knocking him off balance. The soldier nods in thanks, relieved to have help in this brutal training session. They continue, knowing that teamwork will win this battle. A soldier strikes his opponent, causing him to stagger and cough. Another soldier commands the group to trample their opponent, signaling a swift resolution to the fight. The soldiers laugh, showing confidence as they prepare to finish the task at hand. The soldiers, working in unison, begin to overwhelm their opponent. A powerful blow knocks their enemy to the ground, causing them to wince in pain. The soldiers, satisfied with the outcome, take a brief moment to catch their breath. The next soldier steps up, ready for his turn in the fight. He takes a deep breath, preparing for the intense action ahead. With a focused look, he charges forward, determined to handle the opponent with speed. As the fight continues, the soldiers maintain their aggressive approach. The opponent staggers, trying to stay on his feet, but struggles to keep up. The soldiers press forward, pushing him further into retreat. With a final swift strike, the soldier lands a blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The team gathers, exchanging a few words of victory and encouragement. They look to their leader, awaiting his next command as the training continues. The soldiers continue their assault, showing no signs of slowing down as they work together. One soldier shouts at the others, telling them to trample the opponent and end the struggle. The opponent, overwhelmed, begins to plead for mercy, realizing he can no longer stand up to the group. The atmosphere is tense as the soldiers sit at a table inside a military building. One officer, clearly agitated, expresses his disagreement about something. The second officer, calm yet assertive, tries to reason with him, but the disagreement persists. The angry officer refuses to back down, his frustration growing as the situation escalates. A soldier clenches his fists, growing more agitated before walking out of the room. He hears a call from another officer who commands him to enter the next room. The soldier storms into the room, his posture tense as he greets his superior with a sharp salute. The officer, now facing the superior, urgently asks about the situation. His superior responds, the worry in his eyes clear as he shares the troubling news. The officer listens intently, processing the gravity of the situation. The officer is visibly shocked, demanding to know the condition of the injured soldiers. He presses further, anxiously awaiting confirmation of their status. The superior responds, indicating that 2 soldiers were critically injured but are alive. The officer storms off, furious at the turn of events. His frustration grows as he clenches his fists. He mutters a final comment, determined to take action, the situation now more personal than ever. The major seems furious, shouting orders to his subordinates, demanding that Major Zhang opens his eyes. The scene becomes tense as the soldiers are lined up, their faces showing concern for what is happening. The major's anger grows, but he commands his troops to focus, ready to take action. The soldiers follow orders, saluting with discipline. Their movements are quick and precise. A soldier steps forward, indicating readiness, as the major watches them intently. The soldiers line up, clearly preparing for the next phase of the mission, awaiting further instructions. Lone soldier walks with determination, the weight of the situation palpable as he approaches his superior. His every step is filled with intent as he begins to address his officer. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as the soldiers' actions speak louder than words. Laughter breaks the tension as the soldier smiles confidently, taking a moment to joke about the difficult task. He continues with bravado, boasting about his capabilities and how he handled the situation. His superior, seemingly impressed, agrees to promote him, offering him a higher rank in acknowledgement. The conversation takes a turn as the soldier asks what more is required of him, eager to prove himself. The superior responds cryptically, hinting at the greater challenge ahead. The soldier, unfazed, prepares for whatever comes next, convinced that nothing will stop him. One soldier voices concerns about Major Kim's unpredictable behavior. Another soldier questions if it's wise to follow him, given the risks. Silence falls as they both weigh their options, unsure of what to do next. Tension rises as one soldier worries about the commander's stability. The other soldier reacts with disbelief, saying the commander's request is outrageous. The conversation turns heated as the commander dismisses their concerns, speaking with authority. Frustration builds as the soldiers discuss the absurdity of the mission. They exchange looks, uncertain whether to trust their instincts or obey orders. One soldier pushes the issue, escalating the conflict further. Major Kim's presence fills the room, his posture and tone commanding respect. The discussion becomes more intense, leading to a confrontational atmosphere. They prepare for the consequences of their decisions, tensions running high. Major Kim reveals vital details about the mission, raising the stakes. A subtle exchange shifts the tone, pushing the soldiers into deeper conflict. Ready to move forward, they brace for whatever comes next. Major Kim examines the document closely, his eyes widening as he reads the critical details inside. A look of disbelief and concern crosses his face as he realizes the situation is more serious than expected. The soldier beside him remains silent, sensing the shift in the mood and unsure how to respond. A man with a confident smile walks forward, his attention suddenly caught by something in the air. He glances at his companion, musing aloud, "A fan." As he processes the information, he smiles knowingly, deciding they should approach the person in question. A full moon shines over the military base as soldiers are seen preparing for the next mission, their rest interrupted by an urgent call at 2:30 a.m. In the barracks, the soldiers gather, their faces filled with concern. One soldier murmurs in frustration, unsure of the necessity of the late-night summons. A commanding figure moves past the soldiers with a focused expression, not letting the unrest distract him as he prepares for what's to come. In a dim hallway, the soldier adjusts his helmet and weapon, the tension evident in his expression. Another soldier, more relaxed, asks if they need to get up, but his superior waves it off, urging him to rest for now. As the soldier turns away, his thoughts linger on the coming operation, the weight of the situation settling in. With a steady pace, the soldier steps through the hall, the silence broken only by his footsteps echoing in the empty space. His thoughts wander to the next day's mission as he walks further, the anticipation growing. He mutters to himself about tomorrow's operation, a mix of apprehension and readiness in his stride. The scene shifts to a dark building as a mysterious figure steps forward, announcing the beginning of the raid. A tense atmosphere fills the air as soldiers prepare for a confrontation, their faces grim with determination. The mission officially begins, marking the start of an intense, unpredictable battle inside an office. A woman types quickly on a keyboard, her attention divided. She stops suddenly, sensing something off, her eyes glancing toward the door. As a shadow looms behind her, she stands in surprise, realizing that danger is much closer than expected. A woman confronts a man in the hallway, demanding to know what he's doing there. The man, unfazed, casually explains that it's his first day, though his expression hints at something more. She looks skeptical, still standing her ground as she watches him with caution. The man holds a mop in one hand, attempting to clean, while the woman warns him not to come closer. Despite her command, he continues moving toward her, his smirk growing as he ignores her warning. Frustrated, the woman quickly raises her voice, demanding that he stop. The man grins as his eyes glow with power, clearly enjoying the interaction. Realizing the situation, the woman begins to channel her own magic. A powerful burst of energy surrounds her, signaling the start of a confrontation. The man reacts with a confident laugh, anticipating her next move. She remains determined, her focus sharpened as she prepares for whatever comes next. The air between them thickens with tension, both ready for a dangerous clash. She throws an object toward him, her magic flaring brightly. The man catches it with ease, his amusement growing. He smirks, ready for whatever challenge she might throw at him next. A pair of sandals steps forward, setting the scene in a mysterious environment. A person holds up a photo of an individual, focusing on their face. The photo seems to carry a significance. A soldier walks through the dimly lit area, contemplating the mission with a serious expression. The urgency is evident as they examine the image. The soldier focuses intensely on a computer screen, tracking something with determination. The screen blinks, revealing the critical evidence that the soldier has been searching for. The soldier, smiling with a sense of accomplishment, announces the successful find with a tone of triumph. A different soldier, smiling confidently, holds up the photograph in front of him, seemingly pleased with the progress. He orders the next steps as the information from the photo is shared, preparing for the next phase of the operation. His expression shifts as he inspects a new detail within the photo, marking the discovery as crucial for their mission. The soldier grits his teeth in frustration as new revelations come to light. He orders his team to act swiftly, fully aware of the danger they now face, hinting at a potential threat. His focus sharpens, and he prepares for the escalating situation as they strategize their next move. Tension builds as the operation takes a darker turn. The stakes are higher than ever. The soldier continues his investigation, pushing further into the mystery at hand. The plan to uncover the deeper secrets is set in motion, leading into an uncertain and dangerous path. A soldier angrily confronts the officer, asking if the mention of his daughter is an attempt at intimidation. The officer smirks and responds with confidence, questioning if the soldier has proof to back his claims. The atmosphere is tense, with the soldier's hand tightening, clearly feeling cornered by the officer's sharp words. The officer walks toward the door, his back turned, dismissing the conversation. The soldier, puzzled, looks on, questioning the officer's intention to investigate his own actions, sarcastically wondering how it could be done. The officer exits the room, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty as the soldier is left in contemplation. The officer, now in a different setting, talks about handling things his way, fully aware of the stakes involved. He hints at the complexity of his position, revealing a new strategy for dealing with the situation without revealing too much. The officer's expression hardens, signaling a shift in approach as he prepares to confront whatever lies ahead. The officer, more determined, moves forward, taking the next step in unraveling the mystery while keeping his emotions in check. A tense moment passes as the officer's sharp focus suggests an impending move that will change the direction of the investigation. With a burst of action, the officer moves closer to revealing critical information, his resolve growing stronger. A new character is introduced, who overhears the officer's plans and looks troubled by the revelation. The officer pauses for a moment, sensing the weight of his next decision, the truth of the matter slowly dawning on him. The scene closes with the officer firmly asserting that he will take full responsibility for the situation. Indicating a deepening involvement, the officer calmly announces that he will be waiting, his expression showing no hint of stress or urgency. A scene shifts to a building with a sign that reads 304th Division, 4th Battalion. The location is quiet but charged with an unknown tension. Inside, the officer sits at his desk, papers in front of him, clearly ready for the next steps in the operation. His calm demeanor hints at his confidence in the unfolding events. A soldier enters the room at the officer's command. The soldier stands with a respectful posture, ready to respond. The soldier, a woman, salutes, introducing herself formally as Sergeant Sun Yunseo, full of energy and professionalism. A steaming cup of coffee sits on a table. The soldier in uniform stands across, his demeanor calm as he raises the cup. A second soldier dressed in a similar uniform smiles while congratulating the other. He remarks on the speed of the promotion. The promoted soldier, a bit bashful, stammers his response, still processing the compliment. He thanks the other soldier, clearly flattered by the praise. The conversation shifts as the soldier holds his cup and reflects. He mentions an unusual case, a colleague from their unit. The conversation turns to the special task force. The soldier wonders about the rumors of a possible recruitment from this elite group. The second soldier confirms the news. They suggest that their colleague's skills may have caught the eye of the task force for future recruitment. The soldier's interest peaks. He listens attentively, considering the implications of this opportunity. The second soldier reassures him that he prioritized the colleague's future. With a polite smile, the promoted soldier thanks the other, expressing gratitude for his concern and support. However, the conversation takes a curious turn as the soldier reflects on the true reason for his colleague's sudden success. The soldier hints at his colleague's exceptional talent, now questioning whether staying in his current position would truly serve him. He admits that despite the rivalry, one day he might surpass his colleague. He's determined to continue growing, no matter the obstacles. The conversation circles back to the task force. The soldier mentions another talented individual in the division, his rival. The soldier's demeanor shifts as he talks about the competition. He's determined to surpass him one day, despite the current one-sided rivalry. The two soldiers exchange farewells. The promoted soldier sets off to continue his mission with his squad members. A group of people stands in front of a building. With one person, a woman, looking surprised. She notices someone among the crowd and her expression shifts to confusion. She looks directly at the person, asking, "Why are you here?" With visible frustration on her face, the person in front of her appears equally perplexed by her question. The scene grows tense as they both stare at each other, each unsure of what the other is thinking. The woman's impatience shows, while the man seems unsure how to respond. The man, now more agitated, mutters to himself, questioning the timing of this encounter. He looks over at the group, raising his voice slightly as he asks, "What's going on here?" Trying to make sense of the situation. The group seems equally perplexed, adding to the growing tension. The man's hand clenches, as if ready to take action. The man, now walking away from the group, looks back briefly, determined to figure things out. He glances over his shoulder, still processing the confusing situation as he walks further into the building. The group watches his retreat, with the same confusion lingering in the air. The man, now inside, seems to have a realization. A smile starts to form on his face as he recognizes something important. He looks over his shoulder again, now more confident and ready for whatever comes next. His frustration seems to have turned into clarity. The smile deepens as he prepares himself to confront what lies ahead with renewed energy. The man laughs and exclaims that it's fate at work here. His realization makes him feel like everything is falling into place. He gestures enthusiastically, recalling an earlier moment that now feels connected to this situation. He's clearly energized by the turn of events. The group around him seems relieved and upbeat. They cheer, excited by the sudden shift in atmosphere and ready to move forward. A character stands confidently, instructing someone to get changed, warning that Major General Sun Taeho might be angry if they don't follow orders. The person being spoken to looks up with a confused expression, still processing what's happening. The character repeats the request, urging them to hurry, seemingly motivated by the gravity of the situation. The individual finally reacts, appearing more motivated as they start to follow the order. The character, now dressed, turns around and asks what's happening. They look confused but ready to take action. With a confident look, the character begins to walk toward the group, preparing for whatever comes next. The group stands on a sunny beach playing volleyball. A character holds a ball while commenting on how nice the ocean is. The ball is tossed into the air, a moment of lighthearted fun. The ball is hit into the air, its trajectory determined, while everyone prepares for the next move. One of the characters seems to have an intense look, possibly strategizing as they prepare to catch the ball. Another character, excited, is caught mid-action, running after the ball ready to make a play. The ball is launched further as the group continues to enjoy the beach day. The scene shifts to a more relaxed moment as the group laughs and looks out toward the ocean. The characters share a smile, enjoying the sun and the sea breeze, glad to be together. The character who spoke earlier grins, confirming that they will continue to enjoy their time at the beach. A child stands on the beach, looking out toward the ocean. They point, asking the adult beside them, "What is that?" With curiosity, the adult, also staring out to the ocean, responds calmly, suggesting it might just be vapor, a harmless natural phenomenon. As the pair continues to look out, the vapor, like mist on the horizon, starts to thicken and form into something darker, catching their attention. Among the beachgoers, two women approached a striped mat spread out on the sand. Atop the mat were large, oddly shaped rocks, blackened and jagged, out of place in the otherwise soft surroundings. Their curiosity was immediately piqued. As one of them knelt down to examine the rocks, she noticed something embedded inside. Her expression changed to surprise. She called over her friend, excited by what she had just discovered hidden within the object. The embedded object turned out to be a military dog tag. In her memory, it connected directly to a scene of uniformed soldiers lined up formally. A young man in uniform smiled as he held up the very same dog tag. The tag contained a transparent keychain with a small figure of a silver-haired girl inside. It wasn't just a trinket. It symbolized something personal and emotional, a memory from someone's past that had been cherished. Recognizing the significance, the woman embraced the military uniform found with the rocks. She believed this was a sign that the person they remembered still held on to the memories they had once created together. Despite the touching moment, the second woman remained skeptical. Her expression and tone dismissed the idea as sentimental nonsense, clearly unimpressed by the emotional discovery. Suddenly, a group of three loud men approached them. Recognizing someone, they called Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Their arrival shifted the tone quickly from sentimental to comedic. The men challenged him to a game of rock, paper, scissors, claiming fairness in the method. Confidently, one of them declared that a man should always choose rock, ready to use it as an excuse to win ice cream. The match commenced with loud energy. In the clash of hands, Min-jun unexpectedly chose scissors, easily cutting through all their rocks, which shocked the group. His opponents were stunned and frustrated. They argued that those weren't the proper rules and insisted that rock should always win in such games, defending their loss with ridiculous excuses. Despite their protests, the girls stood amused nearby. The conclusion was clear. No matter the rules or results, the losing side still had to buy ice cream as promised. Later, one of the men returned Min-jun's belongings, handing over the camouflage uniform that had been lying on the mat earlier. He claimed the wallet was inside. Min-jun reached in to check, but immediately realized something was missing. With a serious look, he quickly pulled out a specific item tucked within the uniform's folds. His eyes widened in silence as he stared at the recovered object, the same dog tag and keepsake from his memory. The weight of the past seemed to return all at once. One of the men stared in silence at the keychain he accidentally tore from the uniform. His eyes widened as he began to understand the emotional value of what he held. Examining the tiny figure inside the keychain, he stood frozen, realizing he had damaged something important. The weight of the moment sank in, and the humor of the day quickly disappeared. The two women and another man watched him cautiously. Tension filled the air as they noticed the shift in atmosphere, unsure how he would react next. The muscular man, now clearly uneasy, approached the pink-haired woman and attempted to return the broken keychain, his expression awkward and apologetic. Suddenly, a furious voice shouted. Min-jun charged toward the group with intensity, having witnessed the damage firsthand. Panic spread immediately among the guilty trio. One of them shouted that it was an accident, but there was no time to explain. The others scrambled in fear, desperate to escape the incoming storm. With rage in his eyes, Min-jun sprinted after them. The ground shook under his steps as the three culprits ran for their lives. Their feet barely kept up with the urgency. Each of them knew that if they were caught, the consequences would be painful. Back at the umbrella, the pink-haired woman smiled warmly, touched by the thought that Minjun still cared deeply about what they once shared. Far out in the ocean, the three men swam frantically, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Minjun's wrath. One of them gasped for air, trying to calm down. The other, still panicking, scolded him for dragging them into this mess. He blamed his friend for making him a target. The situation had escalated beyond a joke, and both realized the trouble they were truly in. The man explained it was all an accident. He never meant to damage the keychain. It just tore at the wrong moment. The other told him to seek forgiveness, but fear held him back. He clenched his fists, sweating at the thought of facing Minjun again. A sudden realization crossed his face as his friend noticed something behind him. Whatever it was, it didn't bode well. While floating in the open sea, one of the men sensed an unusual warmth near his legs. He mentioned it casually, unaware of what was beneath them. His companion tried to dismiss the comment, but deep below the surface, a large sea creature stirred. Its massive form moved silently through the dark water, heading toward the surface. Just as both men began to feel uneasy, the creature lunged upward. With jaws wide open and sharp teeth flashing, it broke through the water with a terrifying roar. Panic set in immediately. Both men turned with horror, their faces twisted in shock as they tried to process what they had just seen. The beach remained calm in the distance, with families and soldiers enjoying their day. The danger out at sea went unnoticed by those on land. Yet nearby on the beach, a man admired his finished sandcastle. Another soldier approached him urgently, reporting the absence of two corporals who had not returned from the water. Concerned, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho began asking nearby soldiers if anyone had seen the missing men recently or knew where they had gone. Cact, a fellow soldier, recalled the two corporals had been joking around with Sergeant Kim Minjun earlier, possibly near the ice cream stand. And before he could follow up, noise from the beach crowd drew his attention. Someone noticed an injured person, and confusion spread as questions arose about what had happened. The missing corporals emerged from the water, wounded and limping. One of them supported the other, both visibly exhausted from their ordeal. Two soldiers rushed over to assist. The injured man was gently lowered to the sand, his leg bleeding from multiple wounds. The sergeant quickly issued a command to bring the wounded to the medic. The order was acknowledged immediately as the situation turned serious. Sergeant Lee questioned the other man about what had happened, asking where he was hurt and where he had been. Still panting, the man began to respond, clearly overwhelmed by what he had just experienced. As he broke down emotionally, he tried to explain himself. His guilt surfaced as he confessed that he hadn't meant to break the precious keychain, indicating the root of the earlier conflict. As one of the soldiers inspected the injured leg of his comrade, he noticed the deep bite marks embedded in the skin. The wounds were jagged and spaced like the teeth of a sea predator. The injured man, still in shock, finally spoke. He confirmed that the attackers were not ordinary sea creatures, but monsters, specifically scarlet anglerfish. Nearby civilians overheard the alarming name and reacted with shock. Some recognized it as a known aquatic monster species, and panic began to stir among the crowd. For Gnaus, another soldier recalled hearing about sightings of similar creatures in a dungeon that had emerged in Samchok just a month prior. It seemed possible these monsters had come from there. The woman questioning them pressed for more details. She wanted to know how many creatures had been seen and whether they were defeated during the encounter. The soldier admitted that two monsters were spotted. Due to the injuries sustained early on, they had to retreat. There wasn't an opportunity to defeat either of the monsters. The woman in charge expressed regret over what had happened, but her focus quickly shifted back to command and coordination. She gave quick orders to relocate the injured to the medic room and called for reporting the situation to the resort administration. Her tone was calm but urgent. Following that, she instructed a request for reinforcements, a raid team from the division. She needed everyone to act fast to secure the area and protect the civilians. Curious and suspicious, one of the men asked how much was known about the scarlet anglerfish, seeking details about their behavior. He listened closely as the woman explained that the creatures were fish-type monsters, known for their red color and glowing lure. She elaborated that they were extremely aggressive and could generate intense heat though such heat would not be a threat during underwater combat. He confirmed what she said. Their aggression was so intense that they often attacked their own kind, making group coordination rare. And what troubled him was that two of them had appeared here, far from the dungeon's location, and were attacking humans together. Behavior was abnormal. Realizing the situation could be more serious than expected, he volunteered to go investigate directly and uncover what was driving the creatures. The woman tried to stop him, warning that going alone would be too dangerous. She reached out, her voice filled with concern as he turned to leave. He replied calmly, stating that time might be more limited than they thought. His face was serious, focused on the urgency of the situation. He added that he would be more effective on his own, confident in his abilities. The woman stared at him, momentarily speechless at his resolve. Standing still, the woman quietly accepted his decision. Her expression showed uncertainty, but she didn't argue further. With determination in his voice, the man reaffirmed his choice. For now, the situation required action more than debate. And turning his back, he faced the ocean and declared they would handle what they could with what they had. It was time to act, not hesitate. The woman quickly returned to the others and relayed the urgency of the situation. Her leadership was clear as she rallied her team. She informed them there was no time to waste. The team responded immediately, their stance unified and ready. Without hesitation, they acknowledged her orders and shouted in agreement. The group moved with purpose to prepare for what was coming. As the team rushed out, the man sprinted ahead. His focus sharpened, his steps swift and unyielding. He believed there was only one reason for two normally solitary scarlet anglerfish to be attacking together. Others ran behind him, still unaware of what he had already begun to piece together. Their synchronized aggression was unnatural. On the beach, a young boy played near the water, unaware of the lurking threat beneath the waves. Deep below the surface, the water churned, bubbles rose as something large moved. Within the murky depths, rows of glowing red eggs revealed the chilling truth. This was a mating sign. The reason for the anglerfish's cooperation was reproduction. At the HF Soko resort, the sky was calm and the building stood tall. The resort, known for its luxurious amenities, suddenly became the center of an urgent military crisis. Two women, dressed in athletic uniforms, rushed through the hallway. One of them demanded immediate contact with the security team. At the front desk, a staff member hesitated briefly as the call came in, unsure how to respond to the sudden escalation. The woman identified herself with authority. She was Sergeant Sun Yoon Seo from the 10th Division 4th Battalion. She reported a dangerous event taking place at the HF Soko Resort under the 110th Division's jurisdiction. A type of monster suspected to be scarlet anglerfish had appeared unexpectedly near the premises. While one officer stayed on alert, Yoon Seo informed the desk that they had already requested evacuation support. The civilian staff listened in confusion and fear. Beyond the window, the ocean shimmered peacefully. But hidden beneath the surface was a man, Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun, already engaging the threat. He had been deployed directly into the waters to confront the emerging monsters. Min-jun propelled himself deep underwater, scanning for the enemy. He understood that if the scarlet anglerfish were hatching en masse, the situation could spiral beyond control almost instantly. He surfaced briefly, catching his breath, aware of the stakes. He reminded himself that killing them all would be impossible. Below him, a cluster of glowing red eggs pulsed ominously. Their heat alone made them unstable, and the presence of too many could easily trigger a catastrophe. As the eggs shifted, Min-jun recalled how their explosive energy had been weaponized in otherworldly wars. A single shock could annihilate entire buildings if triggered in mass. The memory of a past detonation flashed in his mind. These eggs had once devastated a stronghold. Min-jun couldn't believe such creatures existed on Earth now. He considered that an explosion might neutralize the threat all at once, but only if it happened at a safe distance. The real danger lay in the scale of the blast. If the explosion reached the coastline, the resort and everyone in it could be wiped out in seconds. As he floated and observed the shadows gathering below him, Min-jun prepared to act. The enemy was closing in fast. Min-jun surfaced briefly and glanced at the area around him. His instincts screamed as he realized the presence of the monsters had moved, closer than expected. Without delay, he dove sharply into the water, slicing through the depths with powerful kicks. His body moved fast and with purpose. The surrounding temperature was noticeably rising. Confirming his suspicion, he acknowledged the eggs' presence. They were active. As he floated deeper, shadows darted toward him. Several creatures began to circle, their movements coordinated and swift. They didn't give him room to maneuver freely. Annoyed, Minjin muttered mentally about their persistence. They clearly intended to block his path to the eggs. These beasts weren't just wild monsters, they had instincts that made them troublesome. He extended his hand and tried to summon his demonic energy. However, the surrounding water dulled its effect. Even his basic skills like corruption were useless down here. Minjin analyzed their speed. The creatures were faster than he anticipated. Evading them while trying to reach the core target would be difficult. Still, there was no turning back. He made a quick decision and activated a combat skill. Vicious Charge. Diet boosted his movement speed at the cost of defense and stamina. Charging forward, he shouted internally at the monsters, daring them to chase him toward the eggs rather than swarm him. If they wanted to defend those explosives, they had to follow. Suddenly, something shifted in the water. Minjin sensed it before he saw it, a powerful ripple nearby that disrupted the current unnaturally. He turned sharply. A red flash exploded near him, followed by an intense vibration. Confused and tense, he tried to process what he just saw. It wasn't a normal creature, it was something else entirely. His panic surged. The source revealed itself. An odd anglerfish, more menacing and glowing ominously from its core. Unlike the others, it emitted a concentrated burst of energy. Another fish followed, forming a group. Together, they accelerated at impossible speed, leaving behind visible shockwaves in the water. Minjin barely reacted in time as they launched coordinated attacks. Dodging as best he could, he clenched his fists in frustration. These creatures had evolved tactics. Two monstrous scarlet anglerfish surged toward Minjin with deadly speed, their sharp fangs bared and glowing ominously. Minjin rapidly twisted his body to evade their attack, but the strain on his lungs reminded him he was reaching his physical limit underwater. He burst through the surface with a gasp, finally drawing in air. His fury boiled over as he shouted at the sea, venting his frustration. From the shore, a man looked calmly at Minjin. His arrival was unexpected and out of place in the chaotic setting. Minjin, still catching his breath, stared at the familiar face in disbelief. Sweat poured down his brow as he struggled to comprehend the sudden appearance. When Minjin questioned his presence, the young man declared he couldn't possibly stay home knowing Minjin was in danger. Minjin was confused but impressed. How could this man have known there was danger in the first place? With a smile, the man hinted at someone else's involvement, someone who had predicted this exact situation. His cryptic tone revealed there was more going on behind the scenes. The scene cut to a woman with red hair gripping a harpoon. She stood firm, clearly prepared for battle, as if she had expected this encounter all along. The red-haired woman launched herself into the air, aiming straight for the ocean. Her strength and speed stunned nearby onlookers as she dove with a splash. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man urged Minjin to retreat and let them handle the monsters. His tone was serious. The beach was no longer safe. Minjin acknowledged the warning, slightly amused. He understood the concern with allies like them. It wasn't just about power, it was about trust. The red-haired woman pierced the water with grace. She moved with certainty, clearly aware of the enemy's intent and her own role in the fight. She sank deeper, her body steady and composed. Her resolve echoed through the waves as she accepted her task without hesitation. Back on the surface, Minjin charged forward once more. Watching his comrades reminded him of battles fought in Isgard. Minjin was confident the scarlet anglerfish wouldn't escape Li Bong's trap. Their bait, a strange squid from Isgard, known for its unique ability to lure predators with its scent and appearance. The creature, the scarlet-eared squid, hovered in the water, radiating an irresistible allure. Its vibrant color and soft glow made it the perfect distraction for monsters drawn to food. As expected, the anglerfish lost all sense of purpose. Their eyes turned to hearts as they eagerly chased the squid. The arrival of his allies made Minjin reflect. This wasn't just a coincidence. If the others had rushed all the way here, something major must have been destined to happen. He pondered whether this was one of those key turning points, had he not intervened. The explosion from the anglerfish eggs might have been unavoidable. That single realization made his thoughts clearer. Minjin stared at the water, knowing that the number of remaining eggs was still dangerous. He considered retreat, but something in him resisted the idea of running. He reflected on how events had changed since his return to the beach, events shaped by decisions, encounters, and chance. With that thought, his determination reignited. If fate could be broken once, then maybe it wasn't absolute. With burning eyes, he activated his demonic power. Dark energy pulsed through him as he awakened his corruption sea skill. The aura around him intensified. This time, he didn't hesitate. He would do something reckless, something he usually avoided. He poured energy into a direct strike aimed at destroying the threat completely. Meanwhile, several anglerfish were still active, swimming down toward the bait. But Minjin's actions were about to change the battle's course. The scarlet-eared squid made a sharp turn in the water. Its presence continued to agitate the monsters, drawing them in closer. One of the anglerfish lunged forward and bit into the squid. Its distraction worked. Every predator was now fully locked in, chasing a false target. As the decoy succeeded, the rest of the anglerfish followed in a pack. The battlefield was now under Minjin's control, exactly as planned. The scarlet-eared squid continued its decoy movement. Swimming just ahead of the anglerfish, it knew it was being chased and moved strategically. Two anglerfish snapped wildly at the squid. As it leaped into the air, they pursued without hesitation. One of the predators lunged in desperation, its gaping mouth aimed directly at the squid. But just before the attack could land, its expression flickering with realization. Suddenly, the red-haired woman soared from the surface. She dove in midair, rapidly closing the distance between herself and the distracted monsters. Clenching her spear tightly, she prepared for impact. Her target, the exposed flank of one anglerfish. With a single powerful strike, her spear pierced through the creature. The anglerfish twisted in pain, unable to respond in time. The spear continued to drive through the monster, splitting its body. Water erupted violently around the impact zone. Nearby, the squid floated momentarily, unaffected, its decoy mission complete. It drifted calmly through the chaos. The red-haired warrior surfaced and exhaled hard, barely catching her breath. Her assault had succeeded, but the fight wasn't over yet. She looked around, eyes wide. Her breathing grew heavier as something in the distance caught her attention. A surge of dark energy radiated from across the water. As she turned toward it, her heart sank. A burst of pink and purple energy exploded outward. She instantly recognized the source. Minjin was activating something immense. Her concern overwhelmed her. She shouted Minjin's name toward the shoreline. Frantically, she began swimming back toward him, her voice straining. She yelled about the dangerous spot, but the explosion had already begun. The energy core erupted. A massive sphere of chaotic magic swallowed the air, casting a radiant glow before turning into a blinding shockwave of force. Her scream echoed as flames surged skyward. "Master Kim Min-jun." Her words vanished beneath the roar of the explosion. Amid chaos, a young woman and two men sprint barefoot across the pavement. The urgency in their movement suggests a critical situation that demands immediate response. With sweat on her face and determination in her eyes, the woman maintains her pace beside the others. Her clenched hand holds a smartphone, the screen already active. She initiates a call to her father, whose name and face appear on the screen. As the call connects, she shouts into the phone seeking guidance and reporting in while running through a crowded area. On the other end of the call, her father, a high-ranking officer, immediately demands a status update. She informs him that although two soldiers were injured, they will survive. She also confirms that no civilians have been harmed yet. She explains the difficulty of evacuation, as the majority of the people present are civilians and her unit lacks the manpower to assist them all. Her concern grows as she prepares to continue the report. Her father interrupts with urgency. He tells her that the report is not his concern. What matters now is their safety. He instructs her to evacuate immediately, stressing that no one should remain at the scene. Elsewhere, her teammates react with confusion to the sudden call she received. One of the male operatives reveals that he had just contacted the 10th Division's commander about the situation. They reveal that the creatures they are dealing with, scarlet anglerfish, are unlike the known threats. The true extent of their danger has been kept hidden from the public. The woman is shocked to hear that a month ago, during an operation by the 10th Division, a large clutch of eggs was found in the dungeon. A devastating explosion occurred while they were being eliminated. The officer warns his daughter that if similar eggs are present at their current location, it is not safe. The implication is clear. They are in imminent danger. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, confirming the worst-case scenario. Flames engulf the area beyond the beach where they had been operating. The trio watches in stunned silence. Their expressions shift from shock to grim realization, fully grasping the severity of the threat they face. Later, the Dark Mage explains the unnatural behavior of the creatures. Typically too aggressive to act in groups, they even consume each other when hungry. He points out the anomaly. These monsters are attacking as a pair, far from their usual territory. This behavior is both unusual and deeply troubling. With resolve, the Dark Mage volunteers to investigate the cause. He prepares to enter the danger zone alone, determined to uncover the truth behind the creature's abnormal activity. Onseo drops her phone as she sprints away, ignoring her father's repeated voice calling her name from the still active call. The urgency in her movements suggests she's acting on instinct rather than logic. She races forward with panic in her eyes, rejecting the order to retreat. Her expression is one of defiance, as she refuses to abandon someone important. Facing the shoreline, Kim Min-jun stands tall. With calm determination, he tells the others that they must do what they can in the moment, ready to face whatever danger lies ahead. Tears form in Unseo's eyes as she cries out Minjun's name. Her desperation grows stronger, pushing her to break away from her team in an emotional outburst. She charges recklessly toward the danger zone, ignoring the shouts behind her. A teammate tries to hold her back, but she slips past with determination blazing in her stride. An explosion throws her and the blonde soldier to the ground. The impact is violent, the blast wave knocking both back before they can even react, surrounded by dust and debris. Pinned to the ground, the blonde soldier clutches Yunseo, warning her that approaching any closer would be too dangerous. The threat of more explosions looms large. Another teammate yells at Yunseo to calm down. Her emotional state is unstable, tears mixing with fear and frustration, overwhelmed by the thought of losing Minjun. Still struggling in her teammate's grasp, Yunseo cries out Minjun's name again. Her scream is full of helplessness as she watches from a distance, unable to reach him. Suddenly, a familiar voice responds, chiding Unseo gently. It's Minjun, alive, and approaching from the direction of the sea, drenched but unharmed. Unseo turns, stunned by the sound of his voice. Her expression shifts from despair to disbelief as she processes what she's hearing. All eyes turn toward the beach as Minjun walks out of the water. His clothes are torn and his body battered, but he moves steadily. Having survived the explosion, Minjun's presence stuns the team into silence. The three soldiers stare in awe as he steps onto the deck, defying their expectations. Overwhelmed with relief, Yunseo and the others rush toward him, shouting his name. Their cries echo across the beach as they close the distance between them. The scene cuts to a few hours earlier, revealing a peaceful setting with a red-haired woman seated at a desk. A quiet moment that contrasts sharply with the chaos that followed. In a quiet room, a red-haired woman watches the clock, seemingly unaware of the impending chaos. The calm atmosphere is soon shattered. Suddenly, a blackbird crashes into the window, scattering objects and causing a commotion. Its entrance is chaotic and loud, breaking the stillness with a bang. The raven-like creature, now on the floor, appears dazed and nervous. It babbles excuses, claiming it fell asleep mid-flight, but the woman reacts with familiar irritation, scolding the bird for yet another mishap. Elsewhere, a long-haired man appears dramatically shrouded in magical energy. With great flair, he reveals a red passport and declares that he has obtained them. He excitedly shows the passport to the red-haired woman, claiming it will enable their next move. His enthusiasm contrasts sharply with her lack of interest. She looks at him blankly, and unfazed by his theatrics, bluntly says he should be called Donald from now on. He seems overly proud of this bizarre declaration. The woman berates him for his past actions, pointing out the problems he's caused. Her frustration is rooted in long-standing issues between them. He casually shrugs off the criticism and questions whether the passport is authentic, admitting he has no idea how to verify it. Shocked, the woman yells at him for spending so much money without confirming anything. Her irritation boils over as she tries to make sense of his impulsive decision. The man smirks, pointing out that she doesn't know how to verify it either, deflecting her anger with nonchalance. Frustrated but out of options, the woman says she'll wait for Kim Minjun's return to ask for confirmation. Her trust lies only in him. Suddenly, her eye flares with magical energy, glowing intensely as her anger builds into something supernatural. Her rage intensifies. Blue magical energy burns in her eye, signaling that she's about to snap. Her power surges uncontrollably. Meanwhile, out at sea, Kim Minjun is shown swimming hard through open water. His body is battered but determined. A sudden underwater threat emerges. A red-eyed monster lunges at him, jaws wide. Minjun reacts swiftly, fighting off the creature in the rough waves. The beach has turned into a disaster zone. Rows of covered bodies lie in formation, the wreckage of a battle visible in the background. Soldiers carefully step around them, the air heavy with loss. Some bodies are being moved or identified, while others are mourned by comrades. A man breaks down crying, overcome with emotion, restrained by officers trying to keep him calm. As two familiar figures approach one of the body bags, their expressions are grim. The atmosphere is somber as they prepare to confirm the identity of someone important to them. The long-haired man clenches his fist tightly, staring at the body bag. He utters the name Kim So-hyun under his breath, struggling to believe what he is seeing. He whispers in disbelief, questioning whether this is really happening. His voice shakes as he asks if it could be a mistake, clinging to the hope that it isn't real. Beside him, the red-haired woman gasps in horror, her eyes wide. The shock is written across her face, an emotional punch that leaves her momentarily frozen. Back indoors, the red-haired woman collapses to her knees, trembling. The long-haired man helps steady her, asking if she received some kind of prophecy. She reveals that the future has changed. What she once foresaw is no longer true. Her voice quivers as she warns that Minjun is in grave danger. The weight of her words sinks in. Her expression tightens with dread, and the long-haired man looks on, now fully understanding the seriousness of the situation. Grabbing her companion by the collar, the red-haired woman demands to know Minjun's current location. Panic surges through her, driven by instinct and fear. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in the ocean. the very place where Minjun was last seen. Flames shoot high into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. She rushes to the water's edge, scanning for signs of life. Her face reflects terror and desperation, praying that he somehow survived the blast. From the water, Minjun surfaces just as she arrives. Gasping for air, he hears her scream his name across the waves. She swims toward him with urgency, calling out to confirm his safety. Her relief begins to outweigh her panic. Minjun weakly responds, admitting the situation was his mistake. He floats in exhaustion, but alive, battered but not broken. As Minjun floats injured in the water, his companion and the red-haired woman speak urgently. She insists that the explosion was weaker than she had foreseen, implying Minjun had saved many. Minjun weakly shakes his head and corrects her. It wasn't him who minimized the damage. It was Li Bong who intervened at the last moment. In a flashback, Li Bong is shown bracing himself, gathering immense magical energy. As the explosion begins, he plunges into it, shielding others from the blast with his power. Underwater, crimson and violet energy swirl violently as Bongu confronts the detonation. The fiery blast spreads, but his power holds it back, buying time. Bongu grits his teeth, enduring the magical pressure. He knows it isn't enough yet and pushes himself harder, straining every fiber of his being to contain it. As the core of the explosion nears its peak, he concentrates, forcing just a bit more power out of his body. The explosion intensifies, but his effort makes a difference. Minjun, watching from above, realizes Bong's sacrifice. He shouts in desperation, but it's too late. The blast is unavoidable. Before Minjun can react further, a monstrous creature bursts out of the ocean, grabbing him. He's taken by surprise as it coils around his torso. The beast lifts him into the air as he struggles, unable to resist. His expression shifts from shock to horror as he's carried far above the sea. The scene shifts to Bong, exhausted and barely conscious. He extends a hand to Minjun in a final gesture of reassurance. Even as his body floats in the aftermath of the magic, he gives a thumbs up with a faint smile. The damage to his body is evident. The red-haired woman, watching silently, begins to grasp the full extent of what he has done. Her expression changes from confusion to solemn realization. Bongu's body floats peacefully in the water. He reflects inwardly that he simply did what was right, fulfilling his role in the moment. He believes there is no greater honor for a follower than to die protecting someone. He silently pleads for the others to remember his sacrifice. Minjun and the red-haired woman float nearby, watching his body drift. Neither speaks. Bongu's figure fades into the waves, honored but lost. Minjun floats in the water, surprised but relieved to be greeted by his allies. They shout in disbelief, shocked he survived the blast. He responds with a tired smile, joking about his resilience. One ally, clearly injured, admits he can't use his hands, but is relieved Minjun is safe. Grinning despite the pain, the man expresses genuine gratitude for Minjun's survival, calling him by name. An enormous explosion shook the beach, catching everyone off guard. Flames rose high into the sky as civilians stood frozen in fear. Kim Minjun emerged calmly from the blast zone, tattered but unscathed. His shirt was torn, his body scorched, yet his composure remained solid. He scanned the horizon as if the explosion was merely an inconvenience. Moments later, the 110th Division's Special Forces landed on the beach, fully geared and alert. The soldiers immediately began securing the area and preparing for any secondary threats that might follow the blast. The military swiftly restored order, soldiers rounded up civilians, and ensured no further danger lingered. The incident, while shocking, was neutralized efficiently without further casualties under the division's rapid response. The investigation focused on survivors who were closest to the blast site. Nana, Sia, and Yuri stood among them, confused but unharmed. Minjun, expression firm, stood nearby and watched the process quietly. An officer questioned Minjun, but he showed no concern. Confident in the military's capability, he believed the matter would resolve itself without requiring his direct involvement or power. Colonel Jo Seung-gyun received the report and issued emergency orders. From headquarters, he began coordinating recovery operations and ensured proper medical support was sent for injured civilians and tourists. Minjun remained near the beach, standing alone amid the wreckage. His presence was both reassuring and mysterious, as others looked to him with unspoken gratitude for having likely shielded them from greater harm. Inside a recovery tent, injured guests were stabilized and treated. Though there were no fatalities, the resort's atmosphere had shifted completely from leisure to crisis response, ending the trip's purpose abruptly. As sunset bathed the beach in orange hues, the aftermath of the explosion settled into quiet fatigue. The once vibrant vacation spot had become a memory of chaos now left behind. Inside the resort, Sarah packed her belongings along with the others. Luggage rolled across the floor as soldiers assisted with evacuation. The entire facility was being cleared for safety assessment and closure. Minjun walked ahead, suitcase in hand, leading the group. Behind him followed Sia, Nana, Yuri, and Siura. each dragging bags and wearing solemn faces. While walking toward the transport zone, Yuri muttered about the ruined vacation. It had taken so long for them to plan this trip, and it ended in destruction and evacuation. Sierra confirmed the official notice. The resort would shut down until safety could be guaranteed. She turned her gaze back one last time, her steps slowing as she took in the silent structure. Sora lingered in the rear, her eyes tracing the outlines of the building under the fading sky. Letting out a quiet sigh, she pulled her suitcase along and rejoined the others on the road. Minjin questioned Kim Seohyun's presence, surprised to see her lingering after the chaos. He immediately asked for Lee Bong's whereabouts, concerned about his condition following the explosion. Seohyun explained that Bonggu was recovering using the demonic energy Minjin had shared. Despite his injuries, she reassured Minjin that Bonggu was stable and focused on healing. She added that Bonggu had always been a fast healer and urged Minjin not to worry. As she spoke, a shadowy creature hovered above a passing bus, watching from a distance. Minjin reflected on how Bonggu had miraculously survived with only minor injuries. Though he had been far from the center of the explosion, Minjin still found his resilience impressive. Despite his admiration, Minjin admitted that something felt odd. His intuition told him there was more to Bong than met the eye, something he hadn't yet figured out. Seohyun dismissed the idea of Bonggu being special. When Minjin questioned their relationship, she avoided answering directly and stood silently, prompting Minjin to shift the topic toward her worn-out clothing. Minjin asked why Seohyun always wore the same outfit, despite having money he'd given her. Her modest appearance puzzled him, considering she had the means to change it. Seohyun answered that her current clothes were good enough. She saw no need to buy more, expressing her simple lifestyle without hesitation. Minjin grew more insistent, questioning whether she even washed the outfit. Seohyun stayed firm, declining to spend money unnecessarily and calling his concerns excessive. Trying to force the issue, Minjin demanded she buy new clothes. Seohyun refused, stating that his money was too precious to waste on something so trivial. Before Minjin could finish insisting, a small black creature suddenly leapt onto his face, disrupting the argument. Its tiny form glowed with demonic energy as it clung to him. Minjin panicked and flailed as the creature latched on. Yelling for it to stop, he tried to shake it off while stumbling backward across the stone path. Desperate to end the chaos, Minjin shouted that he understood and begged the creature to calm down. He grasped it firmly, trying to hold it still. Finally subdued, the creature floated quietly in Minjin's hand. With a softer tone, Minjin remarked that it clearly cared about him, despite its violent way of showing it. Seated on the ground, Minjin asked what had brought the creature here. When it revealed there was a gate nearby, Xiaoxian's expression shifted as she reacted to the location with surprise. As the sun set behind her, Nana stood silently, a mixture of nervousness and determination on her face. She looked at Minjin with an unspoken question hanging in the air. Her hesitation vanished as she gave her answer with conviction. She nodded firmly, confirming her decision without turning away. Minjin smiled in response. Confident and unwavering, he proposed they move forward as a team, suggesting they face what was ahead together. The next day, the city of Gangnam stirred to life. Skyscrapers reflected the bright sky as people resumed their daily routines, unaware of what was about to unfold. Minjin and Nana arrived at a convenience store in the heart of the city. While she lingered near the door, visibly uneasy, Minjin entered confidently, his gaze sharp. Nana leaned against the wall, clutching her chest. When Minjin asked about her condition, she deflected the concern, attributing it to discomfort with her borrowed clothes. Minjin told her to stay still, hinting that he had a plan in motion. Nana gave a quiet nod, placing her trust in him as tension settled over them. She softly thanked him, addressing him with respect. Minjin remained focused, though his thoughts were fixed on her well-being and what they were about to face. Nana explained the nature of her unique ability, the fickle demonic eye. It allowed her to see glimpses of the future, but it came with specific limitations and costs. The demonic eye could only activate within a 10-meter range of where the future event would occur. Any attempt to look further or misuse, it came with consequences. Minjin listened carefully as Nana described the strain the power inflicted. It consumed significant demonic energy and left her physically drained, limiting how often it could be used, despite the toll it took. Nana pushed forward, her eye glowing as she activated the ability. She trembled slightly as the vision began to unfold before her. A moment later, Nana gasped as the vision solidified. She reported to Minjin that a dimensional gate would open nearby within a minute, confirming the urgency of their mission. She described the incoming threat: bipedal wolf, like monsters, lycanthropes. Emerging from the gate, Minjin's expression turned serious, absorbing every detail she provided without hesitation. Straining from overuse, Nana barely managed to reveal that a stronger variant, a leader type lycanthrope, would also appear. Minjin grinned, calling her ability overpowered, impressed by the precision of her vision. A powerful distortion in the air began to form outside the building, lightning, like energy twisted and sparked, drawing gasps from the civilians nearby. The glowing blue gate opened, crackling with unstable energy. People froze in fear as it became clear that a portal was forming in the heart of the city. Inside the store, panicked customers reacted in confusion. One officer identified the phenomenon aloud a gate, and the room shifted into emergency readiness as Minjin observed calmly. Minjin glanced toward Nana and asked if she was ready for the next step. Her face was steady as she replied with certainty, assuring him there'd be no problem. Before they moved, Minjin reminded her of their priorities. First, protect the civilians at all costs. No injuries or casualties were to be allowed under any circumstance. Second, she had to keep the use of dark magic hidden from public view. Nana nodded with seriousness, repeating the orders with absolute conviction and promising to uphold them. As Nana prepared for battle, a clawed foot emerged from the gate, massive, wolf-like, and radiating power. The monster began to cross into their world. Minjin, standing by with arms crossed, told her he would intervene if things escalated. She was not to push herself too far or take unnecessary risks. The lycanthropic beast roared with primal rage. Nana faced it head on, weapon in hand, and confidently declared her readiness to handle the threat alone. Nana activated a skilled demonic energy whip, manifesting a glowing weapon from her palm. The violet hue of the energy crackled around the hilt she now held. As the werewolf charged forward, bearing its fangs, Nana's stance remained unshaken. She lifted her weapon, poised to strike with perfect timing. With sharp eyes and firm resolve, Nana leapt into action. She moved with the precision of a trained combatant, fully focused on eliminating the monster before it harmed anyone. Elsewhere, Minjin reflected on the events of the day before. After what had happened in Soko, he knew he couldn't act carelessly or draw attention to his powers. That was why he had devised his contingency plan B, and it only worked because Kim Suyin, one of the few combat-type dark mages, was by his side. As Suyin battled, her weapon clashed violently with the werewolf's claws. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. She fought without hesitation, proving her title in the field. Minjin Kim stood calmly at a distance, arms crossed, carefully observing the battlefield. His attention remained fixed on Nana, evaluating her movements and the enemy's reactions. Nana engaged the lycanthrope directly, striking repeatedly with swift, controlled attacks. Her movements were precise, forcing the monster to retreat despite its overwhelming size. The lycanthrope countered with brute strength, slashing wildly in desperation. Nana endured the pressure, adapting quickly and maintaining control of the fight. Nana shifted tactics, launching herself upward to gain momentum. Her attack connected with force, driving the monster back and disrupting its balance. The lycanthrope roared and attempted to retaliate, but its movements slowed. Injuries accumulated as Nana pressed forward without hesitation. From afar, Minjin confirmed her effectiveness. Nana's performance demonstrated refined combat ability, proving she could handle high-level threats without exposing Minjin's presence. A massive beast stood with arms crossed, growling beneath the night sky. Its piercing eyes fixated on Jin Bora, who stood firm without showing fear. Tension filled the air as the moment before their clash arrived. With a sudden burst of speed, the monster charged. Muscles tensed and claws outstretched, it aimed to crush her in one strike. The sheer weight of its momentum tore through the ground as it advanced. Bora dodged with a swift sidestep, keeping her eyes on the threat. Without panic, she repositioned herself and tightened her grip on the bat. Her breathing remained steady as she prepared to retaliate. Bora struck upward, slamming her bat into the beast's head. The force shattered bone and sent blood flying. The werebeast staggered from the blow, dazed by her impossible strength and precise aim. The monster's snarl turned into a screech of pain, clutching its face. It stumbled back, shaken. Bora's cold gaze tracked its movements, waiting for another opening to strike. The beast lunged again with wild fury. Bora flipped backward midair, narrowly dodging the crushing blow. She landed hard but recovered instantly, crouched and ready. Nothing about her expression changed. The beast stood again, growling and baring its fangs. Its thick muscles flexed as it lowered its stance, determined to continue the fight. Blood dripped from its wounds, but its rage remained undeterred. Bora calmly raised her bat and rested it on her shoulder. Her posture was relaxed, showing no signs of fear. She exhaled once and steadied her footing for the next round. From a distance, Kim Minjin watched with arms crossed, wearing a white shirt and mask. He showed no concern. His sharp eyes followed Bora's performance without intervening. The monster let out a thunderous roar and charged again, more violently than before. Its claws slashed through the air as it rushed forward. Bora waited motionless, unfazed by the feral advance. She stepped into the charge and swung upward with brutal force. The blow connected cleanly, launching the beast into the air. The surrounding air cracked from the strength behind the strike. Without hesitation, Bora leapt into the air in pursuit. Her body twisted mid-flight, and she readied herself for the final blow. The monster flailed helplessly above. Trying to regain control, she crashed into the beast mid-air, sending it plummeting into the concrete below. The impact shattered the ground, leaving a crater. Blood pooled beneath the body as Bora stood tall beside it. Without looking back, she walked away. Minjin watched her leave from afar. He realized he didn't need to act. Bora had handled everything. As she walked calmly through the street, he noted her strength and quietly acknowledged her capability. Military personnel secured the area around the defeated beast. With weapons drawn, they scanned the surroundings for any further threats. Jin Bora stood nearby, calm and expressionless, while soldiers cleaned up the aftermath. Although the government had no official records of skill users, some individuals like Bora demonstrated unnatural strength. These awakenings hadn't been confirmed publicly, so their powers remained unreported and undocumented. A commanding officer glanced at Bora. If news spread about her abilities, the public would shift focus onto her. The authorities understood the chaos such revelations could bring to society. From a short distance, Kim Minjin observed silently. He was keenly aware that drawing attention was dangerous in the current world climate. Although Bora had used a fraction of her strength, she held back enough to avoid suspicion. By finishing the fight with a blunt weapon, she appeared to be using brute force rather than a supernatural ability. Minjin hoped the truth would stay hidden. However, one observer had noticed the signs. A red-haired man muttered to himself, slowly realizing that what he had seen wasn't just physical strength, it was something more. At a quiet cafe, the man sat across from a woman with golden hair. His mind raced as he tried to explain what he had witnessed. His companion listened carefully without interrupting. She stirred her coffee slowly, letting him finish. Her calm demeanor masked her growing interest as she connected the event to classified knowledge. The man continued explaining, referencing Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He believed Min-jun had displayed signs of a skill during a past encounter. Although he lacked proof, the idea disturbed him, enough to report it. The woman leaned in, requesting more details. She placed her business card on the table. Her name was Song Ji-eun, from a department specializing in strategic planning and skill detection. The man hesitated, glancing at the card and then looking away. Beads of sweat formed as the weight of his words settled in. Struggling with the memory, he began recounting the mission. His voice was low, and his posture stiffened as he described the moment everything changed. He described how their unit had entered the center of a false dungeon. At first, everything seemed manageable, but the deeper they went, the more unnatural the space became. Monsters emerged from every direction. Their group, surrounded by mutated creatures, was forced into a desperate formation. Despite being trained soldiers, fear gripped them when they saw what awaited at the core. A glowing orb hovered above a platform, radiating dark energy. The creatures around it reacted violently, and the group was pushed to the brink. In that moment, something had shifted, and survival was no longer guaranteed. As danger surged from the dungeon core, a wave of dark energy erupted. Standing closest, Sergeant Kim Min-jun raised his hand, absorbing the ominous force with calm determination. His body released black energy in return. The soldiers nearby stood in shock, frozen by the sight of the unnatural power. Their expressions shifted from fear to disbelief as Min-jun stood unaffected, wielding magic none of them had seen before. A vortex of shadow burst forth from Min-jun's position. It stretched across the cavern, carving through enemies in its path. The monstrous creatures screamed and stumbled as the magic tore through their ranks. Dark tendrils wrapped around the monsters, lifting them off the ground and slamming them down. The entire horde was engulfed in Min-jun's summoned energy, unable to escape as their numbers dwindled rapidly. Min-jun stood alone, his back to the others as he faced the horde. Thanks to his actions, none of the soldiers were harmed. The core destabilized and collapsed after the creatures were vanquished. The soldiers cheered as the danger passed. Min-jun smiled faintly. His strength had cleared the dungeon alone, but he knew it came with a cost. Keeping his abilities hidden was becoming increasingly difficult. As soldiers shouted in celebration, Min-jun raised his voice to calm them. He reminded them that the dungeon had been cleared and the exit would open soon. His leadership quickly restored order. The soldiers thanked him, surrounding him with admiration. To them, he wasn't just a superior, he had become their savior. Min-jun requested a small favor from the group. In exchange for saving their lives, he asked them to do one simple thing. He told the soldiers to forget what they had just seen. Any unusual or inexplicable events should be ignored. The soldiers paused, then nodded in agreement. Their gratitude toward him outweighed their curiosity. Min-jun looked around at their serious expressions and accepted their promise with relief. For now, his identity as a skill user would remain hidden. But he knew the truth wouldn't stay buried forever back. At the cafe, Song Ji-eun slammed her hand on the table, shocked by the story she heard. The details suggested a skill far beyond what the military acknowledged publicly. She asked whether exposing Min-jun would cause serious problems. The man across from her hesitated, unsure if he had made a mistake by speaking out. The situation was more delicate than he expected. Ji-eun revealed that Kim Min-jun currently held the rank of Sergeant First Class. That status changed how she viewed everything. A person with hidden powers and authority in the military posed a complex challenge. At the cafe, the man confirmed to Song Ji-eun that he had told no one else about Sergeant Kim Min-jun's powers. Even under questioning during the formal investigation, the entire squad had remained silent. He admitted that none of the soldiers dared speak about what happened. Their loyalty to Min-jun was absolute, and they shared a mutual understanding to protect him at all costs. Ji-eun nodded, acknowledging the importance of secrecy. She reminded him not to mention their meeting or anything related to Min-jun's hidden abilities. He solemnly agreed, fully aware of what was at stake. As the meeting ended, the man stood to leave and thanked Ji-eun for her time. He knew their conversation carried weight beyond a simple briefing, and that trust had been exchanged. Before leaving, he hesitated. He reminded her of the promise she had made earlier regarding keeping the matter discreet. She smiled calmly, assuring him that she understood its importance. She instructed him to contact her again once his military service was over. The information he carried was now tied to something larger than both of them, and she was preparing for what would come next. After he left, Ji-eun made a call, speaking in a guarded tone. She reflected on how risky it was to bring him in during his leave, but she saw no other option. She planned to recruit him into a raid squad after his discharge. However, she wasn't even sure if the organization would still exist by then. Things were becoming increasingly unstable. Ji-eun revealed through her inner thoughts that she was now under suspicion herself. The memory loss of key personnel and unexplained incidents had placed her in a vulnerable position within her own agency. She grew frustrated, trying to contact a superior, but the call wouldn't connect. The network was unstable, and she realized she might be isolated. The situation was escalating too fast. Running through the streets, Ji-eun was visibly angry. Her calls had gone unanswered for days, and she was beginning to fear the worst. The pressure surrounding her position was intensifying. She finally stopped and reflected in silence. If everything she suspected was true, then they had likely underestimated Kim Min-jun. Her instincts now warned her that they had made a grave mistake. Several days later, in the military base, Kim Min-jun returned to duty. The sign above the office read Administration, and he entered confidently, saluting upon arrival. Inside, First Lieutenant Kim Chulman welcomed him back and commended his performance. Though the dungeon incident occurred during Min-jun's vacation, his commanding officer expressed both concern and gratitude. Min-jun assured everyone he was fine. Despite all the chaos he had handled, he returned without signs of fatigue. Inside the administration office, Kim Chulman updated Sergeant Kim Min-jun about a new assignment. Though framed as a formality, the Divisional Ordnance Office wanted their squad to conduct a routine investigation. Min-jun acknowledged the task without objection. Moments later, a fellow officer, First Sergeant Kim Min-ji, burst in, expressing concern over Min-jun's health after recent events. His exaggerated reaction drew attention. Min-ji rushed across the room, anxious to confirm if Min-jun had recovered properly. Despite the dramatic concern, Min-jun reassured him he was fine. The scene highlighted their chaotic yet familiar dynamic. Min-ji insisted on inspecting Min-jun personally. He attempted to grab him, prompting a swift dodge as Min-jun avoided further contact. Their antics caused a minor disruption in the office. Kailman, unbothered by the noise, returned to official matters. He mentioned another new document from headquarters, containing details about the next scheduled event for their unit. Min-jun and the others turned their attention to the update. Chilman informed them that the squad would participate in an upcoming handicap training session, which would take place the following week. Under the bright sun, the soldiers marched through a forest trail. The handicap training had officially begun, and the team moved in single file under heavy gear and full fatigue suits. Corporal Lee Sang-woo voiced complaints about the equipment, claiming it felt heavier than last time. The oppressive summer heat worsened the discomfort, testing everyone's stamina and patience despite exhaustion. The soldiers acknowledged the drill's name, handicap training. Its goal was to push their limits through heat, weight, and sustained distance. They knew it would only grow more difficult. As the group marched on, the terrain became rougher. Each soldier had to maintain balance and pace under the weight of the suit, which replicated the stress endured by the physically impaired. One soldier remarked on how the suit genuinely made him feel handicapped. The pressure on his muscles and lack of ventilation stripped away any comfort he had at the start. A call from the lead soldier signaled the destination ahead. Though relieved, The squad was ordered to maintain their positions and spacing until the drill officially ended. The narrative shifted inward as one soldier explained the nature of the power suit. Despite its bulky appearance, it weighed only a few kilograms for awakened users like himself. The true challenge wasn't the weight, but the lack of airflow within the suit. Combined with summer heat, the gear slowly transformed from tolerable to unbearable with each step. With time, the soldier's strength steadily drained. The suit, which initially felt light, now weighed heavily on his body. What began as a simple march gradually became a test of endurance and willpower. As the march continued, one soldier silently acknowledged the true challenge of their handicap training. It wasn't the suit or the weight, but the conditions they faced along the trail. He glanced around, realizing how the unfamiliar terrain heightened their stress. Despite their physical endurance, adapting to new surroundings required constant vigilance. The natural setting offered no comfort or certainty. Ahead, a glowing blue portal stood at the center of the clearing. The unknown element introduced risk, and the squad braced themselves. The training had shifted from exhausting to unpredictable. At a military base near a portal emitting bright blue light, soldiers rushed to carry supplies and weapons in preparation. The atmosphere was tense, signaling an impending mission that demanded urgent coordination between teams already deployed and those still arriving. 3 soldiers stood together near the edge of the forest. Observing the activity, they exchanged looks, silently acknowledging the scale of the operation. One soldier, with a calm demeanor. Their attention was drawn toward the hill trail where another group of soldiers was approaching. Marching in black uniforms, the 2nd Battalion's team made their way down, causing a stir among the station's soldiers already present at the site. The faces of the approaching battalion members were stern. One soldier recognized the intensity of the moment, realizing that the training ahead was not just routine, it was already underway. Everyone was expected to act swiftly, without hesitation. The station group watched the new arrivals closely. Among them, a few noticed something peculiar. The incoming unit had already completed preliminary tasks, despite wearing full gear. The 2nd Battalion's lead stepped forward and greeted the others politely, introducing himself as First Lieutenant Yoon from the 1st Platoon. He showed professionalism while extending a handshake. After the introduction, another soldier from the 2nd Battalion walked ahead to greet the others. One of the soldiers casually mentioned a previous operation, referencing the Hwashin incident. He thanked his comrade for the role he played, implying that their success had relied on more than just following orders. It required trust and initiative. Nearby, a female soldier noticed the presence of Kim Minjin. As she tried to approach him, he quickly turned away, avoiding interaction. A female officer with a serious expression stepped forward to address Kim Minjin. She acknowledged his contributions and insisted that her unit should be the ones showing gratitude for his efforts, highlighting his significance in recent operations. Another soldier lightened the moment by pointing out that Minjin had become a notable figure within the division. The female officer, returning to a more professional tone, inquired if Minjin had already been briefed on the upcoming mission. Her question marked a transition from casual interaction to operational focus. The mission site shifted to a desert terrain under a hot sky with wind blowing across the sand. Several military trucks were parked in a temporary formation as troops began deploying equipment and preparing for engagement with emerging threats. From beneath the ground, mutated rodents with sharp claws and aggressive features emerged. The retrieval team swiftly adapted to the chaos. The 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, began their handicap training mission amid real threats. Soldiers gathered live captives, placing them into reinforced containers while securing the perimeter for safety and control. Under the scorching sun, one soldier wiped sweat from his brow as he lifted another crate filled with captured monsters. A fellow soldier noticed his strained expression and asked if he was simply exhausted from the desert conditions. What troubled him was psychological. As he looked down at one of the captured creatures, it appeared less like a monster and more like a frightened animal. The moment of hesitation was broken when another soldier angrily slammed a crate shut, scolding him for being naive. They weren't here for mercy. He reminded him that their team was lucky to only be assigned to support roles during this stage. Had they been in the lead, the situation would have demanded harsher measures without time for second thoughts or sympathy. Realizing the weight of his mistake, the conflicted soldier apologized. The group continued their task while another explained that the 4th Battalion was probably dealing with the creatures more aggressively due to their larger numbers and more direct combat involvement. The explanation continued, the creatures may appear small, but they always moved in swarms. Their numbers alone made them dangerous, and their behavior turned violent when food was around, making combat unpredictable and risky, even for trained soldiers. One soldier added that their aggression was likely due to the harsh environment they lived in. The desert offered little to survive on, and anything resembling food. Even the soldiers themselves triggered the monsters into a frenzy. Then came the crucial warning. the monsters were carnivores. They weren't just scavengers. They were dangerous predators that had no hesitation in attacking humans if the chance presented itself. From a cliff overlooking the operation, another unit monitored the situation below. He turned to his own squad and noted that they were falling slightly behind. His words were not accusatory but marked a need to speed up if they were to remain coordinated and cover their assigned ground properly. Below the cliff, the crates filled with subdued monsters piled up. The soldiers observed the volume of corpses and captives left in the aftermath of each cleared area. The numbers were high, but something still felt off. Analyzing the data, one soldier pointed out that the 4th Battalion was focusing only on smaller scattered groups, which made sense given their speed. The lead soldier narrowed his eyes as he processed the implications. If the remaining creatures were organizing in different areas, it might indicate the existence of a centralized habitat which hadn't yet been located by any team. He concluded that if a main habitat existed and held the majority of the creatures, the difficulty level of the raid could increase drastically. One of the soldiers grimly warned that if their theory about the large unseen group was true, the consequences could be disastrous. His voice held urgency as the squad's focus shifted toward the threat they had not yet encountered. Suddenly, red-eyed desert rats sprang from the sand, snarling and aggressive. Their sudden ambush caught the soldiers off guard. A soldier swung his weapon instinctively, countering the first wave of attackers. Multiple soldiers engaged the creatures while the dungeon raid team from the 4th Company. 4th Platoon quickly mobilized to defend the outpost perimeter. After the initial skirmish, a soldier contacted command and reported the encounter. Another confirmed receipt of the update and began cross-checking details. The squad leader stated they would investigate the source. She reviewed incoming reports and assessed that the situation had become more unpredictable than anticipated. One soldier asked for clarification. The response was clear. 2nd Battalion had noted strange fluctuations in the number of red-eyed rats, suggesting inconsistencies in expected enemy group sizes. Another soldier, confused by the statement, asked what that actually meant. The odd part wasn't the increase in numbers, but rather how few were showing up in each cluster compared to usual formations. They gathered near one of the fallen rats, discussing how the groups were too small. This deviation from the normal pattern hinted at something far more coordinated than a random monster raid. The conclusion was unsettling. If the groups were unusually small, it likely meant that a much larger swarm was gathered elsewhere. The squad leader didn't hide her concern this development posed a real tactical threat. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a distant shout. A soldier pointed across the desert, warning the team of a fast-approaching group of desert rats heading in their direction. Another scout followed with an urgent report there were too many enemies to count. The sheer number was beyond their ability to estimate, and they were closing in rapidly. Realizing the potential scale of the incoming wave, a separate team noted that the 4th Battalion had been deployed to investigate. They prepared themselves to possibly join the front line if backup was required. While some soldiers hesitated, one of them voiced suspicion. What if the rats' behavior wasn't just random aggression? What if there was a deeper cause behind the swarm patterns? Their commanding officer's expression turned stern. It wasn't just about numbers anymore. He gave a firm order to prepare for battle. The squad quickly mobilized as the sound of hundreds of desert rats thundering across the sand grew louder. Weapons were drawn. They readied for combat as the ground beneath them shook from the approaching wave. A soldier questioned the earlier suspicion, asking what other reason could explain the desert rats' behavior. Another responded cautiously, suggesting there might be a different force influencing them beyond just survival instinct. Suddenly, a massive number of desert rats burst from the sand, creating chaos among the soldiers. Their synchronized emergence confirmed the theory that something else was driving their aggression. Amidst the confusion, a new threat appeared. An enormous figure emerged behind the charging rats. The soldier identified the true danger, a predator so fierce, it was feared even by the monsters they had been fighting. A towering segmented beast erupted from the ground, revealing itself as a death crawler. Its presence immediately overwhelmed the battlefield, forcing soldiers to freeze in shock. One officer recognized the monster and ordered the unit to retreat without engagement. The threat level had escalated beyond their current capabilities. Panic spread through the troops as the death crawler advanced. Soldiers turned and ran as the command to fall back was repeated urgently, marking a critical shift in the mission's intensity. Troops rush across the desert as one soldier urgently reports through his radio that enemies are advancing from the supply base. The situation escalates quickly as threats emerge from an unexpected direction, catching the unit mid-movement. A monstrous red beast bursts into view, roaring as it charges at the retreating soldiers. The troops scatter, trying to avoid the powerful creature's strike range. One of the soldiers maintains communication while running, attempting to issue a new report despite the chaos. Meanwhile, another glances over his shoulder in alarm. realizing the creature is closing in faster than expected. Far from the battlefield, military leaders gather in a large command conference room. The atmosphere is tense but professional, with commanders seated around the table reviewing data and operation statuses. A high-ranking officer confirms that the 110th Battalion is currently leading the front-line operation. Another commander expresses concern, questioning if they can rely on that unit alone to manage the situation. The officer in charge affirms that the 110th will handle the matter, though his tone is measured. Aware of the risk, he places full trust in the team. Other officers observe in silence, acknowledging the gravity of the current deployment. Another officer seated at the table comments on the lack of civilian casualties, noting it as a fortunate outcome so far. The conversation shifts toward operational strategy, with each member offering their assessments and concerns. The mood lightens slightly. As others acknowledge the update, orders are being acknowledged and the room begins adjusting the deployment based on live field reports. One commander glances at his tablet and remarks that the situation has taken an interesting turn. His expression sharpens as he observes something unexpected on the incoming footage or data feed. The room watches as a video report highlights a civilian woman credited with helping protect Gangnung's citizens. The footage shows her standing confidently after neutralizing a monstrous threat, earning unexpected attention. Her presence is now under official review. The next image reveals her reuniting with a soldier, confirming her identity as someone who returned from abroad. Her background and role in recent events begin to raise questions about her capabilities and potential affiliations. Footage from a combat scene shows her fighting a monster, viewed widely online, impressed by her strength. The officer suggests registering her actions with the Special Operations Unit. The meeting nears its conclusion as a commanding officer begins summarizing outcomes and next steps. However, one member brings up an additional issue to report before they close. An officer explains that prior to deployment, a report regarding a suspicious officer was submitted. Other members murmur quietly among themselves, aware this new development could complicate leadership roles. Nonetheless, the commander concludes by stating they intend to assign the previously dismissed Moon Yekin to the position of Special Unit Commander pending results. The meeting room remains tense as one officer explains the timing of a pending investigation. Despite the unresolved matter, the leadership pushed forward with assigning command. The newly appointed commander, Moon Yekin, maintains a calm demeanor as he's formally recognized. Though confident, he senses underlying resistance across the room. One of the senior officers silently questions the timing, fuming over what he views as a premature appointment. Outside the meeting room, a senior officer exits abruptly, clearly irritated. Inside, whispers begin circulating, hinting at growing internal tension. The conflict between traditional hierarchy and field results becomes more pronounced. Moon Yekin addresses the gathered officers, unfazed by the previous objections. He tactfully brings up past operations involving the 104th Unit, referencing their success in a recent incident. The general recalls declining the previous request due to training conflicts. Yekin politely counters, explaining that many of the involved individuals have already been reassigned within their ranks, either in training squads or assault teams. The general stiffens, acknowledging the irony of the situation. His previous justification for refusal no longer holds weight. Moon Yekin's calculated reveal has exposed a contradiction, subtly shifting power dynamics in the discussion. The general admits the fact without resistance. Yekin quietly steeples his hands, suppressing a smile as he comments on the odd timing of it all. He presses further, stating that the real irony lies in a problem, now arising within the very dungeon that houses those units. Back on the field, a massive worm-like creature surges from the ground once more. The training zone is no longer safe. One soldier quickly deduces the situation and concludes that this is no longer just training. He suspects the dungeon itself was unstable to begin with, possibly due to overlooked factors in earlier evaluations. Meanwhile, the general in the command room questions why so many soldiers were packed into one operation. His voice is sharp, implying deliberate action or negligence. Yekin remains composed, fully aware of the underlying accusation. The general attempts to downplay the situation, suggesting there is no need for concern. But doubt lingers, as it's clear that what was once considered an unlikely outcome is now reality. Back on the battlefield, the soldiers are fully engaged. One urgently calls out, realizing the enemy presence is far beyond what was planned. The threat grows closer, forcing all units into a sudden full-scale response. As panic spreads, an officer orders the troops to regroup at the front. Soldiers begin to retreat from multiple directions, alerting others. As they go from the rear, the red monstrous worm barrels through the sand, forcing all nearby soldiers to scatter. The sky's clear, but the battlefield has descended into chaos. At headquarters, the commanding officer assures the others that contingencies are already in place for emergency scenarios. His stern expression shows confidence in the preparation measures. Back on the battlefield, a soldier activates a heavy rotating weapon mounted for close-range anti-monster defense. The rotating barrel spins up with an aggressive whir as troops brace for confrontation. The red worm monster lets out a thunderous roar and charges again. Its gaping maw widens as it closes in rapidly. The mounted weapon unleashes a barrage of rounds directly at the advancing creature. The gunner unleashes non-stop fire, striking the beast with explosive force. Flames erupt along its armored hide, each bullet finding its mark. The monster is briefly slowed by the sheer impact of sustained firepower. The creature recoils under the assault, but instead of retreating, it barrels through the pain. Despite the destruction along its body, it continues moving, forcing soldiers to maintain the assault. With discipline, the gunner pushes forward, determined to keep the pressure on. He maneuvers for a better angle while the other soldiers scramble to flank or reposition. Their goal is clear: wear the monster down before it reaches them. More troops fire from the sides as the worm turns to confront them. Its massive form weaves through the sand like a tank. A nearby soldier grips his spear and activates its energy, preparing to join the frontline attack. The glow from the weapon's core intensifies, signaling a different level of assault. He rushes forward without hesitation. The moment his feet hit the ground, he channels the power through his arms. A wave of blue energy trails behind him as he launches himself into combat. The blue energy user releases a high-speed spear of compressed power toward the monster. His body follows through with practiced movement, maximizing momentum. The projectile flies with precision and speed. The magical attack strikes the creature's side, piercing its thick hide. Energy detonates on contact, causing the beast to flinch for the first time. A large section of its armored scales is damaged. Following the hit, the creature thrashes wildly and attempts to retreat back into the sand. But continued gunfire pins it down. Flames erupt again across its flanks as multiple squads pour firepower into the target. Another soldier shifts position, unloading his rifle with steady bursts. His focus is locked in, tracking the beast's movements. Nearby, a second squad regroups and adjusts formation, each member readies for further engagement as more monsters could follow. The young soldier with blue energy takes a stance beside a heavy gunner. Both look out at the burning battlefield. He now realizes the scale of the monster. They're not just large, they're of commander-tier threat level. A commanding officer issues firm orders for all units to assess casualties, remain alert, and prepare for combat. His voice cuts through the comms, setting the tone for a defensive stance. A soldier with blue energy dashes forward, spear in hand, as another attack is launched toward the worm creature. The energy weapon glows intensely as it pierces into the sand-covered battlefield with precision. The spear lands a direct blow on the monster's side, causing it to twist violently in pain. The beast recoils and lets out a screech, its movement staggered by the impact. The assault continues as bullets rain down. Troops unload suppressive fire from the rear, covering the front line with rapid gunfire. Explosions erupt along the path of the monster as it begins retreating deeper into the field. Smoke clouds form across the sand. The gunner attempts to reload while shouting orders, but the recoil from earlier makes handling the weapon difficult. Another soldier sprints toward him to assist, coordinating to stabilize the heavy weapon. As they work together, the pressure intensifies. Neither can afford to falter with the enemy still moving. From a different position, a soldier launches himself into the air using a magic propulsion device. Flames burst from the equipment on his back, propelling him upward. While midair, he throws a spear infused with glowing blue energy. The projectile spins, accelerating toward the target with deadly force. The blue spear drills into the monster's hide with a burst of power. The ground splits from the blast, and the creature screams before diving into the sand. The worm disappears underground, leaving only a trail of sand and rumbling earth behind. Its escape is swift and silent, signaling temporary withdrawal. Two soldiers observe the area where the monster vanished. One cautiously notes the quiet, acknowledging that the creature could strike again. Though relieved the creature is gone for now, they remain unsure if it's truly defeated. The silence feels temporary. One soldier comments that there may not be another chance to catch it off guard if it resurfaces again. Back at command, soldiers deliberate a new strategy. One suggests deploying a specific operative for a critical operation. Another questions the risk, but the decision leans toward giving him the opportunity. The commanding officer quietly approves, radioing in the command to proceed. A nearby driver starts up a military vehicle, pushing forward with urgency. The plan is now in motion. The vehicle tears through the desert, swerving at high speed. Sand flies in every direction as it races toward the front lines. Reinforcements are officially en route, and a new phase of the mission begins. A soldier calmly responds over the radio while driving across the desert in a military vehicle. His demeanor stays composed, even as the terrain ahead begins to roughen. The mission appears urgent. The vehicle accelerates, kicking up clouds of dust while racing toward the objective. Its sudden burst of speed signals an incoming delivery. The driver stays locked in, eyes focused on the path at the destination. A grinning soldier excitedly welcomes the approaching vehicle. Reinforcements or supplies have arrived. A military truck barrels across a desert road, loaded with crates stacked full of cooked chickens. The supplies shake with each bump as the vehicle races toward its destination. Inside the truck, a soldier removes his armored vest. The burden of the heavy gear had clearly restricted him, and now that it is off, he feels a sudden surge of power coursing through him. Minjun grips the vehicle's edge and assesses his physical state. The absence of his suit makes him feel like his strength has doubled, though he attributes this feeling to a temporary boost. Feeling energized, the soldier internally declares he could easily overpower a death crawler, his laughter erupting from him as the truck nears the combat zone. He stands triumphantly at the rear of the truck, preparing himself mentally for the confrontation ahead. His outburst draws concern from his fellow soldiers, who watch him in disbelief. His aide wondering if he's truly fearless or just reckless. Silence follows as the others process the strange calmness and enthusiasm radiating from him in the face of danger. Another soldier begins briefing Minjun on the possibility of natural enemies to desert rats. He suspects a stronger predator may be involved. As they converse, urgent communication comes in. The 2nd Battalion confirms visual contact with a death crawler in the field. Orders are relayed to cease all training and proceed immediately to the nearest engagement point. Minjun and his team must now move fast toward the threat. Upon hearing the words death crawler, tension rises among the team. The threat is real and dangerous, drawing immediate focus. Kim Minjun hesitantly asks to share his thoughts. With approval granted, Kim Minjun casually steps forward. His expression is calm, almost playful. The others around him remain cautious, uncertain of what he might say rather than offering a detailed plan. Minjun simply insists they trust him again. His past actions have proven effective, but his unpredictability keeps his squad uneasy. Minjun immediately volunteers their support to confront the death crawler directly, surprising nearby soldiers who overhear the bold announcement. The radio operator pauses in confusion. Unsure if the communication is genuine, Minjun confirms his identity and continues calmly, explaining his knowledge about the creature's behavioral pattern when it's injured. He states that the death crawler has a habit of retreating underground if sufficiently damaged. This information shifts the tactical outlook, turning the focus from defense to a precise engagement strategy. Minjun follows up, saying if the creature retreats, they will bait it out again. He speaks with full confidence, leaving no room for doubt despite the risky plan. Another battalion commander responds. He emphasizes eliminating the creature before it can burrow, making that the priority of the mission. His voice is firm and commanding still. A backup plan is put in place. Should the unexpected occur, the team will be ready. The mood balances between bold confidence and careful preparation as they ready for the clash. A battalion commander requests Minjun to explain his plan. There is a tense pause as everyone waits. With a smirk forming, Minjun begins to respond. A nearby soldier, overhearing the exchange, panics. He realizes Minjun is about to announce his plan in front of high-ranking officers. Minjun ignores the outburst and proceeds confidently. He has no intention of backing down and seems more amused than concerned about the weight of the situation. Minjun receives an order to set up an ambush near the designated area. Without hesitation, he acknowledges the command, showing discipline despite his eccentric nature. His aide is caught off guard trying to make sense of what just happened. Minjun had somehow secured leadership over part of the operation. The shift in roles was sudden and unexpected. Minjun approaches his teammate with a mischievous grin and asks if he has a driver's license. His eyes are already full of ideas. Minjun explains his idea: use dead desert rats and heavy movement to draw out the death crawler. The vibrations would act as bait, forcing it to react. Although the strategy sounds logical, the risk is evident. Another soldier worries that the creature may burst from directly below suddenly. The ground shakes violently. Minjun grips the wheel as the massive death crawler erupts from beneath the vehicle, just as feared, sending chaos into motion. Minjun watches from the moving vehicle, puzzled by the lack of response from the death crawler. Despite the bait laid out and the desert terrain shaking under the truck's motion, he starts to question the effectiveness of the tactic. The smell from the desert rat corpses hasn't triggered any reaction. Minjun contemplates that scent alone might not be enough. A more aggressive tactic may be necessary to provoke the creature out of hiding before it is too late. Making a quick decision, Minjun activates a dark technique, demonic energy singularity. A magical system overlay confirms. It's been turned off, signaling that his energy signature will now be fully detectable. Energy begins to rise visibly around his hand. With the concealment lifted, his demonic presence begins radiating through the desert, functioning as an even more dangerous lure for the Deathcrawler. The buildup of Minjun's aura and the trail of corpses create the perfect storm to summon the underground beast to the surface at last. Minjun, sensing movement, calls out confidently from the back of the truck. His partner scrambles to brace himself. The sudden surge of force and energy gives them both clear warning. The Deathcrawler is emerging. The vehicle speeds forward violently. A massive rumble erupts behind them as the creature finally responds, bursting forth in pursuit. Minjun's plan has succeeded. Now comes the real battle. Minjun signals the critical moment with a clenched fist as the Deathcrawler bursts from beneath the sand. It roars violently, towering high above the ground. The truck races forward, barely outpacing the attack. Minjun's excitement is clear as he smirks at the sight of the massive beast chasing them. The driver beside him, however, is overwhelmed with panic, struggling to stay in control under pressure. The enormous creature accelerates in pursuit. Its roar echoes across the desert while it charges at them with full force, its massive mouth opening wide to devour anything in its path. The Deathcrawler closes in, its fangs bared as it attempts to strike. A sudden burst of blue energy explodes outward. Minjun has launched a counterattack. The energy projectile strikes true, piercing into the creature's head. A powerful flash erupts on impact, staggering the massive monster mid-charge. Minjun gives a confident thumbs up as he watches the damage inflicted. The creature, though injured, continues moving, blood trailing as it snarls in pain behind the truck. The Deathcrawler recoils, thrashing violently. Minjun observes carefully, noting that the attack's energy hasn't fully stabilized. If it had, the creature might already be dead. Suddenly, something unusual shoots into the air. A metallic object spins rapidly, falling nearby, grabbing Minjun's full attention. He stares wide-eyed and grins. The explosion triggered an unexpected result. An item drop confirming the creature's link to magical loot systems. Minjun clenches his fist in celebration as the spear lands nearby. An alert flashes across his vision. A rare weapon drop, Void Ripper's missile spear. His eyes light up with excitement, immediately recognizing its potential. Grabbing the spear mid-motion, Minjun prepares for a final assault. Their heavy weaponry is useless while he's in the way, and frustration builds as they realize only he can end it. Acknowledging the situation, the commander admits their limitations. With no clear shot available, he concedes that the battle now depends entirely on Minjun's next move. He asks another what kind of person Minjun really is. As they observe him from afar, doubt and awe mix in their expressions. The commander responds honestly he no longer knows. Minjun continues to defy expectations and break every conventional rule of combat they're used to. They watch as Minjun readies the spear. His presence and power have surpassed what they can explain. He's no longer just a soldier, he's something more. A force that reshapes the battlefield on his own terms. Another soldier realizes why Minjun is respected. His boldness has inspired even elite units. With fierce determination, Minjun charges forward, energy flaring around him. His teammate pleads with him to return to safety. They fear for his life as he recklessly positions himself between the monster and their unit. Minjun, undeterred, turns with a grin and proposes the obvious, to just kill the Deathcrawler. His audacity shocks everyone, but no one can deny the logic in his chaos. The Deathcrawler looms directly behind the speeding truck, its massive body shaking the earth. Despite the chaos, the vehicle continues forward with Minjun still aboard, unfazed. With precise timing, a powerful strike hits the creature's head, briefly halting its pursuit. The truck swerves violently in response to the impact. In the distance, soldiers watch in confusion. They can't grasp what just happened, only seeing the sudden blast and wild vehicle maneuvering. The Deathcrawler rears up again, wounded but still alive. Minjun grips the spear tightly, standing firm on the rear of the truck as it charges toward the beast. With a fearless grin, Minjun launches into the air, spear in hand. His reckless leap stuns the onlookers, unable to believe what he's attempting. One soldier yells out in disbelief, calling Minjun insane. The stunt defies logic and protocol, but all they can do now is watch. A commanding officer yells in confusion as he sees the military vehicle speeding directly toward the monster. The reckless maneuver catches everyone off guard, raising urgent questions. Nearby soldiers analyze the situation and realize there is no external control. The vehicle seems to be heading straight into danger without orders or backup, driven purely by its passengers' will. They come to a shocking conclusion. The soldiers inside, including Kim Minjun, have decided to take down the monster themselves without support. Their initiative both stuns and alarms the others. The vehicle charges across the desert with the Deathcrawler in close pursuit inside. The driver fights to keep calm, trying to convince himself he's capable of following through. As the creature's enormous mouth comes into view, the driver panics. The threat feels more real than he expected, and self-doubt floods his mind in an instant. In the rising panic, the realization hits. He might not be able to go through with it. Regret sets in, and he begins questioning why he even agreed to this in the first place. Minjun calls out at the exact moment, signaling the driver to act. The pressure builds instantly. The driver hesitates, frozen in fear, then forces himself forward. It's all or nothing now, and there's no room left for fear. With one final push, he shouts encouragement to Minjun and slams on the pedal, launching the vehicle into a fierce assault path straight toward the monster's core. Kim Minjun leaps into the air, launching himself from the vehicle without hesitation. The death crawler opens its massive jaws, preparing to devour anything in its path. The spear in Minjun's hand is aimed directly at the monster's vulnerable center. Onlookers watch in disbelief, their expressions ranging from shock to awe as they witness his airborne charge. Soldiers from multiple squads respond emotionally, stunned by Minjun's daring assault. Some are speechless, while others react with admiration, recognizing the boldness of his move. In mid-air, Minjun steadies his grip on the spear. He has no plans to prolong this mission. His intent is to end it in a single decisive strike. As he closes in, he dismisses the protective suits and all hesitation. His only focus is the kill. He barrels downward through the sky, locked on his target. A surge of demonic energy envelops the weapon as Minjun hurls himself with full force toward the monster. The death crawler rears back as it senses the incoming threat. Minjun pierces the creature's mouth directly, driving the spear deep into its body. A shockwave of power bursts outward as the strike lands. The death crawler thrashes violently, its body rupturing under the power of the attack. Minjun holds firm, delivering blow after blow without pause. Blue flames spiral as Minjun rides along the beast's side, tearing through it with relentless precision. His full strength now unleashed, he pushes toward total destruction. Minjun channels his full power into a downward strike, landing directly atop the monster's body. The energy radiates through the impact point in a brilliant flash of blue. The explosion of magical force spreads across the death crawler's body. Its form trembles under the pressure as its outer shell begins to rupture from within. With the creature flailing in agony, Minjun pulls back with the glowing spear in hand, positioning himself for one last critical movement. His grip tightens, preparing for a final push. Minjun dives forward, blazing with power. His body surges toward the monster, wings of energy expanding outward as he becomes a missile of raw strength. The death crawler senses danger, reacting violently. Its upper body expands, showing signs of transformation, revealing a grotesque humanoid form erupting from its core. With tremendous force, Minjun strikes the exposed figure. Onlookers from the ground watch in stunned silence as the sky glows from the impact, the battlefield falling eerily quiet. The monster's upper body is torn apart, and Minjun is flung into the air by the aftershock. He arcs high above the desert, weightless after the explosion. Elsewhere, a soldier observes Minjun's flight. Leaning back in his chair, he mutters to himself, already expecting the outcome. He sighs knowingly, declaring that Minjun is sure to be promoted once again. On the battlefield, Minjun crashes back to the ground, injured but victorious. At a formal conference table, high-ranking officers gather to discuss future strategies. One general proposes resuming a previously halted project, equipping the Hunter Corps with mana weapons. General Du, a stern and seasoned commander, questions the logic behind labeling the current situation as an opportunity. He demands clarification, skeptical of the project's revival. Another officer calmly reiterates the proposal. He sees the present circumstances as a perfect chance to restart the initiative and enhance the Corps' combat capabilities. General Du slams the table and raises his voice. He explains that the project was suspended due to critical failures and quality control from the original manufacturer, Baxan Heavy Industries. He emphasizes that restarting would mean replacing suppliers entirely and rebuilding the process from scratch. Otherwise, it would only waste funding without delivering results. Despite the tension, a senior officer intervenes and urges everyone to remain calm. Discussions begin to shift toward finding more practical ground. Later in private, a superior officer acknowledges that General Du raised valid points. Another commander agrees and states the topic shouldn't be debated further in the current setting. The room's tone turns more serious. A general supports shelving the issue for now, suggesting the matter be reviewed in a more appropriate venue. However, the final speaker hints at new developments. With a subtle smile, he mentions that a report has been received, one that might alter the course of the conversation entirely. A general reports that Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun from the 10th Division successfully killed a death crawler using only a mana weapon. This real-time feat reignites debate over the suspended weapons project. The claim causes a stir in the room. One officer highlights that Minjun's solo kill proves the effectiveness of mana weapons, framing it as justification to restart the program. General Du counters firmly, reminding everyone of the faulty equipment provided by Baxon Industries in the past. However, another officer notes that Baxon has since promised improved quality and new weapon lines. To ease resistance, the officer proposes starting small, distributing the new weapons for training use only. This would raise soldier proficiency without fully committing to a wide rollout. The plan is praised as reasonable. It provides a low-risk entry point for evaluating the improved equipment and testing soldier adaptability in controlled settings. But General Du remains wary. As the others discuss quietly among themselves, he watches with suspicion. Something feels off. He senses hidden motives behind their coordinated push for approval. 1 week later, at a military building, calm replaces earlier tension. Inside, Minjun sits in a waiting room, unaware of the higher-level debates surrounding his actions. An officer hands him a certificate. It's an official commendation for excellence in training and performance during the recent mission. With a smile, the officer congratulates him. Though politics swirl above for now, Minjun's achievement is recognized and his reputation continues to rise. The soldier humbly accepts congratulations for his recent achievement. He admits he wasn't expecting a commendation and credits the team for their collective success. His comrade insists he earned the recognition. They both reflect on how teamwork made the mission successful and how Minjun's role was especially crucial. Attention shifts to his future. One officer wonders if there's been any talk about his promotion considering the extraordinary results he's produced lately. The officer in charge pauses thoughtfully. He admits the soldier has done a lot, including previous accomplishments in Sokcho, and even the battalion commander recommended him. However, he explains that the timing wasn't right. The higher-ups introduced a new condition for promotions that could delay his advancement. Another officer, surprised, asks what kind of condition was added. The answer reveals that the decision came after General Gu received a report about Minjun's combat performance. The new condition links promotions to mana weapon proficiency. To enhance combat skills across the Hunter Corps, soldiers must now demonstrate capability with these weapons. The officer isn't worried about Minjun. He's already an expert with mana gear. The issue lies elsewhere. What truly concerns him is the newly assigned instructor for their battalion. Kim Sangdeok, the name alone brings unease, suggesting complications ahead for everyone involved. A soldier reacts strongly upon hearing the name Kim Sangdeok, revealing that the man is notorious within the unit. The outburst is followed by a swift apology, but tension rises in the room. Despite the insult, the superior officer calmly accepts the reaction, acknowledging the controversial nature of the person in question. He makes it clear that Kim Sangdeok's reputation is well known. Outside the training room, a commanding figure approaches. His shadow stretches under the door as he's introduced as someone who has repeatedly failed the instructor evaluations for years. Inside the training room, Minjun wipes sweat from his face after practice. His attention shifts as he senses someone entering the space. Captain Kim Sangdeok steps into the room, his face stern. His disciplinary history includes harsh language and excessive training methods, contributing to his negative reputation. Sangdeok formally addresses Minjun with a commanding presence. Though framed as a reunion, the tone suggests a deeper and possibly strained connection between them. Minjun stands to attention and salutes. His formal response indicates that he's maintaining discipline despite the awkward tension. Sangdeok casually asks about Minjun's well-being. He introduces himself as part of the 10th Division, re-establishing his presence within the command structure. Minjun responds politely and inquires about Sangdeok's visit. The two men stand face-to-face in the training hall, their conversation hinting at unresolved history yet to unfold. Captain Kim Sangdeok informs Minjun that the 2nd Battalion will begin mana weapon training soon. He mentions that he plans to share his own techniques with the battalion commanders during the preparation. Sangdeok recalls a past demonstration involving a glowing mana-infused sword. Unlike standard issue gear, his weapon was specially modified, enabling higher levels of destructive output during controlled combat exercises. He attempts to showcase the technique again, targeting a practice dummy with a powerful strike. However, the result appears unimpressive, prompting Minjun to react with confusion. Minjun teases Sangdeok about his lackluster ultimate strike, poking fun at the technique's underwhelming effect. The jab clearly irritates Sangdeok, though he tries to mask it. Embarrassed, Sangdeok shifts the blame to his condition during the original demonstration, insisting it wasn't a fair display of his full capabilities. Minjun plays along, smiling at the excuse. Sangdeok then transitions the conversation, asking Minjun if he's been notified about participating in the upcoming training. Minjun, surprised by the question, indicates he hasn't heard anything official yet. Sangdeok smirks and explains that proficiency with mana weapons will directly affect promotion eligibility. This includes evaluation scores submitted by designated instructors. Even past achievements won't be enough without a certified performance report from the mana weapon training sessions. Minjun listens carefully, questioning Sangdeok's intentions. The conditions for advancement are now clearly tied to this looming evaluation. Captain Sangdeok admits that Minjun is highly skilled, referencing a past event where Minjun broke his mana sword using aura alone, an unprecedented feat for a sergeant first class. Despite the acknowledgement, Sangdeok frames Minjun's strength as a problem. He expresses concern that Minjun may once again steal the spotlight during the upcoming training session. Sangdeok's frustration escalates. He warns Minjun not to dominate the attention in front of the other trainees. His true concern lies in losing control of the environment and being overshadowed. Minjun listens calmly as Sangdeok advises him that standout soldiers like him are not welcome. He suggests that being too talented disrupts the group's balance and sets unrealistic standards for others. Sangdeok condescendingly claims he's speaking out of concern for Minjun. With a casual farewell, he exits the room, leaving behind more intimidation than advice. Minjun reflects silently after the door shuts. He now understands the implication. His promotion depends on Sangdeok's evaluation, turning the training into a political power play. A few days later, the mana weapon arts training begins. Trainees are gathered and exercises are underway. Sangdeok leads the session with visible authority. He performs a dramatic mana slash in front of the group. His movements are confident and practiced, intended to reinforce his dominance among the recruits. The demonstration ends with a wide energy arc, impressive in form, but clearly aimed at reinforcing his superiority rather than teaching effectively. Sangdeok performs a strong mana slash, launching dust into the air. He strikes a large black stone target placed in the center of the field, which remains undamaged despite the display. He explains to the trainees that the material is a reinforced stone replica of what soldiers encounter in combat. It is twice as strong as normal steel and can't be easily destroyed with aura. Despite this, he boasts that someone trained in mana weapon techniques should be able to leave a dent. The audience claps, clearly impressed, though Minjun watches silently and analytically from the back. Trainees begin to murmur among themselves about the scoring system. They realize points from this session are needed for promotion, raising anxiety across the group. Minjun remains quiet but notices the tension in the air. His peers seem unsure if they're expected to match Sangdeok's demonstration. Confusion and unease spread among them. Internally, Minjun criticizes the low-quality equipment, particularly the unstable training swords. He suspects the training is designed to mislead or control the outcome of the evaluations. Growing suspicious, Minjun senses something off about the setup. He doesn't trust the structure of the training or its goals. Sangdeok invites volunteers to attempt breaking the stone. No one steps forward, intimidated by the expectations and fear of public failure. Finally, Minjun raises his hand, determined and unshaken. He steps up, declaring that he'll give it a try, ready to challenge the test head-on. The training crowd is surprised when Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun steps forward. Even Sangdeok, taken aback, questions if Minjun really intends to participate. Minjun confidently insists he does. His eagerness excites the observing trainees who begin to cheer for him, calling him vice commander and showing their full support. Sangdeok hesitates but permits him to proceed. The atmosphere shifts. Despite trying to stay composed, he knows Minjun's presence alone disrupts the balance he sought to control. Minjun calmly approaches the front. The tension grows among the trainees as he readies himself for the demonstration, ignoring the veiled warnings to hold back. He reflects on lessons learned from enduring manipulation and pressure across worlds. He's seen this type of control before. Those in power often attempt to silence those who excel. He recognizes that toxic behavior exists everywhere, regardless of location. Yet he keeps walking forward, knowing that this test is more than just about breaking a target. Minjun draws his sword and channels his aura, blue energy flaring around him. He recalls how submitting to toxic voices earns no respect, only silence in return. Without holding back, he unleashes his full force. A massive energy wave builds as he charges forward with precision and control. The wave crashes against the stone slab, shattering it with overwhelming power. The field falls silent as everyone witnesses the true difference in strength. Sangdeok and the trainees stare in shock as the massive stone target crumbles from Minjun's devastating attack. The intensity of his mana slash left no doubt of his overwhelming strength. A cloud of dust rises from the shattered debris. Minjun stands calmly while the others remain frozen internally. He concludes that the training isn't about fairness. It is every man for himself. Without hesitation, Minjun channels energy into his weapon again, demonstrating refined control. He strikes swiftly once more, unleashing another precision blow, watching with gritted teeth. Sang-deok mentally curses Minjun. His anger builds as his control over the training session slips further away. Minjun steps forward, holding a snapped training sword. He calmly addresses the instructor, highlighting the equipment's poor quality after enduring just 2 attacks. Still composed, Minjun raises a replacement, his own personal blade. He asks permission to continue using his preferred weapon, subtly challenging the flawed system while keeping a respectful tone.
From the platform above, Captain Kim Sang-deok watched the trainees groan under pressure. Fatigue was already settling in despite the short duration, concentrating on their aura control. Each recruit gripped their weapon tightly. Maintaining aura required more than raw strength, it demanded unwavering focus and endurance. The glowing swords in the soldiers' hands flickered unevenly, betraying their lack of control. Only 1 minute had passed, yet it felt like much longer to the recruits. Breathless and tense, they tried to follow orders as the captain's sharp command urged them to push through. Annoyance crept into Kim's face as he clicked his tongue. For him, this level of intensity was expected, even necessary for proper training. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone after feeling a sudden vibration. The incoming call was unexpected, drawing his attention away from the field. Upon answering, his expression shifted to surprise. He stiffened slightly before identifying himself as Captain Kim Sang-deok, aware the call held significance. A voice on the other end asked for a progress update. Kim hesitated, choosing his words with care. Admitting difficulty, he explained that someone was proving hard to handle. His frustration grew, though he avoided direct blame. At that moment, a blast of blue aura surged as a sword embedded itself violently into the ground, its energy wild and uncontrolled. Minjun stood casually, smiling as his sword pulsed with power. There was no sign of restraint in his movements. From the platform, Kim watched yet another sword fall apart under Minjun's aura, that made 3 destroyed in a single session. Speaking into the phone, Kim acknowledged that even training materials had been destroyed. Preventing Minjun from using personal weapons was all he could manage. General Moon's voice cut through sharply. He reminded Kim that this assignment was given because it wouldn't be easy. Apologizing, Kim lowered his voice. Clearly, Minjun's presence complicated everything. The general concluded with a firm order. Kim Minjun must not advance in the 104th Division. That was final. Captain Kim stood frozen as the voice on the phone delivered a veiled threat. The reminder of his own career path shook him before he could respond properly. The call abruptly ended. He remained still, the weight of the conversation pressing down on his shoulders. Clenching his teeth, he trembled with frustration. His fingers curled around the phone tightly as he muttered in anger. Surrounded by confused recruits, Kim muttered under his breath, questioning what exactly was expected of him. Meanwhile, General Moon silently ended the call. He stared at his device for a moment, lost in thought, before slipping it into his inner pocket. Without saying a word, he approached a closed door. His fingers tapped lightly as he prepared for a new conversation. His posture remained composed and confident. A voice from inside invited him to enter. He didn't hesitate. The response had come swiftly, suggesting anticipation. Stepping through the door, Moon entered a traditional-style office. His steps echoed against the wooden floor as he crossed the room without pause. With a firm salute, he stood tall before the figures already waiting. 2 men looked up from their seats, one elderly and authoritative, the other sharply dressed. General Moon offered formal greetings to the man at the desk. Respect filled his words as he addressed the elder. The white-haired figure responded calmly, instructing him to take a seat. His presence suggested power, and his tone left no room for defiance. Identified as the CEO of Baksa Heavy Industries, his involvement signaled that this was far beyond standard military affairs. The following day, activity resumed at the 104th Division headquarters. A calm sky hung above the compound as operations began. Inside the commander's office, a knock signaled a visitor. The heavy door opened slowly as a young soldier entered with a sharp salute. Kim Minjun was greeted and offered a seat by a bearded officer. Suspicion crossed his face when asked about the unusual lack of standard promotion announcements. As the meeting continued, the commanding officer revealed the true reason for calling Kim Minjun. His tone shifted to something more serious, hinting at a significant matter. He pushed a long black case across the table and instructed Minjun to open it. Cautiously, Minjun reached forward, flipping the latches open with curiosity. Inside, A striking sword with a sleek blue core shimmered under the light. Minjun stared in disbelief, recognizing that it was no ordinary weapon. With a calm but firm voice, the officer introduced the sword as the prototype of the second-generation mana blade, a new development not yet widely released. Unlike the outdated weapons previously shattered during training, this version came from a different manufacturer entirely. It was built to endure extreme aura pressure. Minjun assessed the blade's balance and feel. Though impressed, he raised concerns about its weight and how much stamina it might consume in actual combat scenarios. In response, the officer confirmed it was indeed heavier than existing models. However, it offered unmatched durability and aura stability using a higher-grade mana stone. Despite its drawbacks, he believed Minjun's unique capabilities made him the ideal candidate to test it. The offer was more than a gift, it was a trust-based assignment. Eagerly accepting, Minjun agreed without hesitation. He examined the blade with admiration, already confident in its resilience against his overwhelming aura. Suddenly, the officer asked if Minjun was disappointed about not receiving a special promotion. The question caught him off guard. Straightening up, Minjun quickly denied any such feelings. His loyalty to duty came first, even over rank. The officer admitted Minjun deserved a promotion, but revealed he had chosen to delay it, a decision made with deeper intentions. Respectfully, Minjun requested clarification. His curiosity was sincere, and his tone remained professional. With confidence, the officer stated his plan. Minjun was being considered for officer status, bypassing normal promotion routes entirely. He explained the strategy. Minjun would serve as a platoon vice commander and be directly promoted to second lieutenant, a faster and more strategic path forward. The commanding officer explained the hidden intent behind Minjun's delayed promotion. Beyond career strategy, by drawing less spotlight for a while, Minjun would be able to operate with more freedom. The officer reminded him that earning officer status from Minjun's position was rare. Still, confidence was shown in Minjun's potential. The officer challenged him to meet expectations, a serious request wrapped in firm belief. Thinking it over, Minjun understood that rising through the Hunter Corps meant proving himself through capability alone. A determined expression appeared on his face as he responded with conviction, accepting the challenge. He committed to trying the officer path even if it was difficult. Before he could speak again, the officer brought up another matter. General Sun Taeho had asked that a specific item be handed to Minjun directly, reaching into a pocket. The officer retrieved a small box. He passed it to Minjun without further comment, piquing the young soldier's curiosity. Opening it slowly, Minjun's eyes widened as he realized what he was holding. A single, rare runestone lay inside, marked with ancient characters. Surprised, he held it up gently. This was no ordinary gift. Runestones weren't casually given, and their power was well known throughout the ranks. Later that night, under a full moon, Minjun arrived in a restricted zone. The area had once suffered major destruction from monster attacks. With all civilians long evacuated, the zone was now used for special training. The silence was eerie, but Minjun walked with purpose, dragging his training case behind him. He surveyed the surroundings. The abandoned urban site seemed perfect for what was to come. Pausing in front of a building, Minjun looked up at the shattered windows. The atmosphere was silent, almost unnerving. He reminded himself why he came to test the blade, his strength, and the rune's power. This wasn't just training, it was proof. With a slight grin, he whispered, "This looks good." Ready to push his limits without holding back, descending the concrete steps, Minjun entered the lower level of the abandoned structure, his grip firm on the case in his hand. Reaching the ground floor, he paused and pulled out the runestone given to him earlier. A quiet smile crossed his face. Holding it tightly, he began channeling energy. The stone responded immediately, glowing faintly in his hand, with rising intensity as pink aura started to emanate from it. Moments later, the rune pulsed in response to nearby energy, reacting to his aura with heightened resonance. The glow intensified around Minjun's body. Purple energy swirled upward as the rune's magic surged. Its effect no different from what he had seen in the other world. The object wasn't unfamiliar, a consumable that randomly increased one's abilities. Even here on Earth, the rune continued to emit feedback. Sensing further bursts of aura, Minjun stood still, analyzing the reaction based on his knowledge from Isgard. Unlike others, He didn't simply absorb it. By applying a unique method he discovered in the past, he activated a more advanced energy manipulation technique. Instead of consuming it completely, he enhanced the rune's effects. This allowed a more powerful outcome.
A notification appears Minjin Kim has entered a restricted high-grade dungeon. Without hesitation, upon arrival, Minjin finds himself descending into a dense, misty forest. The environment is quiet, eerie, and unfamiliar. Thick fog surrounds ancient trees as he walks further into the zone. His senses remain sharp. This place feels unlike any dungeon he's entered before. Minjin comments to himself that these dungeons are rarely visited. Even by the high-ranking forces of Taizroad, he scans the surroundings. Each incursion brings a different layout and new creatures, and today proves to be no exception. Yet one constant remains the danger. As he surveys the area, a hulking red creature emerges atop a stone cliff. Suddenly, an entire horde of red monsters reveals itself from behind the mist, their leader letting out a thunderous roar. Minjin draws his blade without delay, his face calm. The dark aura envelops the weapon as his grip tightens in preparation. He recalls the dungeon's greatest trait if survived and cleared. It guarantees immense power growth for the one who endures. The monster's charge, Minjin counters by launching himself into the air, slashing through the enemy with deadly precision. In midair, he maneuvers between enemies while cutting them down swiftly. The beasts fall, one after another. Despite being surrounded, he maintains control, striking cleanly. Blood splashes across the field as he engages another beast head. Minjin spins and thrusts his sword forward, piercing a monster cleanly. Lightning energy crackles from his blade as he strikes with force. A wave of energy is unleashed, impaling multiple enemies at once. He doesn't let up, dashing through the chaos. One beast lunges at him from the side without flinching. Minjin activates a skill dark arrow LV4 and sends it crashing into the distance. A red creature lunges, but Minjin swiftly sidesteps the attack, keeping his footing firm on the dungeon floor. He sprints forward with purpose. Clearing this hidden dungeon requires total elimination of every monster within. As more enemies close in, he remains cautious. Without knowing their exact number, he must monitor his stamina and demonic energy carefully. Evaluating the situation, Minjin holds back from using high-cost techniques. Conserving demonic energy is his top priority for now. A calm expression crosses his face as he weaves through the enemy, reading their movements while readying a controlled strike. With a swift slash, he unleashes a burst of blue energy, knocking surrounding monsters back in a wide radius. The next wave rushes in howling. Minjin doesn't falter as he grips his sword tightly, its blade glowing bright with power. Though mindful of waste, he can't resist using his new weapon. Since gaining it, combat feels more efficient and entertaining. With a wide arc, he slices cleanly through enemies, sending several red beasts flying backward in rapid succession. Minjin swings again. The weapon channels energy flawlessly, cutting through multiple targets with minimal resistance. He nods in satisfaction. The blade isn't just powerful, it functions with precision and control, making each attack clean. While dodging another ambush, he spins midair, delivering a shockwave slash that throws the mob into disarray. Another flurry of monsters surrounds him, but Minjin maintains his rhythm, rotating his stance for optimal reach. Every motion of his sword knocks back opponents, the energy trail expanding with each movement. As one larger beast prepares a charge, Minjin braces himself. The fight isn't over, but his confidence only grows. A wave of red creatures charges forward, their leader leading the assault with fierce determination and guttural roars. Despite their aggression, Minjin shows no signs of worry. With blade in hand, he remains confident and composed. One monster attempts a sudden strike, but just before it lands, Minjin senses something unusual, an energy shift in the air. While surrounded, he strikes down the attackers effortlessly. Amidst the chaos, his attention shifts toward an invisible signal. Thou subtle. He detects traces of demonic energy radiating from somewhere nearby, distinct from the current enemies, unsure of the source. He glances around while fending off creatures, attempting to pinpoint the direction of the disturbance. Beneath his boot, a creature presumed dead reveals signs of movement, catching him off guard. Realizing the monster is reanimating, he steps back in surprise. Something more sinister is at play than he anticipated. Other fallen beasts begin to rise simultaneously, their movements unnatural. Confirming his suspicion, resurrection is happening. Minjin observes their revival and deduces the presence of necromancy. These monsters weren't regenerating, they were being revived. This revelation leads him to conclude that a necromancer must be operating from within the dungeon, reanimating the fallen. His thoughts turn to the earlier sensation of dark energy. The source he felt earlier now makes complete sense. Suddenly, a sharp weapon impales one of the red beasts, revealing a new enemy, a dark figure wielding a glowing staff. Standing behind the frontline monsters, a grotesque creature in dark robes chants ominous spells, confirming its role as the necromancer. Minjin calmly steps forward, eyes fixed on the robed enemy. Recognizing the one behind the chaos, he prepares to strike. Next, Minjin activates Dark Arrow, casting a wave of dark energy straight toward the necromancer and his guards. The skill launches with force, streaking through the mist. The necromancer orders his creatures to defend. Despite their efforts, the energy pierces through the monsters, pushing the enemy line into disarray and shaking the necromancer's composure. In retaliation, the necromancer casts his own spell, reinforcing his undead with an ominous aura. The corrupted beasts surge forward, their speed increased unnaturally under the necromancer's control. Minjin, observing their erratic movement and red-tinted glow, immediately understands this is no longer a battle of strength, but one of timing and endurance. Realizing the scale of the assault, Minjin gathers demonic energy into his palm, acknowledging the need for stronger magic. Without hesitation, he unleashes Rain of Corruption, pouring dark power across the battlefield. As the corrupted droplets fall, enemies below scream in agony, overwhelmed by the wave of cursed energy infecting their bodies. The effectiveness fades quickly. Minjin notes that corruption has little effect on undead beings and changes tactics, shifting strategies. He conjures a new spell, Hell Demon Explosion, designed to summon fiery sparks from beyond. Purple flames spiral in every direction. Sparks rain down from above, homing in on the moving horde with explosive force. As the cursed embers embed into the monster's flesh, Minjin smirks, sensing their panic building. He snaps his fingers with precision, triggering the chain reaction without delay. A massive explosion erupts across the battlefield. Waves of purple fire ripple outward, engulfing the enemy ranks in one devastating surge. Minjin Kim swings his arm as dark purple energy bursts outward, activating the skill called Hell Demon Explosion. Several demons are thrown backward as the impact lands, their bodies pierced by condensed magic. The force scatters them across the battlefield, leaving no space for counterattack. A close look at Minjin shows calm confidence under his military beret. His eyes remain steady, revealing that the destruction around him is fully controlled and intentional. Purple spikes erupt along a rocky surface, chasing down fleeing enemies in a straight line. The magic travels fast, cutting through everything in its path. More monsters collapse as the shockwave finishes spreading. Their bodies fall heavily and dust rises from the ground. Minjin stands at the center of the ruined area with his weapon lowered. Defeated creatures lie scattered around him, proving the attack's effectiveness. A large beast with glowing yellow eyes emerges, its massive frame covered in thick fur and bone ornaments. Unlike the others, it remains standing. The creature clenches its fist and charges forward, swinging its arm with raw strength aimed directly at Minjin. Before the strike can land cleanly, purple magic coils around the beast's arm. Energy begins to gather and tighten around its limb. Dark power surges through the monster's body, wrapping around its muscles and expanding its size. The transformation appears unstable yet overwhelming. Other red creatures watch from a distance as the aura intensifies. The battlefield grows tense under the rising pressure. Minjin studies the empowered beast without retreating, observing how it sustains such power alone. The beast roars, purple light glowing from its eyes as it prepares another attack. Its body trembles from excess energy. With a heavy step, it lunges forward and raises a massive weapon, aiming to crush Minjin in a single blow. Minjin remains composed as the giant figure descends toward him, ready to counter the strengthened enemy head. Minjin braces his stance and grips his blue baton with both hands, lowering his center of gravity as the beast charges. His expression stays sharp, judging the incoming angle rather than retreating. The monster's skull-tipped weapon crashes forward, but Minjin intercepts it mid. Swing. Steel meets bone with a burst of force, stopping the blow before it reaches him. Without hesitation, he twists his wrist and drives the baton forward, striking through the skull ornament and cracking it apart to break the creature's momentum. He follows with a spinning motion, generating multiple impact points that burst against the beast's torso. Each strike lands cleanly, forcing the monster to stagger. The creature retaliates with a wide purple slash aimed at his side. Minjin leans back and pivots, letting the energy cut through empty air. Using the opening, he vaults upward and swings in a clean arc. Blue light tracing the path of his weapon as it drives the enemy backward. Landing smoothly, Minjin shifts behind the beast while it turns too late to track him. His eyes narrow as he reads the monster's movements. A heavy counterstrike from the beast connects against his guard, sending a shock through his arms but failing to break his defense. Both lock weapons and push against each other, boots grinding into the dirt as neither side yields ground. Minjin suddenly releases one hand and channels dark energy into his fingers, activating the skill Corruption. Purple power surges directly into the monster's body. The beast recoils as the energy spreads across its chest, destabilizing the aura that had strengthened it moments earlier. He withdraws and creates distance, watching carefully as black smoke begins leaking from the creature's wound. The corrupted energy continues to erode the monster from within, weakening its stance and slowing its breathing. Minjin lowers his baton slightly, maintaining readiness while observing the effect take hold. Despite the damage, the beast remains upright and glares at him, signaling that the fight is not yet finished. Minjin stands with his baton fallen beside him, lowering his hands as if inviting the monster to attack again. His posture is steady, showing no sign of fear despite the damage already dealt. The beast lunges forward with jaws open and eyes glowing brighter, determined to crush him with raw force. Its massive frame closes the distance in a single bound. Dark purple energy gathers around Minjin's arm as he bends his body slightly. He prepares to respond not as a soldier, but as a dark mage. A burst of demonic power explodes outward as he activates Vicious Charge. The shockwave expands in a circular blast, striking the monster mid-charge. The beast roars and pushes through the impact, muscles swelling as it tries to overpower the force restraining it. Purple tendrils suddenly bind its limbs from multiple directions, tightening like chains forged from magic. With demonic energy's grasp, Minjin lifts the creature into the air, suspending it helplessly above the ground. The bindings pulse with controlled intensity. The monster thrashes violently, but each movement only deepens the restraint around its body. Minjin swings his arm and redirects the bound enemy, slamming it downward with overwhelming force. He forms multiple dark projectiles in front of his hand, activating Dark Arrow as the beast attempts to recover. The arrows fire in unison, piercing through the monster's torso and spraying blackened blood across the battlefield. The creature's roar weakens as the barrage drives it back, its strength rapidly declining. System messages appear around Minjin as his demonic energy increases, strengthening his body and skills simultaneously. A surge of power floods through him, enhancing his abilities beyond their previous limits. While nearby, red beasts watch cautiously. Minjin stands surrounded by a rising purple aura, prepared to continue the hunt. Two red-furred monkey monsters leap out from the forest path, crouched low and ready to attack. Their glowing eyes lock onto Minjin as they close in from the front. Minjin turns his head slightly, purple light faintly reflecting in his eye as he evaluates the situation. Rather than looking pressured, he appears satisfied with the outcome of the battle. One of the monkeys lunges forward with a sharp swipe, attempting to catch him off guard. The attack cuts through the air toward his position. A system interface flashes around Minjin, displaying that he has leveled up and gained stat increases. Blue panels hover briefly in front of him as he moves. He glances at the notifications while stepping aside from another incoming strike, processing the rewards without losing awareness of his surroundings. More information appears, indicating that the monsters he defeated count twice due to their enhanced state. His expression shifts with growing interest. A selection window materializes, presenting three options: Monkey King, Lord of the Dead, and Perpetual Motion Machine. The glowing list floats steadily before him. Minjin studies the first two titles, briefly imagining their effects and consequences if chosen. His gaze remains analytical rather than impulsive. He focuses on the third option, sensing that it holds a different kind of value compared to direct combat abilities. The scene transitions to a dark chamber where defeated monsters lie scattered across the floor. A throne stands at the far end, looming over the fallen bodies. A man sits slumped and injured, breathing heavily after an overwhelming defeat. The aftermath suggests that the empowered monster had once dominated this place. A cloaked figure steps forward from the shadows, calmly addressing the defeated man while studying the results of the experiment. The cloaked individual questions how the monster was enhanced with demonic energy. His tone appears investigative rather than emotional. The injured man struggles but admits the truth, revealing that infusing monsters with demonic energy was deliberate. He explains that forcing such power into creatures that cannot naturally sustain it is comparable to poisoning them, hinting at the unstable consequences behind the experiment. Minjin stares down at the injured blonde man and demands to know how the enhancement was achieved. His eyes are sharp, and his posture shows controlled anger rather than haste. The blonde man, bruised and bleeding, smirks despite his condition and refuses to cooperate. His expression reveals confidence that he still holds valuable information. Without hesitation, Minjin strikes him hard, slamming him against the floor to force compliance. The impact shakes the room and wipes away the man's composure. Standing over him, Minjin declares that he intends to leave this world soon but will settle unfinished matters first. His raised fist signals that he is ready to continue. He moves in again, gripping the man and delivering another heavy blow to prevent further resistance. The injured man struggles to endure the assault. As Minjin prepares to strike once more, the blonde man suddenly decides to speak, realizing that silence will only bring more pain. The blonde explains that monsters infused with demonic energy develop a unique skill beyond normal enhancement. His tone shifts from arrogance to calculated honesty. He reveals that this skill allows them to continuously generate demonic energy within their own bodies. The discovery changed their research direction. Finally, he admits they studied how to implant that same skill into other beings, exposing the true purpose behind the dangerous experiments. The blonde man lay on the ground with bruises across his face, staring up at the dark-haired mage who stood over him inside the damaged hall. The mage stated that he would leave this world soon, yet he intended to settle everything before doing so. His fist came down hard, striking the blonde man and forcing him back against the floor as control shifted completely to the attacker. Blood marked the blonde man's mouth as he revealed that monsters infused with demonic energy possess a specific skill. The mage paused when he heard that this ability allows them to continuously generate demonic power within their bodies. A faint grin appeared as the blonde man added that researchers had studied how to implant that same skill into others. The mage lowered his head, recalling creatures like dark hounds that are born with such power from the start. He reasoned that other monsters must have obtained the ability artificially for a deliberate purpose. When the blonde man claimed the process was impossible for humans, tension rose between them. The blonde man clarified that their method only works by transplanting a monster's blood and flesh into the subject. At once, the mage grabbed him by the collar and lifted him, demanding to know whether kidnapped dark mages had been used as test subjects. His shadowed gaze showed restrained anger as he waited for confirmation. The blonde man avoided answering directly, but his strained smile revealed the truth. The mage calmly rejected the denial, concluding that silence itself was proof. In another location, a soldier examined a glowing screen, considering the danger of a system capable of producing endless demonic energy. The soldier questioned whether this was the skill the Duke had mentioned, and a system message appeared announcing that he had obtained the skill Perpetual Motion Machine as he resolved to surpass the limits of a dark mage. Violent purple energy burst around his body while another notification stated that the skill was adjusting to his system, forcing him to endure the overwhelming surge. Moments later, confirmation appeared that the skill was active and generating demonic energy continuously, and he lifted his head with a steady, controlled expression. The following day, a military building stood quietly beneath the morning sky, marking a shift back to ordinary routine. A door opened inside the barracks as he stepped in wearing his uniform, greeting the room in a relaxed manner. The other soldiers paused their cleaning tasks and stared at him with visible surprise. One platoon member snapped into a salute and reported that the second platoon was undergoing individual checkups. He questioned the sudden formality while passing by without stopping. The soldier explained that they might not see each other often, and that he was simply doing his duty while they were still together. Another member congratulated him, assuming he had been promoted to first sergeant after visiting division headquarters. He stated calmly that no promotion had taken place. The room fell into confusion as several soldiers tried to understand the situation. One of them reminded him that he had gone to division headquarters the previous day. The implication of a promotion hung in the air as they pressed him for clarification. He remained composed, offering no immediate explanation while their curiosity continued to grow. He denied having any plans to move into the higher-ranked residential building. The others pressed him, asking whether he felt uncomfortable staying in the current barracks, and implying that a private room would suit him better. With a faint smile, he remarked that they must have enjoyed his absence, lightly teasing them as both men reacted with embarrassed irritation. Resting his hands on his knees, he admitted that if he were in their position, he might have resented himself as well. One soldier briefly seemed hopeful at his understanding, but that expectation quickly faded when he firmly dismissed the idea again. He explained that the internet speed in the higher building was too slow, and that staying there would only lead to frustration. When questioned again about his visit to division headquarters, he finally revealed that he had been issued a new mana sword to test. The explanation felt anticlimactic to the two soldiers who stared at him in disbelief. They asked whether he felt disappointed about not being promoted, but he answered calmly that a promotion would not have changed anything. As he adjusted his uniform near his locker, the two soldiers exchanged uneasy looks, sensing that his reaction was unusually calm. A subtle smile appeared on his lips, suggesting that he was hiding something far more significant. Inwardly, he acknowledged that he was genuinely satisfied because he had gained something much better than a higher rank. A system screen displayed his updated status, listing enhanced abilities and confirming the presence of Perpetual Motion Machine among his skills. His confidence grew as he reflected on the continuous generation of demonic energy, now flowing within him. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the building ordering all forces to prepare for battle. An urgent announcement echoed through the barracks, declaring that this was not a drill and ordering all forces to prepare for battle immediately. The soldiers stiffened at once, their earlier casual mood vanishing as they processed the seriousness in the voice. The sergeant looked up toward the speaker, noting that the tone carried real urgency rather than routine procedure. Under the moonlit sky, multiple squads moved through the forest in formation, weapons ready as they advanced cautiously. The team pushed deeper between trees, scanning the darkness while maintaining tight coordination. A raised fist signaled a halt, and the group immediately stopped, shifting into a temporary rest position. The sergeant announced a brief 5-minute break, instructing everyone to recover while remaining alert. One soldier opened a small container and took supplements to restore stamina, his rifle resting against his shoulder. Despite the pause, unease spread as the forest remained completely silent, prompting concerns about why no targets had been located yet. A soldier remarked that the search area was vast and that even 2 companies were struggling to cover it efficiently. Conversation shifted to recent reports of monsters coming from the north, including rumors of an ogre sighting. The men admitted they had never encountered an ogre before, making the mission feel more unpredictable. When asked if it was his first time facing an ogre, the sergeant replied calmly, hinting that his experience differed from theirs. Another soldier explained that ogres had never been captured alive due to their toughness and resistance to firearms, even requiring heavy mana cannons during past appearances. Hearing that, the sergeant responded with interest, noting that capturing one alive would be considered an extraordinary achievement. As one soldier spoke about the uproar that capturing an ogre alive would cause, the sergeant suddenly covered his mouth, silencing him before he could continue. He reminded them that if they encountered one, protocol required reporting the location immediately and treating it as a company-level operation. A faint grin spread across his face as he quietly questioned that rule, his expression shifting with growing interest. The men glanced at him uneasily while he rose to his feet, brushing off their concern and preparing to move. Without waiting for approval, he told them to remain in place, claiming he would only take a quick look ahead. Leaving the group behind, he stepped deeper into the forest, his posture relaxed yet alert. Moving silently between trees, he paused when a faint sound echoed through the darkness. He leaned against a trunk and peered around carefully, scanning for the source. On the ground nearby, the body of a torn animal came into view, confirming a predator was close. Moments later, a massive ogre emerged from the trees, blood dripping from its mouth as it lumbered forward. The creature's heavy steps shook the forest floor while it scanned its surroundings. Hidden behind cover, the sergeant watched it calmly, measuring distance and timing instead of retreating or calling for backup. He stepped into view with steady confidence, his eyes sharpened as excitement replaced caution, seeing the opportunity before him. With a wide grin, he greeted the monster as though meeting a long-awaited goal, ready to claim the achievement himself. A tall tree rises into the night sky, its thick branches spreading over a quiet forest as darkness settles between the leaves. Behind the trunk, a young soldier in camouflage uniform hides carefully, his helmet low over sharp eyes as he scans the surroundings with steady focus. Not far away, a massive ogre crouches while chewing on fresh prey, blood staining its mouth as it feeds without awareness of the watcher nearby. The soldier reveals a wide grin, excitement flashing across his face as he observes the distracted creature from behind cover. A close view of the ogre's tusked mouth shows it still biting into its meal, thick fingers gripping the remains tightly. Keeping his body low, the soldier reaches toward the rifle resting against the tree, preparing himself while maintaining control of the situation. He steps out from hiding and faces the ogre directly on the forest path, posture relaxed as if confronting nothing more than a routine task. Standing with arms folded, the soldier stares at the towering monster, asserting dominance despite the size difference. The ogre growls deeply, muscles tightening as it senses provocation and shifts its weight forward to attack. Without hesitation, the ogre swings its massive arm downward, aiming to crush the human before it. A surge of purple energy bursts from the soldier's outstretched hand, forming a concentrated grip of dark power. The energy clamps around the ogre's body, halting its movement mid-attack as the skill activates and restrains the creature in place. Propelled forward, the soldier lunges through the air with controlled momentum, closing the distance instantly. His empowered strike slams into the ogre's torso, dark energy exploding on impact and forcing the giant backward. Maintaining measured force, the soldier continues the assault with precision, determined to subdue the monster without killing it as the forest trembles from the clash. A sudden noise cuts through the forest and a green-haired soldier snaps his head up, sensing the disturbance with a tense expression. Several soldiers gather with rifles raised while one of them shouts an alarm, reacting to the commotion ahead as their formation breaks in confusion. Boots pound against the dirt path as they rush forward, only to halt abruptly when the towering ogre comes into view, forcing them into a defensive stance. The ogre lunges aggressively, its massive body driving forward with blood still smeared across its chest and mouth. The vice commander braces himself, rolling his shoulder as he prepares to intercept rather than retreat. Dark fluid drips from the monster's lips before it straightens. Bone fragments caught between its teeth as its glowing eyes lock onto the soldiers. One soldier aims his rifle and shouts a warning, alarmed to see his superior standing alone before the creature. The ogre swings a heavy arm downward, attempting to crush the vice commander in a single blow. Ignoring the danger, the vice commander blocks and restrains the monster's movement while ordering his men not to fire, positioning himself between them and the target. He declares his intent to capture the ogre alive, even as the creature thrashes and tries to break free from his grip. While dodging another strike, he questions his subordinate's awareness, frustration flashing across his face. With fierce determination, he claims full control of the situation, refusing to let anyone interfere with what he considers his mission. Another soldier rushes forward, warning that the vice commander is acting recklessly as tension spreads among the squad. The ogre's expression shifts into a cruel grin, veins bulging as it gathers strength for a counterattack. Sensing the change in pressure, the vice commander's eyes widen slightly as he realizes the monster's next move may not be as simple as before. The vice commander suddenly covers his ears as a heavy vibration spreads through the forest, while the soldiers behind him freeze in confusion at this strange pressure. Uncertainty crosses their faces as they try to locate the source, their formation loosening for a brief moment. A shockwave erupts outward from the ogre, blasting through the clearing and sending the surrounding soldiers flying off their feet. Bodies crash onto the ground in different directions, leaving the vice commander standing alone at the center of the path. He lowers his hands slowly and adjusts his helmet strap with a calm smile, as if the sudden blast had only confirmed his expectations. Across from him, the ogre's eye twitches with anger, unsettled by the human's composure. Without hesitation, the vice commander steps in and drives a punch into the ogre's face, dark energy bursting at the point of impact. The ogre staggers backward, clutching its chest as it struggles to regain balance under the controlled strike. Circling to the creature's blind spot, the vice commander prepares another calculated attack while the monster attempts to steady its breathing. The ogre charges forward recklessly, arm extended in a desperate attempt to grab him. In a swift motion, the vice commander draws his baton and swings it across the ogre's face, snapping its head sideways. Using the momentum, he flips upward and positions himself above the creature, readying a decisive blow from overhead. The ogre growls through clenched teeth, blood dripping from its mouth as fury replaces hesitation. From above, the vice commander locks his gaze onto the target, body aligned for a direct downward strike. His fist crashes into the ogre's skull with concentrated demonic energy, slamming the giant into the ground as the forest floor fractures beneath the impact. The vice commander stands calmly atop the fallen ogre's massive body, baton resting at his side as dust and smoke drift through the night air. Looking down at the unconscious monster, he acknowledges its endurance, satisfied that it withstood his controlled assault. Far away inside the battalion commander's office, a report about the ogre's live capture causes brief disbelief before orders are quickly issued through the phone. The officer on the line reacts with surprise, then immediately instructs his men to regroup and return. Another soldier repeats the words "captured alive" in astonishment, still trying to process the outcome. Excitement spreads through the office as the achievement is confirmed and forwarded to division headquarters. The announcement credits First Class Kim Min-jun with capturing the ogre alive, leaving those present momentarily speechless. One officer mutters in disbelief, recognizing that the same name continues to appear in remarkable reports. Back at the forest, soldiers cheer loudly around the restrained ogre while Min-jun raises his fist in triumph. The next day, bright sunlight replaces the dark battlefield as the base prepares for a large outdoor meal. Soldiers grill meat and laugh together, the tense atmosphere from the night before completely gone. Others joke and gesture animatedly, clearly energized by the victory and the unexpected celebration. From a short distance away, Min-jun watches the lively gathering, relieved to see his men unharmed. A senior sergeant approaches and calls out to him, prompting Min-jun to respond with a formal salute. The sergeant informs him that a battalion-wide dinner party has been arranged in his honor and that the entire unit is excited by his accomplishment. Two soldiers stand side by side on the base grounds, one patting Kim Min-jun's shoulder in approval while praising his achievement after the ogre's capture. As they begin walking together, their conversation shifts toward the bounty placed on the captured monster, noting the unusually high reward attached to it. Surprise spreads across the younger soldier's face when the reported amount reaches 200 million, highlighting how rare such compensation is for a single creature. Min-jun listens calmly, his expression composed as the discussion moves from money to his growing reputation within the battalion. While the two continue across the yard and into the building, it becomes clear that morale has improved significantly under his leadership. From a distance, a senior officer observes in silence, his stern expression suggesting careful evaluation of Minjun's rising influence.